1번. 네. 그럼 이제 또 Bien. Bonjour tout le monde, kalimera. Good morning to everyone. We will start now opening the conference. Distinguished Rector of Pantheon University, αξιότιμη πριν του Παντίου Πανεπιστημίου, Distinguished Vice Rector of Paris Panthéon d'Assas University, Madame la Professeure Cécile Medel, Distinguished Chair of the Department of Communication, αγαπητή Μάρθα, Διευθύντρια του Τμήματος Επικοινωνίας Μέσων και Πολιτισμού, dear colleagues and esteemed conference participants, dear students of Pantheon et chers étudiants de Paris Panthéon Assas, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to Pantheon University for this second conference in a series devoted to the exploration of the concept of the post-crisis era and the notion of a certain return to normality. I am speaking in English, even if my language of preference would be French, but for the sake of understanding, I will do that in English. The first conference was held at Paris Panthéon Assas University last November, organized by the Center of Media Analysis and Interdisciplinary Research, Le Charisme, and co-organized by the Media and Journalism Research Laboratory of our department, of the Department of Communication, Media and Culture of Pantheon University. And at this point, I would like to express my sincere and great gratitude to our colleagues Stefanos Pneumatikos, Chercio Del Silva, and Christian Monfort from Charisme, and Paris Panthéon Assas, who were at the origin of the idea of organizing a series of consecutive conferences on this theme with the aim of establishing an initial basis of research and future publications. So this international conference examines the notion of crisis and the succession of diverse forms of crisis, economic, political, health-related, environmental, media-related, crisis of cultural identities, as well as the media narratives surrounding them and the discourse of a certain return to normality. So this conference here today continues the discussions initiated during the first edition, which took place in Paris on November 7th, 2025. Over the past several years, the notion of crisis has become firmly embedded in our vocabulary, our lives, and our everyday experiences. Within the broader context of social crisis, the concept contains the function of judgment, of krinin, which means to explain, interpret in a particular manner, decide, assess, evaluate, prefer, select, and ultimately arrive at a conclusion or outcome. A reference to the etymology of the term is not redundant if we recall that crisis also denotes the intellectual capacity to evaluate events, a situation, to form opinions, to assess, choose, and discriminate, as well as to determine the outcome, the resolution, or the conclusion of a matter or event. So perhaps the central question explored through the presentations, as we will see, and discussions of today's conference is precisely this. And after the crisis, what comes next? Normality? Beneath and behind the power of naming, le pouvoir de nommer, normality, the outcome of any crisis described or insinuated as normality lie multiple layers of meaning, much like a palimpsest. Scratch its surface and one discovers other inscriptions, different narratives, alternative interpretations that need to be explored. I will not take up any more of your time. It is now my great honor to invite the Rector of Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences, Professor Christina Koulouri, to address and open the conference.
Kalimera, good morning, bonjour. Dear colleagues, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you to Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences, to an international scientific conference that places at its center one of the most pressing questions of our time. What does it mean to speak of a return to normality in a world where crisis is no longer an interruption, but a recurring and often enduring condition? Current affairs remind us daily that societies are being tested on multiple and simultaneous fronts. Wars, geopolitical upheavals, climate crisis, social inequalities, migration and refugee movements, institutional distrust, disinformation, digital acceleration, and artificial intelligence are shaping an environment in which uncertainty is no longer temporary. It has become part of our everyday public experience. In this context, the media are not mere observers. They do not simply record events. They help shape the ways in which societies understand crisis, manage their fears, seek accountability, build or lose trust, and imagine their future. Information, language, image, public narrative, and the credibility of knowledge have become crucial to democratic resilience. For this reason, the question of normality is far from neutral. What kind of normality do we seek after crisis? One that merely restores the appearance of stability, or one that confronts the causes, inequalities, and institutional weaknesses that multiple crises have brought to light? It is precisely here that the social and political sciences prove indispensable. They allow us to look beyond the immediacy of events and understand the deeper transformations taking place in society. Relations of power, forms of participation and exclusion, shifts in the public sphere, new technological challenges, and their impact on democracy, institutions, and citizens. This is the mission that Pantheon University has consistently served. As a university dedicated to the social and political sciences, Pantheon does not merely observe developments. It produces knowledge on democracy, politics, institutions, communication, history, international relations, culture, and social change. Through teaching, research, international collaborations, and its public engagement, it contributes to scientifically grounded discourse, critical thinking, and responsible intervention in the major issues of our time, both national and global. Pantheon University actively upholds the value of knowledge as a public good. In an age in which speed often precedes understanding and information is frequently confused with truth, the role of the university is to insist on study, evidence, analysis, and dialogue, to illuminate the complex dimensions of reality and to strengthen democratic awareness. I would like to warmly congratulate the Journalism Laboratory of the Department of Communication, Media and Culture of Pantheon University and Ioana Vovu, its director, the Analysis and Interdisciplinary Research Center for Media, and the French Press Institute of the Panthéon-Assas Université for organizing this important international scientific conference. I hope that the proceedings of this conference will open a fruitful scientific dialogue on the role of media, communication, and knowledge in an age at which crises require more than management. They require understanding, responsibility, critical thinking, and a democratic perspective. Thank you all for being here, and I extend my best wishes to all participants for a successful conference and fruitful deliberations. And of course, for you students, enjoy Athens. Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear president of Pantheon University, and it is a great honor and joy to welcome here the head of the Department of Communication, Media and Culture, Professor Martha Michailidou.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Department of Communication, Media and Culture and Pantheon University for today's conference entitled After the Crisis, Media and the Return to Normality. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of this conference, and sorry if I mispronounce some names that are unknown to me, Jair da Silva, Christian Monfort-Rubia, Stefanos Pneumatikos, and of course, our colleague Ioanna Vovu. Their work has made possible not only today's meeting, but also the continuation of a conversation that began in Paris and now comes to Athens. I would also like to acknowledge the contribution of the scientific committee, the participating speakers, and the institutions involved, especially Paris Panthéon Assas, Charism, and of course, our own university. The theme of today's conference is timely and even pressing. Over recent years, and some scholars would argue over the last decades, we have become accustomed to speaking about crisis. Economic crisis, political crisis, crisis of trust, crisis of information. Yet, the question of what follows crisis is often less carefully examined. What does it mean to declare a return to normality? According to whom? Who has the authority to name a situation as normal again, and by what standards? Which kinds of social experiences, memories, conflicts, or inequalities are made visible, and which are pushed aside when public discourse moves from emergency to recovery? These questions are connected to the work of media and communication. Media do not simply report the beginning or the end of a crisis, they actually participate in shaping how societies in the least understand the aftermath and the crisis itself. They help construct narratives of closure, resilience, responsibility, fatigue, denial, or contestation. They may, in the best of all cases, enable public deliberation and collective memory, but they may also normalize silences, exclusions, and different forms of political management, contributing basically to different strategies of governmentality. The program brings together a rich set of perspectives from social movements and counter-narratives to fact-checking, immersive journalism, podcasting, political communication, affective polarization, and the strategic uses of fake news and conspiracy theories in public discourse to basically name enemies or political opponents. The range of cases and approaches promises a very productive discussion on how medical and political discourses shape post-crisis landscapes and how they influence the very terms of the debate, the very terms through which societies imagine moving forward. On behalf of the Department of Communication, Media and Culture, I would therefore like to welcome all of you to today's conference. I hope the discussions will be I'm sure the discussions will be intellectually stimulating and productive. I wish you all a very successful conference. And I have to apologize in advance because I have to leave and go back to my teaching, but I shall join you later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martha. And it is an honor and a pleasure now to give the floor to Professor Cécile Madel, vice-présidente de Paris Panthéon-Assas et directrice du Charisme, Vice President of Paris Panthéon-Assas University and Director of the Charisme Research Laboratory. Cécile Madel, à vous.
Kalimera. Hello. I won't elaborate a lot. I just want to say it's a great pleasure to be with you, to be in Athens, this marvelous city today. And I'm very glad that the second part of the conference is now on time. I just want to thank, as everybody, Johanna, first of all, and her team, and Gercio, Stefanos, and Christian for the organization of the conference. What else? I think that at this time, research is attacked by a lot of means, and our academic work is becoming more and more important every day, and those conferences are really important to bridge gap between the societies, the European societies. So I wish us a very good conference, and I'm sure that discussion will be very interesting.
So, thank you all so much. I propose that we open the main core of our conference, of our today's conference, with the first keynote lecture held by Professor Nikos Myrneos, professor in the University of Toulouse, which has the title, The Political Economy of the Public Sphere, a Critical Perspective. Nikos, we will be glad to hear you.
This is the... Okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah, best. So I would not elaborate in the introduction because actually Martha said what I wanted to say, which is that the crisis, of course, is not over. There's a concept I found out looking for this conference, which is polycrisis, which is the idea that under capitalism, liberal democracies go through different kind of crises who actually interact between them. So this creates an environment of which is unpredictable, interconnected, and there is a mutual amplification between all these crises, which are economic, social, geopolitical, and of course ecological. And this happens at a time where we have the pervasive digitalization of society. So every human activity is mediated by digital technologies, which come with quantification, rationalization, concentration, commodification, and other phenomena. Of course, at the same time, communication and cultural industries are largely controlled by powerful oligopolies, both international, those controlled by techno-capitalism, based in Silicon Valley, essentially, and also by nationally by groups of billionaires or millionaires, depending in the country. This context, of course, generates a lot of pathologies in the public sphere, manipulation, confusion, relativism, distrust, as Martha said before. So we have all these concepts that proliferate in order to understand this new situation, and all these concepts are negative. So we have the fake news, post-truth, echo chambers, information bubbles, hate speech, cognitive bias, etc., etc. I found this concept, of course, somewhat interesting, but unsatisfactory and even misleading, as Martha said, because they can be manipulated. At the same time, this grim situation that I described, we also have some good things, because of the internet, of course. We have the most diverse and pluralistic media landscape in human history, a multitude of independent media outlets, some of high quality, serving original forms and public interest. Of course, social media can be inclusive spaces, and we have a connective action, political mobilization through hashtags and digital media. So my idea initially was to see how can we make sense of this paradox that I'm describing. How can we analyze the mediated public sphere as a totality into its contexts by avoiding determinism. Technological determinism, economic determinism, even political determinism, and of course, media centrism or idealized views of this, this concept. So I wrote a book, which took me a lot of time, which was also translated in English. I had this chance, and would be also translated in Greek. It has been translated. It will be published in September. So what I will say now is based on these books. So of course we have the canonical and normative conception of the public sphere, which is a Habermasian conception that derives from the philosophy of enlightenment, and its consumption with liberal democratic theory. It emphasizes the political function of the public sphere, and the idea, as Kant put it, was to unify the will of the population without violence, which is the basic political problem in complex societies. And the idea of Kant and of Rousseau, etc., was to use public and rational discourse in order to arrive to this unified will. The idea was to find another principle of legitimation of power opposed to divine right and raison d'etat, and this was the exercise, a public exercise of rational discourse. So the public sphere has been, since that period, since the end of the 18th century, a locus of mediation between society and the state and among the components of the society itself, where the public use of information, reason, and debate was supposed to lead to the formation of a coherent idea of what we should do with ourselves. So this was from that conception historically derives the ideal type of democratic, universalistic, and egalitarian public sphere, which we can find in, for instance, in all the legislations about media. I give here an example that we can find in the European Media Freedom Act of 2024, where it says, given the unique role of media services, the protection of media freedom and media pluralism are as two of the main pillars of democracy. So democracy is based on those two pillars. So it's supposed to work. But my idea is that, of course, it doesn't. And why it doesn't? Well, it doesn't because the public sphere, the modern conception of public sphere, is also inherent, actually was born with capitalism about the same time. So, from my point of view, the realization of this democratic ideal is impossible under capitalism because its inherent contradictions of capitalism. So that's what I will try to show. So first of all, of course, we had a lot of critical perspectives historically since the 1970s around the idealist conception of the public sphere, of the bourgeois public sphere that was created in Europe at 18th century and was put in as a model by Habermas. So, of course, very quickly, German intellectuals such as Negd and Klug showed that this public space actually was not inclusive, it was exclusive because there was exclusion based on class criteria. Of course, it was a bourgeois public sphere, and it still is when you put your TV on your radio, you listen to people who come from a specific class. You don't hear like factory workers talking to you. Other intellectuals such as Nancy Fraser, Stuart Hall, showed that there are exclusions based on gender, sexuality, or perceived race. Have in France, for instance, statistics about the presence of people of color on TV, and they just don't exist, or very few of them. So there are exclusions, of course, in this bourgeois public sphere. And of course, there are central dimensions of this public sphere that are overlooked in the liberal theory and or underestimated. For instance, of course, the public sphere as it exists today is not a space for consensus, for creating consensus. It's a space of conflict. It's a space where agonistic parts try to impose their own hegemonic view of the world. It's sufficient to see how Donald Trump, for instance, uses social media. There is also communication, advertising, which is an instrumental use of the public sphere. The idea is not to create consensus or to find solutions, it's to sell you stuff. There is also the material dimension. It's not the same thing to be on a TV channel or on social media, who are very concentrated in a worldwide basis. And of course, this public space is not a unified space of discussion, it's a fragmented and plural space. Of course, another thing that escapes us when we make this kind of analysis is the historical character of the public space and its dialectical nature, which is the tension interaction with its context. So I gave it just an example. We are used to listening people talking about hate speech, and hate speech is supposed to be linked to the digital media. But of course, if we don't look back in time, as I try to do in my book, we never know that, for instance, in the US, there was a regulation of public speech on TV, which was the fairness doctrine after the Second World War, which was suppressed by Reagan. And this fairness doctrine imposed on TV channels to have all opinions present. And after the suppression of that, that was the time where Fox News was created, and Fox News created a space where this right-wing hate speech could develop, and then everyone copied the same model as in France with CNews. And of course, we cannot understand online hate speech if we don't see the imperialistic wars. For instance, the destruction of Gaza. Such a violent genocide creates, of course, hate speech, which, like, it's normal. It's not the digital media that created. So, taking into account all these different approaches, I made a theoretical counterproposition in my book, which was to define the public space as a space of political communication, which is embedded in relations of production. So it's very difficult, impossible, basically, to do the difference, to separate the political from the economical. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the public sphere, like the media public sphere, it's a space that reproduces actually existing hierarchies of class, race, gender, etc. And it constitutes one of the principal instruments of elaborating hegemonic social representations from those who have power. But it can also be used, as I mentioned earlier, strategically as a means for counter-hegemonic practices. I mentioned, for instance, the Me Too movement, which imposed the idea of what we call in France VSS, violence sexuelle et sexiste, which were completely absent from the public space. And it's, of course, a very important matter. So both of these things exist at the same time. So the public space, from my point of view, of course, is not a means of exercising the public use of reason, but a terrain of conflict and the deployment of antagonistic strategies that can instrumentalize emotion, ideological and psychological mechanisms, biases, etc. It's not a unified sphere, but a fragmented space, a set of communication spaces mediated by information and communication technologies, which can be more or less connected according to situations and circumstances. It's an asymmetric and centralized space and structure. At the core, we have the bourgeois public sphere, which is constituted by the major mainstream media and their various distribution channels and debate arenas, who are still very important. We're in a country here where people older than 60 years old watch massively TV, for instance, and of course this has a very important influence. But at the same time, we have also this space, this bourgeois central space, is surrounded by a myriad of minor, which can be also oppositional public spheres, like social media, for instance. So I made this nice drawing. I don't know if you find. I'm not showing anything. Okay, yeah, that's great. So that's not very important. That was a book. So this is the advertising moment. And this is my my drawing. So we have the bourgeois public sphere in the middle, and you have all around it all these small minor public spheres who can be in interaction depending in circumstances, and everyone is trying to influence basically the central arena in order to diffuse the idea. So here I put some progressive French examples. So for example, Le Média or a feminist website, but I could also put some reactionary or far-right minor public spheres, because today we have, for instance, in France, but all over the world, also the same kind of alternative media who are from the extreme right. So we have a thing here in France called Frontières, who copies basically the strategies of antagonistic left-wing media. So how can we analyze that? My idea is to have a critical and historical study of what I call the political economy of the public sphere. So the idea is to articulate both the material world, so I'm trying to analyze social relations and mode of productions concerning the media, of course, and the world of ideas, which maintains a dialectical relationship. So it means that I will look into how the media materially function, what are the economic relations between players, the labor relations inside media, etc., but also the production of ideas, of norms, of how the media should be functioning, from intellectuals, from journalists, from politicians, etc. And my idea is that the public space is constituted by an ensemble of resources, and the conflict in the public sphere is to see how these resources will be distributed, which actor will get more of these resources. So we have tangible resources, such as access to infrastructure, access to technology, access to labor. Okay, for instance, to give you an example, why does it, when I open my TikTok feed, that I don't have, but if I had one, why do I see this video and not another one? Okay, what is the material reason and the material resources that allow for this video to appear instead of another one, all right? But at the same time, there are also intangible resources, which is audience attention, control of the media agenda, and the framing of social facts. Why do we speak about a subject on the media, on the evening news, and why we don't talk about another subject? So the analysis that I made is related also to the elaborations, the theoretical elaborations that were made by social science, political actors, practitioners of communication and media that create hegemonic views of how the public space should function. And of course, I try also to integrate the factor of the state, of the policies of the state, of regulation, of political influence that is very important, and situate the whole thing in the longue durée. So I made this historical periodization in my book, where I started to look how the public sphere evolved from late 18th, 19th century until today. And I look both at the type of capitalism, at the way material resources are distributed in Western societies. This is a limit, of course, of the analysis, because I limit myself in the Western sphere, Europe and the North America. What are the dominant communication technologies are, and what is the theoretical, normative, dominant conception of the public sphere in each configuration. All right, so for instance, there is an interesting period that I think it has been very understudied. It's the period that we call in France le Trente Glorieuses, after the Second World War, where, for instance, if you look into the situation in the US, there was very strong democratic regulation of the media. I was talking about the fairness doctrine. That was a very important measure that allowed, for instance, the closing of racist radios in the south of the US because they were not representing pluralistic point of views, which was an obligation under the fairness doctrine. But of course, when the neoliberals came into power in 1981, they have all this discourse about the market should be free. And of course, the market should be free means no regulations, and no regulations mean enterprises, media have the right to say whatever they want. So that's how you get racist TV channels and radios, which is the norm today. Okay, so I will not, of course, present all this now. I will make a focus in the latest period, which is the digital public sphere. It's my two last chapters in the book. So from the emergence of the commercial internet from the 1990s and onwards, began the digitalization of the public sphere. And it was also a moment where the neoliberal deregulation took place. So as a result, as always, the regulation gives space to the most powerful players to install themselves and take power. And the result of that was a consolidation of a digital oligopoly, which is what we call in France les GAFAM, with a French accent, right? Which is basically big tech, Silicon Valley players. And they control the bulk of the software and hardware infrastructure of the digital economy. One of the structural characteristics of this digital oligopoly is the control of what we call platforms. And platforms is basically everything that you use on the internet. It's search engines, social media, streaming services, etc., etc. And the power has been concentrated on what we call in my book, what I call infomediation, which is basically the intermediation that these platforms effectuate algorithmically and allows them to organize information and culture by transforming user interactions either between them or with the platform into data that can be exploited to generate commercial value. For instance, our data, as you know, is used for advertising, but is also used more and more today in order to train language models of AI. So there are specific economic characteristics of the platform economy. I will not go deep into that now because it's a little bit technical, but we have, for instance, platform economies are two-sided or multi-sided markets. It means that they put in contact different players. When you go to Amazon, you have the sellers, you have the buyers, you have different players, advertisers, and actually Amazon is in the middle and takes all the data. And this is very strategic, of course, and allows for Amazon to impose its power. We have low transaction costs, which allows for outsourcing. We have positive externalities. That means whatever you put on the internet gets exploited economically by Google, Wikipedia, for instance. We have network effects. Network effects is the fact that the more you have users in the platform, the more the platform becomes valuable and attracts more users. So all this, to resume, has two effects: concentration and commodification of our whole lives, okay? Which is not a very good thing. So this is basically the economic and technological aspect. But as I said before, I look also into the ideological aspect. And this is very interesting because we live a time that the ideology of the internet transforms itself, all right? During the 90s and up until, let's say, 2020, what dominated the internet sector was what researchers in the UK called the Californian ideology, which combined the libertarian spirit of the hippies that came from the 70s with the neoliberal zeal of entrepreneurs from the 80s. So we have this cyber libertarian thought that rejected all form of public regulation and intervention. and also an aspect of solutionism. So technology would magically solve any social problem. And of course, the public sphere was conceived as a self-regulating marketplace of ideas, and as you know very well, this is ironic, in a marketplace, the best idea wins, okay? Which is not true, of course. And all these people were also progressive people. So they have all these neoliberal ideas about the economy, but at the same time, they were liberal when it comes to societal questions. So they were for immigration, they were for gay marriage, they were nice people, okay? That's why they worked with Obama, for instance. Google and the Obama administration was integrated, okay? This started basically in 1995 with Bill Clinton privatizing the internet, so the romance between the Democratic Party and the Silicon Valley was a continuous story. But, of course, as you may know, things have changed. There has been a reactionary turn and the radicalization of tech elites who adopted some weird philosophies such as long-termism, transhumanism, accelerationism. I won't get into that because I don't take their ideological stance very seriously. What I take seriously, more seriously, was the alignment with the MAGA ideology and the fusion, the integration basically with the Trump administration, which actually made more visible the imperialistic nature of the system. Because, of course, when you look at the Iran war or you look at the destruction of Gaza now, you can see all these companies, AI companies, digital companies participating in all these massacres directly. So I remembered, for instance, a concept of the 70s, which was cultural imperialism by Schiller, and I think now it's much more evident that it was under Obama, even if under Obama it was the same thing. What happened now is that all these people, the Elon Musks and the Jeff Bezos of this world, were actually assuming the fact that they see the public sphere not as a space where we discuss and we try to find a consensus of how the world should work, but a terrain of cultural warfare where they try to instrumentalize everything that they can find, even freedom of expression. Of course, it's freedom of expression for fascist opinions, in order to legitimize their own power, okay? And their power is at a point that we have never seen before in the past. I could show you market caps, like market capitalization for these companies. NVIDIA, for instance, is now more than 4,500 billions of dollars worth, which is like, we never saw this in human history. So their power is enormous, and they don't need to be hypocritical anymore. They assume the fact that they are authoritarian, you know, almost fascist billionaires. And for instance, you find this example, which I found completely like kind of a Greek example, because we were pioneers in that. It was the acquisition of TikTok by Ellison, who is a billionaire family, which is already owns Oracle, which is one of the biggest companies in the computer industries, a central actor in AI, and the son of Ellison just bought an enormous chunk of US media. So they have the media, they have the computers, they have the AI, and they're, of course, very close friends with Donald Trump. So there's no, you know, we're not hiding anymore the structures of power. Okay, what's the impact on that, from this situation on the media, which is also our subject here? Platforms, as I explained, function as arbiters in the distribution of public sphere resources. So the media and the journalists, unfortunately, have to compete very strongly, very violently, in order to get this attention from the algorithms. So there is an enormous productivist pressure within newsrooms that allows for the emergence of low-cost information, of precarity among journalists, of content churning, producing very cheap content. And now with the AI, it's very easy. You just click on a button and you have the content coming out. The advertising model that was imposed to the whole media industry by Google, for instance, drives the relentless pursuit of clicks. And now this is what it's kind of funny and tragic at the same time, because Google invented a thing that's called AI overviews. I don't know if you haven't seen that. So Google addicted all the media to the advertising system, saying, okay, I will take your content, but you will get some traffic and you will get the advertising, because people will look for stuff and then they will click on the links and will come to your website. And now Google makes the AI overviews by exploiting media's content, and people don't even have to click on the links. So journalism, the advertising model of mainstream media is dead, basically. They have 50% going down of their traffic now in the US, for instance. And the result of this, of course, is a homogenization of topics, angles, reinforcing gender setting. Everyone's talking about the same thing, and the framing effects. And we have this paper coming out soon where we develop the concept of the double asymmetry, because, of course, everyone is talking about the asymmetry, the inequality between the media and the platforms. Google, Meta is more powerful than the media, but you have also another effect, which has been, I think, has been neglected by regulation specifically, which is the symmetry between media that is imposed by platforms. So I can give you an example that we're studying nowadays is Le Monde in France. So Le Monde signed a partnership with OpenAI, with ChatGPT. So ChatGPT sends the traffic, some traffic, a small traffic, to media. Who gets 1/4 of the whole traffic of ChatGPT in France? Le Monde. Why? Because he signed a partnership with OpenAI, and the others get nothing. All right? So you have the reinforcement of inequalities inside the media sector, where some big groups have the ability to negotiate with platforms and the others don't. The majority, basically, don't. And of course, you have other effects. I'm writing a paper now which is called the tragedy of the cultural commons, which is the idea that AI has exploited the whole web, the whole databases that we created, okay, Wikipedia, our posts on social media, etc., to train its language models. But the problem is, when you exploit all these cultural resources to create a model that will replace cultural industries, that by creating artificial content, you don't have people getting paid to create the cultural content that you need to train your models. So nowadays you have all these papers coming out by computer scientists, what they call, en français, ils disent pratique autophagique, which means that the AI actually eats up the cultural content and then it crashes, and then there's no original humanly created cultural content where it can train its models. So you have artificial intelligence models training on artificial content, which actually breaks the model. So they're actually about to kill their own system if they continue like that. So there are some very, very, very important subjects that regulation, public regulation, state intervention, democratic regulation has to address, which I mentioned. And of course, there are also political effects of digitalization. As I said before, we have this pluralism, of course. If you know how to do it, you can find on the internet media that are very interesting, that have original content, that you can find cultural content which is very rich. But when you look at the sociology of uses, basically, this is a very, very limited practice. The majority of people consumes the same redundant content also on the internet. And of course, you have all these logics of the platforms who will promote content which is harmful because they make money with it. So you have many examples of that. I will not insist, so that we maybe have some questions. I don't know if it's in the program. So There has been, of course, some efforts to regulate all that. In Europe, specifically, we have had some serious wave of re-regulation that emerged with the DSA, the DMA, the AI Act, the Media Freedom Act, etc., etc. But it's still, in the European Union, we still live under neoliberal hegemony. So the idea is not to have an important public regulation, is to have a public-private co-regulation. So what these texts do, they create a framework which is, okay, welcome, let's say, but then the actors have to regulate themselves. So for instance, Elon Musk has to give us some data to do some studies because the DSA obliges him through the Article 40 to give access of X data to researchers, but he just doesn't. So we cannot get the data because Elon Musk doesn't want to. And there is no, he had some fines, etc., but there is no strong, let's say, intervention, public intervention to oblige him to do it. So the other effect of regulation or of the public intervention is that, unfortunately, governments, when they regulate or they intervene in the public sphere, most of the time they do it in order to favor their own interests. So you have many examples of anti-fake news laws, including Greece, where the actual effort was to protect the government, not to protect democracy, but to protect the interests of the government. And actually, the fact that the public sphere, the digital public sphere, is completely concentrated in the hands of a few digital platforms serves the interests of the state, because it can serve objectives of censorship much easier than if you had a diversity of platforms. So now you just call Google and say, or Meta, and you say, you get this out of the way. We had an example here with the strike of Kofodinas a few years ago that we studied. That was completely, or the journalistic work about this person who is a convicted terrorist, of course, but it was journalistic content talking about him was censored by Meta because someone asked Meta to do it. And the examples are very, very numerous. I won't take your time on that. So I'm coming to the conclusion. Suppose it's the time. So this is what I'm trying to say here, is that the contemporary public sphere presents actually itself as the exact inverse of the Enlightenment ideal. But what I'm trying to show you here, and I'm trying to show you in the book in a more detailed way, is that all these pathologies of the public sphere under capitalism in liberal democracies that I explained, that I described, they're not an anomaly. It's not an accident. There's not something coming from a malicious interference. For instance, in France, we love talking about Russian interference, or Russians coming in, doing propaganda. It's because of that the public sphere doesn't work. It's not the matter of irresponsible journalists, even if they exist. It's not the matter of billionaires, even if they exist. It's not the matter of technologies which are supposed to be toxic. All this exists. But at the same time, I think this is my take, that these pathologies are constitutive of the public sphere under capitalism because of capitalist contradictions. So it's not a bug, it's a feature. It's a feature. And the problem is that we try to sell, for instance, we have the young students here, and it's very nice to see you because it's refreshing, but we try to educate you by telling you, you live in a democracy, etc., and you should have the information and pluralistic views, and then you should vote, and then people who you vote for should do the politics that you voted for. But it never works. So if it never works, it's like the problem, le verre est dans le fruit, comme on dit en français. All right, so what do we do with all that? It's my last slide. You don't see the slide. Okay, I'm just watching my slide myself. But there's nothing, it's just the text I'm talking about. What is to be done with the public sphere? At the theoretical and analytical level, the notion of the public sphere, revisited as I did, in my opinion, remains useful. It allows for a precise delineation of the sphere of mediation as opposed to the physical public sphere, for instance. So for us, in the media studies, it's very important to have a concept that designates specifically what we're working on. The media, the mediated public sphere. A public sphere that is mediated by technology, all right? Which is opposed to the physical public sphere, protest, etc., which is also a very important space. At the practical level, the ideal typical vision for me, as you may understood, is not operational, but it can serve as an instrumental purpose. So when we talk, for instance, to journalists, we have to use this idealistic vision of public sphere to fix an objective where we should, go to. We have to fix ourselves as a mission to create a democratic public sphere. And we cannot tell them it's impossible. We have to tell them it's possible. So it's a way of motivating the troops, let's say. But from a normative standpoint, I think it's important for us, at least scholars, critical scholars, to acknowledge that a genuinely inclusive and democratic public sphere cannot exist without political equality and social equality. We cannot correct just the media sector, as we cannot correct only the ecological problem without touching on, resource distribution in society, so without touching on capitalism, okay? So what do we go from there? I don't know, maybe to a post-capitalist society, but that would be too optimistic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nikos, for this really extremely interesting and very insightful lecture. I think we have some minutes that we can take in order to address questions to Nikos.
Okay. Thank you, Nico, for this great presentation and reflection, historical and normative, on the idea of the public sphere. I would like a bit to focus on your schema with the minor public spheres. So, having in mind different efforts that have tried to reflect on an ideal, let's say, pluralistic public sphere, like James Carran with the general, the specific sectors, Peter Dahlgren with the common and advocacy domain, although they are coming from a liberal perspective, but they have on the very ground the role of the public service media that in this kind of interplay. So I would like to ask, in this, let's say, normative conceptualization of an inclusive democratic public sphere, where the public service media stand, if they have a role, and if they have, how this is, let's say, translated, integrated in the digital era, considering what you mentioned about this kind of asymmetry between media platforms and also within the media.
Thank you, Padelis. Of course, this is an excellent question. Unfortunately, I have observed the last more than a decade a decadence of public media, public service media, in their function as a pluralistic means of enlightenment. What we have observed is that in France, this is completely flagrant. In Greece, I would not talk about that. Even in the BBC, when you see questions about the coverage of the Gaza genocide, for instance, you see that more and more the public service media are under the control of the state. They're supposed to be independent from the state, or it's dependent from the government, but they are not. And they also deriving in a kind of a competition. This is the case in France, for instance, when you have all these journalists in the public service where they come from the private channels. And you also have disinformation coming from public service media, etc. So the problem is that we don't have any checks and balances in the way that we can guarantee an independence of public service media. From my point of view, politically, it's very important to do that, but I wouldn't see very clearly how this could happen. I would send you, if you have the time, to the last text of Jürgen Habermas, so who is dead, unfortunately, a few years ago. Well, he lived a very long time. He published a text in 2022 where he tried to defend his theory, but he had to acknowledge himself the fact that the liberal democracy can only work where governments do what they say when the election time comes. So if you don't have that system, if the citizens doesn't believe in the fact that when they elect a government, it will do what it's supposed to do, the whole thing crumbles. And the whole liberal democracy, even him acknowledged that. So I think this is a central problem with public service media. So I don't know how could we resolve that. I could talk to you about participatory regulation of public service media, etc., but I'm not really optimistic. So, okay, you're more expert than me. Maybe you have some idea.
Okay, I have a question. I think you have used the term infomediaries instead of intermediaries, just intermediaries. So you use the term infomediaries so as to describe the new situation, the new relationship between news publisher and the big tech platforms. So in this situation, the news publishers try to adopt the new standards set by the big tech companies. Adopt these standards so as to have reach, okay, and so as to have a future in the communication landscape. But do you think this new pattern of relationship, is it unavoidable, or are there counterbalances in the new public sphere? Can news publisher react to this news relationship?
No, I don't think they can. They actually completely determined by practices of platforms, even more today than it was before. I started working that subject in 2003, which is a very long time ago. I was the moment that Google launched Google News. There was the first intermediary who rearranged news in its own source, let's say. And the publishers at the time, in France specifically, when I interviewed them, they were very wary of that, and they were the pioneers of seeing what's coming. The problem is that the asymmetry between a sector who is completely monopolized as the platform sector. So you have these companies with billions and billions of money and who are present all over the world, and there are only 5 of them. And facing them, you have a completely divided front, which is a media front, because media are in competition between each other. So in some cases, for instance, in France, they allied themselves and they got some, for instance, they got the reconnaissance of what we call neighboring rights. So now they get paid when Google indexes their content. But when they won that, AI came, and AI basically doesn't work in the same way, because the content of the publishers is used in the training phase. So it's not used as links as in the responses of Google. So when they won a battle, you have another one coming in, okay? So I find that very, very difficult today. So this is why my focus would be mostly in the control of platforms than in the way that media could put strategies in place, defensive strategies. It works. For instance, a very good defensive strategy is the subscriber model. We have a media in France who's called Mediapart that works very well, and it's behind a paywall, okay? So they don't care about platforms. But the problem is that they are only read by a minority. So if you want to have popular media with a big range of public, getting to the public, you need to have control of the platform. So the big stake in the future for me is for the people to take control of the platforms. So I don't know how to do that, but this is what we should be doing, I think.
It seems like the content is not the king in this situation.
The content is not the king. That's a very good remark. We have some. For instance, there was a decision of a tribunal in Munich, because the stake now is to say, how can you know when a content was used by AI technology to train itself? Okay, because if you can prove that, you can ask for the AI company to pay the content provider initially. So, but it's very complicated, all right? So nowadays, you had a few months ago in Munich, you have a decision that says that, okay, even if you can trace indirectly a phrase from an article in a response of an AI chatbot, you can, ask for money. And in France, we have a law that was proposed in the Senate that goes that way also. So it's moving, but it's very complicated. And of course, there is also the question of the IA technologies and all the problems that they pose. But there are some alternatives, open source, AI. The future is very interesting for us as observers, but it's very grim, I think, for cultural producers and media producers. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Can I also do a question? Very, very quickly. It's working. You mentioned the last piece of Jürgen Habermas about deliberative politics. And then you mentioned that maybe there could be some public service media, some participatory procedures, and etc. But you are pessimistic. Are there any type of participatory procedures or deliberative processes in public service media that are being implemented at the moment? In Europe or in France, maybe?
Okay, I'm not a specialist at all of public service media. Historically, there have been a lot of public regulation in public media. For instance, during the afterwar years, there has been commissions in England, in Germany. In Germany, it was a very good example, because you have different communities participating, religious communities, interest communities, associations, etc., in the governance of public media. The problem is that the wave of privatization that came into in the 90s and the 80s actually aligned the public service media onto a commercial model. So when you have the same criteria of success, for instance, you have a minister of communication or whatever, or a director of TV, who only sees the ratings as the criteria of success, okay? When you're a public service media, you're supposed to have other criteria of success. In France, for instance, I know that French TV, public TV, makes qualitative studies when they ask people, okay, what do you think about this news in the public service? But this has been completely neglected now. Everyone looks on the ratings, the commercial ratings. So when you have this criteria only as a success or a failure of media, well, basically all the other factors of regulations, all the other aspects are being neglected. So the problem is, I think, the introduction and the domination of both the political obedience model, which is the model, for instance, in Greece, okay, when the chief of Earth has been communicating for the New Democracy Party, which is like, when you say that somewhere else, I mean, everyone finds that very weird, or either the commercial competition. So these are the two main risks for public service media. So I haven't seen any important effort, to renew the public service media model. I would be very happy to see that, but I haven't seen any initiative in this sense, unfortunately. So I'm not optimistic. But I think you have understood that.
Is there another question? No? Thank you so much,
Thank you very
Nikos,
much.
for this presentation. Thank you. And we shall now proceed directly with our first panel, coordinated by the Professor Pantelis Vatikiotis. And so the speakers can read the... No?
So welcome to our first panel, and it's a pleasure to chair a session which is specifically about the social movements. So we have five excellent research topics to go through, and looking forward to the results and the reflections on these studies. So let's start with the first case. We don't have the first one, I think, Dimitris Elafropoulos. Okay. So we'll start with Melina. I have the old program here. And Skourouliakou. So with the pre-crisis discourse in post-crisis Greece, how the press redefined normality. So Melina, the floor is yours.
Sorry. Good morning again. Bonjour à tout le monde. Kalimera se όλους. Thank you very much for having me in this conference, in this excellent panel. I will speak about how the Greek press has defined normality, or the, I don't know if I may use the term absence or non-normality, during the period of the crisis. My focus would be the period of the economic crisis. But before doing that, I would like to, okay, sorry, because I have to coordinate both. Okay. This is a phrase from a newspaper, from an opinion article. This is what I'm going to present to you. I'm not going to tell you from which newspaper, Greek one, or from what time period. I'll just let you read that and have it in mind and come back to it later at the end of the presentation. I think it's quite representative of what was going on. So a little bit of what I did, basically it's a research in progress. So I studied Greek newspapers, the three that you see here, Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών, which is a left newspaper, a left-wing newspaper, η Καθημερινή, which is a right-wing newspaper, and το Βήμα, which is center-right, let's say. All of them are nationally distributed. And I took three periods where we could say that we had small crises within the bigger framework of economic crisis, starting in 2009. So the first period is the January 2015 parliamentary elections, after which you may know that for the first time there was a left government in Greece. The referendum of July 2015, where it was another also very, very interesting politically and polarized period, because it had to do with questions depending on how you see it, in or out the European Union and the Euro, or in or out of the proposed agreement. And the parliamentary elections of July 2019, which basically brought the Nea Demokratia in power ever since. As I said, it's a work in progress, so I'm going to present only a small amount of my research. So this is basically, just how many articles I have studied so far, but the idea, so what you're going to see, it's a trend, but it basically is backed up by the rest of the evidence. So we're talking about opinion articles, it's very important, okay? And what I'm going to present to you here is how the three newspapers described what is normal and what is not normal. In this first slide, I have tried to create different categories. So I'm going to speak about economic, political, social, and institutional normality or non-normality, starting with what is considered by the newspapers to be not normal in terms of economics. So you're going to see that there are overlaps in what the newspapers consider to be not normal and not normal, not only in the economic sphere, but also in political and institutional. So, for example, Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών, FC, considers neoliberalist policy not to be normal. So the idea, the model, the economic model of neoliberalism, which has been, forgive my spelling mistakes because it was late in the evening. I'm starting to sing them now, but it happens. Of course, it's not normal for Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών FC, this model, which of course was applied in Greece since 2010. Καθημερινή does not openly attack this model. It just says, okay, that there should be some adjustments, and I have just mentioned a few. But the very big problem, of course, is how the Greek economy is structured. Okay, so the model that the state basically controls a big part of the economy, or maybe a very big part of it, and is not a very productive and long-enduring model. In a sense, okay, we went to the political, okay. So I don't see, again, these things necessarily, excluding each other, apart from very big, things like neoliberalism as a logic. But as we will also going to see, there are things that we find very many things in common with the newspapers, despite their political affiliation, let's say. So the political sphere is divided in two slides. Okay, again, we see, for example, here, Tovima talking about immature democracy, or what is not normal is the way the political system works, which of course could be, it could be put under the same umbrella as, corruption or clientelism, because the political system that does not work also has these features. The question of justice is also very important, and if you follow Greek politics, very, very also hot potato now. So again, you will find it there. The rise of the extreme right is also a very big issue. If we go back at this time, if you remember, the Golden Dawn was a party, a neo-fascist party that was in parliament. I think the first time was 2012 elections, I think. So the rise of extreme right is a political problem. For FC, the two-party system and the alternative power of the two-party system, which of course FC implies Nea Demokratia, the right-wing party, and PASOK, socialist party, that alterated in power until 2010. Then we had the coalition governments, but they were considered as the main two political parties that hold a very great part of responsibility for Greece's economic crisis in 2010. So FC considers this two-party system a problem, whereas the other newspapers, and as we see Καθημερινή, not at all. what Kathimerini, for example, considers a problem is the electoral system of proportional representation, because it will create a fragmentation, if you like, in the parliament, which is not wanted by Kathimerini, because Kathimerini supports political stability, and political stability can basically come from governments that have a majority, for majority governments. So, what is very interesting is that we see in some opinion articles that is very clearly mentioned that the Syriza governance of 2015-2019, it's not a normal period. So it's interesting to point out, but I put it under the political non-normal things, but it's very, very clearly mentioned despite all the other things that we mentioned. But again, I don't see anybody would disagree that clientelism or any mature democracy where institution does not work or nepotism are something that, whether you're left or right, do not want to overcome. So we see a big overlap of what non-normality is considered. I have put also a social branch. Again, I see there that there's not big exclusion, right? So crisis of values, morality, we've been talking about it a lot, even today. We never stop, it's a very nice subject. We never get bored talking about it because it's always present. And normalization of mediocrity, I hope I got it right in English. Again, it was late in the evening. So this is actually a very, very also important point, which is not excluded from the crisis of values, because I'm sure we have observed that in our everyday life, social, political, social interactions, the standards have gone lower, okay, in many things, which are not, here to discuss. But, and this tends to be banalisé. We have this banalisation, as we say in French, or the normalization of lower standards in what we consider political correct, social correct, or even economically acceptable. So another big and important part is the institutional part. Why? Because again, it has to do with the structure of the society, the structure of the system, and basically it explains a bit about how the crises are born, how economic and political crisis in Greece was born, and why in many extents still a lot of issues remain open and unresolved. So inequality of citizens and politicians before the law against the justice issue comes into place. Again, for those who follow Greek politics currently, it's a very big issue how the politicians could be excluded from criminal prosecution, where ordinary citizens are not, and under which status this happens, and whether it should be changed or not, and to what extent and how. So it's a very big issue still today. The changes in the electoral law that I've seen, I have put here, I've seen pointing out, but if you remember before in the political slide, I have also mentioned Kathimerini talking about how it considers the proportional representation system not normal. The thing here, this is why I have put it under institutional, is because EFSIN wishes that the electoral law could be somehow guaranteed by the Constitution, in the sense that we see very often in Greece the electoral law changing depending on who has, depending on how a future government may be formed and how this will influence stability or majority. For example, we have this system of 50 seats in parliament bonus, which for some, when Nea Demokratia is in front in the polls, it could work well for them, but when Syriza is in front of the polls, could not work well for them. So there's a lot of changes in the electoral system which produces political instability and other, for obvious reasons. And EFSIN is pointing it out that should be changed and be seen as something that should have should stay relatively changeable and not be able to change after just a single law in the parliament. So we have also manipulation of institutions. This is also a very big subject. Καθημερινή blamed during Syriza governance, blamed the Syriza governance for manipulating justice and falsely accusing ministers and ex-ministers for scandals. Again, today we find lots of arguments about manipulation of institutions. For example, how the parliament was closed last summer in order to avoid forming an investigatory committee about certain ministers concerning only 5 minutes. So it's also a very big issue. And I will go just quickly to see what is considered normal. So again, there's a big overlap here. Healthy economy, what does it mean, healthy economy? It means reforms. What does reform mean? Not specifically mentioned. But definitely a stable economy, in their own way of saying, we agree that it's something that it's considered to be normal, okay? Again, here I'm talking about the two-party system, which for Καθημερινή is normal, provided, of course, that we know that these two parties are familiar, let's say, or all the known unknowns, let's say. Political normality also means freedom of the media, following certain right, rule of law, again a very big issue, so honest government, whatever that means. And of course, again, for Καθημερινή, stability means, political stability means majority governments. So, again, these are typical elements of democracy that nobody really could argue, whether you're left or right. From 2010 to 2019, there was also, especially in these areas, around these time periods I've described it, there was a very high polarization. So normality for Καθημερινή is where you don't have polarized eras. Now, we're not living since 2019. I wouldn't say that the Greek society is polarized. So technically, we are, there is more safety, security, less polarization, but whether that's normal or not, we can discuss it later. Again, institutional, for all three newspapers, EU membership is very, very high in what is considered to be a normal situation for Greece, despite the fact that Καθημερινή and Tovima have had accused Syriza and the ANEL government of not being European or being against Europe and the Euro. Again, I think it's more or less what we expect to find in what we describe as normal. What is very interesting to see is that although you see this overlap of mutual, let's say, to some extent understanding of what's not normal and normal, there's a high populist discourse about who is the carrier of this normality. Okay, because, stability in the system is normal, or political or economic stability is normal, but it's not. But for Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών, neoliberal economic policy is not normal, whereas for Καθημερινή, it's a policy that is accepted and we should go with it. And actually, in 2019, when Νέα Δημοκρατία was ahead in the polls, we didn't see Καθημερινή arguing against the neoliberal policy that Νέα Δημοκρατία openly said it would implement. So why I have put this here is very crucial in the study, because you see populist discourse in all of the newspapers, very, very, at the time, very, very polarized. And it affects what we said also before about how the normality and the notion of normality and the concept of normality is, yes, thank you, is cultivated, is produced by the media. So, this is a typical expression of polarization, generalization, trying to delegitimize the opponent. I'm not going to get into detail. I'm just going to see, depending on on what I presented as normal and not normal, to just set the questions of where we stand in normality today. So after the 2019 elections, for Καθημερινή and Tovima, the big period closes of crisis, which began in 2009, and they clearly set this date as a return to normality. Again, I remind you that we have a right-wing government, which is the same till today, a majority government. For Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών, it's very unclear what normality is and if we come back to some kind of normality. Why? Because when Syriza took the government in 2015, formed the government, it's presented as a historical chance. So a historical chance is something new. It cannot be normal, let's say. Okay, it's something new. And so it struggles with what is normal or not. But I've seen suggests that there have been steps to normality as it is conceived by Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών, like, going back to the European welfare state, more intervention of the state in the economy, social solidarity, more equality for everybody, civil participation. So there have been steps, I'm just finishing. There have been steps achieved through the Syriza government, but a question of back to normality remains open. So, sorry, I close my presentation, okay. Okay, so I'm not just going to say that I don't know if we can put this on or if it's my. Okay, I saved it. Okay, very quickly, just food for thought. We talked about rule of law, media freedom. After 2019, in many international ratings, Greece has not been performing well in terms of democracy, rule of law, media freedom, government accountability, and everything. So I'm done. Only in the economy, it has performed very well. And actually today, it's a celebration day because officially the European Commission has, I think, gotten Greece out of the countries that need macroeconomic attendance, whatever. So this phrase, and just done with that, I'm sure we can, argue that it could be used in many different articles from the newspapers I described, whether left or right. Even today, maybe we could see it's very, very, applicable. But it's taken from Καθημερινή just before the elections of 2019, if something says anything. So, thank you for your attention. Sorry for the time.
Thank you very much, Melina. We have agreed here to go on with the presentations and leaving the questions at the end to have more space for discussion. So the next presenter is Stefanos Pneumatikos, who will draw on the journalistic coverage of the Tempe tragedy in the Greek print media.
Hello, can we share the presentation, please? Perfect. So, first of all, I would like to warmly thank the organizers for hosting this event here in Greece. Who can declare the end of a crisis? This question lies at the heart of my presentation today. It is particularly relevant in light of the reflections of Paul Ricoeur on the concept of crisis. In a lecture delivered in 1986, Ricoeur suggested that before asking whether a crisis has ended, we should first ask whether some crises have become permanent. From this perspective, a crisis is no longer simply a temporary rupture destined to disappear. It may instead become a lasting condition that continues to shape political and social life. Declaring the end of a crisis is never a neutral act. It implies an act of interpretation. So, the aim of my presentation today is to examine how Greek print media represented the Tempi movement that emerged after the railway disaster of February 28, 2023. This topic relates to one of the central questions raised by this conference. Who possesses the authority to proclaim the end of a crisis? In Greece, the Tempi movement challenged the idea that the economic crisis of 2010 truly belonged to the past. During that decade, Greece occupied a central position in European and international media coverage. Public debate focused on public debt, economic instability, and austerity policies. These policies weakened many public services and accelerated the privatization of key sectors. One important example was the railway sector. In 2016, the Greek railway company Trenose was acquired by the Italian group Ferrovie dello Stato Italiane. In this context, the Tempi movement challenged the image of Greece as a successful post-crisis recovery story. At the same time, it revealed the profound crisis of institutional trust affecting both public authorities and the relationship between citizens and the state. Within this process, the media played a decisive role. Through their journalistic choices, what they emphasized, minimized, or ignored, they contributed either to reinforcing public anger or to normalizing the tragedy. These reflections lead us to two central research questions. How do the media construct narratives of a return to normality, symbolically signaling the end of a crisis? And to what extent did Greek print media contribute through their editorial choices and interpretative frameworks to either strengthening or marginalizing the Tempi movement? To address these questions, the presentation draws on four complementary approaches. To begin with, it mobilizes social movement theory, especially the works of Charles Tilly and Sidney Tarrow. Their work helps us understand how personal experiences and emotions can be transformed into collective action. In this sense, the Tempi movement transformed private grief into public demands for justice. For Tilly and Tarrow, a social movement is a sustained campaign of claim-making using repeated performances to make itself known to the widest possible public and relying on organizations, networks, traditions, and solidarities. From this perspective, social movements are not spontaneous outbursts of anger, but organized forms of collective action. The presentation also draws on what Umberto Eco calls fundamental principle of democratic journalism, the clear distinction between facts and opinions. In this context, narratives of a return to normality can be seen as journalistic constructions that contribute to the symbolic closure of a crisis. Furthermore, the presentation mobilizes theories of media representation, particularly the works of Walter Lippmann, who explains that individuals do not perceive reality directly, but through mediated representations, what he describes as pictures in our heads. His concept of the pseudo-environment suggests that audiences perceive events through symbolic frameworks constructed by the media. As he explains, the key problem is that people take as facts not what it is, but what they perceive to be facts. Finally, in a context of crisis, the understanding of events depends not only on the accumulation of facts, but also on the narratives through which those facts are organized. This is the point developed by Paul Venn when he challenges the idea of objective historical facts. As he writes, facts exist only within the plots that give them their relative importance according to the human logic of drama. The analysis focuses on 3 Greek newspapers, η Καθημερινή, τα Νέα and το Βήμα. It also examines statements made by political actors concerning the demands expressed by the Tempi movement. It combines 2 analytical criteria. The first is thematic and examines how newspapers represented the movement demands. The second is chronological and follows 3 phases: the emergence of the movement, the period of mass mobilizations, and later commemorative moments when the movement re-entered public debate. The chronology of the tragedy. On the evening of February 28, 2023, a passenger train operated by Hellenic Train departed from Athens toward Thessaloniki. Due to a critical coordinator error, the train remained on the wrong track for approximately 12 minutes. At the same time, a freight train was traveling on the same line, coming from the opposite direction. The head-on collision occurred shortly before midnight. The first wagons derailed, and a massive fireball erupted. 57 people, most of them young students, lost their lives, while more than 80 passengers were seriously injured. However, the tragedy did not end there. Before dawn, excavation and landfill operations had already begun at the crash site, despite the presence of crucial evidence. This intervention became the subject of judicial investigation. Victims' families immediately accused the government of attempting to conceal the real causes of the disaster. Only a few hours after the collision, Prime Minister declared, "Everything indicates that the tragedy was caused mainly by tragic human error." This initial interpretation rapidly framed the disaster as an isolated mistake, rather than as the consequence of broader structural failures. A few days before the collision, Transport Minister Karamanlis had rejected criticism concerning railway safety. After the disaster, he promised that nothing would be hidden and that all causes would be investigated. These contradictory statements intensified public distrust toward political authorities. 1 week after the tragedy, a broad social movement began to emerge. Thousands of students, families, and citizens gathered in Athens and other Greek cities, demanding transparency and justice. The movement became closely associated with the slogan, "Call me when you arrive." After the collision, this ordinary phrase acquired a tragic meaning because many parents were waiting for a phone call that never came. As a result, the expression was transformed into a collective symbol of grief. Greek newspapers adopted different approaches in their coverage of the demonstrations that took place on March 8, 2023. Η Καθημερινή emphasized the scale of the mobilization. Τα Νέα focused on electoral consequences. το βήμα highlighted disengagement and abstention. Although all three newspapers reported on the demonstrations, none devoted attention to the movement's social dynamics. Initially, media coverage focused on the causes of the disaster. Later, newspapers referred only occasionally to the evolution of judicial investigations. Social media played a decisive role in maintaining the movement over time. Several hashtags became central to the movement, including hashtag Tembi, hashtag It Was Not an Accident, and hashtag Justice for Tembi. These slogans emphasized the fact that the tragedy was not the result of a bad luck, but of long-term political and institutional failures. At the same time, testimonies shared by survivors, particularly young passengers, were circulated widely, while documentaries helped preserve the ethical dimension of the tragedy. Together, these forms of public memory helped keep the movement alive despite declining media attention. In January 2025, new audio and video recordings became public. They captured the final moments of passengers during the collision and the fire that followed. The material spread rapidly across social media and triggered a wave of public anger. The climax came on February 28, 2025, during one of the largest demonstrations in modern Greek history. The phrase, "I have no oxygen," the final words of a young woman trapped inside the burning train, became a powerful symbol. The movement quickly acquired a transnational dimension. Demonstrations took place not only in Athens, but also in London, Paris, Brussels, Melbourne, and other cities. A strong student movement also emerged. Through slogans, poems, and songs, young people expressed not only solidarity with the victims, but also a profound sense of identification with them. For the first time, newspapers devoted extensive attention to the movement. Η Καθημερινή published analysis from scholars examining the public expressions of social anger. Τα νέα described the human river of demonstrators. Το βήμα presented the event as a turning point for the history of the country. This was the first and so far the only moment when Greek print media extensively covered not only the movement demands, but also its historical dimension. Between March and June 2025, media coverage became increasingly technical. Newspapers and television channels focused on expert disagreements concerning the possible presence of flammable materials on the freight train. This highly specialized coverage marginalized the ethical and political dimension of the tragedy. Fundamental questions remained insufficiently addressed. How is human life protected in a state unable to guarantee the safety of its infrastructures? Why did political confrontation overshadow ethical accountability? And to what extent did the media highlight the testimonies of survivors and victims' families? To summarize, media coverage of the Tembi movement evolved through several distinct stages. Initially, attention focused on mass demonstration and social anger. Later, media attention shifted toward electoral consequences and political calculations. Between April 2023 and January 2025, coverage concentrated on the investigation into the causes of the fireball that erupted after the collision and burned passengers who had initially survived. Herman and Chomsky explain how the media often choose to focus on a single, isolated aspect of a complex event that can create an illusion of understanding by presenting information in technical forms. In the case of the Tempe Railway tragedy, the ethical dimension has been marginalized. Rather than concentrating on the public demand for justice, media highlighted expert disagreements concerning the causes of the fire that broke out after the train collision. Finally, 2 years after the tragedy, the publication of audio recordings in January 2025, capturing the final moments of passengers, proved decisive in reigniting public anger, leading to one of the largest demonstrations in modern Greek history. Although media coverage became extensive, it remained short-lived. Within days, attention shifted again toward technical investigations. The cry "have no oxygen," heard from inside the burning train carriages, was transformed into a collective demand for truth, justice, and respect for human life. Its circulation differed between print media and social media. Although newspapers extensively covered the demonstration on February 28, 2025, none placed this phrase prominently on their front pages. On the other hand, on social media, the phrase acquired emotional and political importance. The circulation of the hashtag "I have no oxygen" played a decisive role in highlighting the ethical dimension of the tragedy. Those ideas bring us back to the central question of this presentation: who has the authority to define the end of a crisis? The idea of a return to normality is not a neutral description of reality, but a narrative construction. To conclude, I would like to show two photographs from the silent gathering that took place in Syntagma Square the day after the tragedy. Alongside these images, I have chosen a quotation by Manos Hatzidakis, one of the most emblematic figures of modern Greek culture. I believe his words summarize the central conclusion of this presentation. Η μορφή του τέρατος είναι αποκρουστική. Όταν όμως το πρόσωπο του τέρατος πάψει να μας τρομάζει, τότε πρέπει να φοβόμαστε. Γιατί αυτό σημαίνει ότι έχουμε αρχίσει να του μοιάζουμε. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefane. So we can move now to the next presenter, Martina Pepa, who is drawing on Twitter as a new alternative space for public deliberation, where it has a case study, the murder of Pavlos Fissas. Martina, the floor is yours.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to add my own congratulations to all those who contributed to the organization of this conference. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here with you today to present my work titled Twitter as a New Alternative Space for Public Deliberation, the murder of Pavlos Fissas as a case study. For the French student, I would like to mention that Pavlos Fissas was a Greek anti-fascist rapper who was murdered by a member of the far-right Golden Dawn party in 2013. So the statement of the problem is clearly reflected in the statement articulated by poster Mark. According to him, the age of the public sphere as a face-to-face talk is clearly over. The question of democracy must henceforth take into account new forms of computer-mediated discourse. Based on that, we can say that the history of the public sphere can be better understood as a process of mediatization. As societies have evolved, the public sphere has gradually shifted from community-based forms of organization to media-centered modes of communication. In this context, new media have become integral to both the constitution and the governance of collective life, shaping public discourse, social relations, and collective identities. From the Battle of Seattle to the Greek riots in December 2008, we move on to the Arab Spring. the Occupy Wall Street movement, the case of Indignados in Greece, Spain and other Mediterranean countries, the case of the Greek referendum, and as it was mentioned previously, the Tempe mobilization. All these examples represent emblematic cases in which the internet and social media function as crucial platforms for the promotion, organization, and coordination of collective action and political mobilization. So the aim of the current research is to examine the contribution of new media to the evolution of contemporary social movements, and more specifically, the current study investigates the dynamics of Twitter, of X, as a new alternative space for public deliberation in order to explore the prospects of digital political communication. The murder of Pavlos Fyssas, as I mentioned, is used as a case study. The assassination of Pavlos Fyssas by a member of Golden Dawn in 2013 was selected because it was one of the first incidents in Greece in which a crime with clear political and ideological dimensions received enormous dissemination through social networks. At this point, I would like to mention that this event, referring to the murder of Pavlos Fyssas, did not lead to the formation of a distinct and a new social movement. Rather, it triggered the emergence of various anti-racist and anti-fascist movements, most of which already existed prior to the member. The relationship between internet, social media, and social movements is by no means a novel concern within the academic communities. Previous studies have already examined this relationship. However, the importance of this study stems from the particularities of Greek society during this specific period of time. So, more specifically, the assassination of Pavlos Fyssas took place during a time when Greece was experiencing a severe and a multidimensional crisis, an economic, political, and social crisis. So in 2013, Greece was confronted with enormous changes. The economic crisis led, of course, to the political crisis and, by extension, to a social crisis. The political system collapsed. It was observed the collapse of the long-standing two-party system. We were confronted with coalition governments, and of course, we cannot neglect the strengthening of the extremes, with the notable example of Golden Dawn party, far-right party, entering the parliament. So during a period of pivotal transformations, the examination of dynamics of social media in the field of collective action, collective and political action, acquires renewed importance, and understanding how digital platforms, mobilization, and public discourse and citizen participation as well in such a context, in such a specific context, it's essential for interpreting the evolution of contemporary social movements in Greece. So, moving into the theoretical framework, and given that the relationship between new media and contemporary social movements is found in the core of the current study, it's essential to clarify these two terms. So as you can see, new media are digital media. They constitute products of the information society. They belong to the transmedia communication model. They are asynchronous and globalized, since the internet has come in order to abolish the concept of time and space. New media are interactive media. They enhance the participatory culture. They are mass yet personalized. And according to Henry Jenkins, they can be characterized as convergent media. On the other hand, contemporary, we have previously social movement has been defined. So here in this chart, we can observe, in this chart, we can observe the main characteristics of contemporary social movements, which distinguish them from the traditional movements. So the contemporary social movements are products of the information society again. The actors are not determined by their social class. the demands are non-material. Contemporary social movements can be characterized as international movements. Technology plays a dominant role as a tool for information and coordination. And last but not least, there is a dichotomy between individual action and collective identity. Moving further into the theoretical background, previous studies have examined the social dimension of social media. Here you can see the theoretical perspectives that offer contrasting interpretation of the role of social media in contemporary society, highlighting both their positive potential as well as their limitation as tools for political participation and social change. Sirki and Papaharisi adapt an optimistic point of view. They mentioned that social media can enhance the freedom of speech, while Papaharisi mentioned the idealization of individualization. On the other hand, Dean, Gladwell, and Morozov support that social media do not challenge the political status quo, while Morozov referred to the phenomenon of slacktivism, which in turn refer to the illusion of political participation through low-cost online actions and reactions. So taking everything into account, the main research question is trying to understand what is the relationship between social media engagement and participation in collective action and social movements activities, and how can this relationship be theoretically and empirically explained. In order to understand in order to answer this research question, the triangulation of the research method was implemented. Secondary data sources combined with quantitative data as well as qualitative data. So here in this table, the research design is summarized. A quantitative approach was initially a quantitative approach was adapted through the use of an online structured questionnaire. 297 answers were collected, and subsequently the critical discourse analysis was also implemented. 4,905 tweets were collected, and the final sample consists of 245 tweets that was examined through the implementation of critical discourse analysis, focusing on the mechanism of person addiction, speech acts, modality, and the mechanism of evaluation. And in order to strengthen the validity and the reliability of the findings, 10 in-depth semi-structured interviews were conducted with active social media users. So moving on into the results section, here you can find the main findings that are associated with the quantitative approach. So the results identify a significant relationship between social media engagement and participation in collective action and social movements activity. However, engagement in the public spheres appears to be shaped primarily by qualitative rather than quantitative criteria. That means that longer exposure to the internet and social media does not automatically predict active citizenship. The degree of civic engagement is associated with how users take advantage of the affordances, functional affordances of the digital media. And the key predictors include the content published, the main purpose of the publication, and the motivations for account creation. For example, users who primarily publish informational rather than entertainment-oriented content and seek to inform or to raise awareness or to mobilize other peoples were found to be more socially and politically active. Take into account the theory of convergent media culture, we need to add that individuals who move beyond information consumption and actively contribute information dissemination demonstrate also higher level of civic engagement. Here, the main findings of the critical discourse analysis are summarized. So the results indicate that through digital discourse, users construct their social identity and articulate their position toward public events, and in this case, toward the murder of Pavlos Fyssas. The language functions, digital discourse functions as a mechanism through which the ideological orientation become not only visible, but also negotiated. And social media operates as spaces of civic identity formation. And based on the semi-structured interviews, the majority of the participants focus on the importance of information practices. Here you can see a phrase, information constitutes the first stage, action may follow. So the active citizen should be, first of all, a well-informed citizen. The results indicate a detachment of participation and collectivity from established political and institutional structures, and participants confirm that they make use of social media to monitor collective action and assess information that is not sufficiently covered by traditional media. And at the same time, social media emerged as a primary communication channel among the actors. I'm going to skip this part, and now we're going to talk about the media and the return to normality and how we can combine this case with the main subject of today's conference. So the assassination of Pavlos Fyssas, as I mentioned, took place during a time when Greece was engulfed in a severe multidimensional crisis, economic crisis, political, and of course, social crisis. So the findings of this research demonstrate that social media platforms acted as a powerful catalyst for the emergence and evolution of contemporary social movements, offering unprecedented speed of mobilization, horizontal organization, and global visibility. A striking illustration of this dynamic that was also presented previously by Mr. Stefanos Pneumatikos is the massive and sustained mobilization that followed the Tempe train disaster in February 2023. What began as a national tragedy rapidly transformed into one of the largest protest movements in Greece in the recent decades, largely organized, amplified, and sustained through social media platforms. Hashtags such as Tempe, Δικαιοσύνη για τα Tempe, Justice for Tempe, coupled with the real new-time circulation of videos and calls to action, enabled the coordination of nationwide demonstration across hundreds of cities and maintained public pressure long after the event. However, in taking into account the Tempe example, the significance of social media is not confined to the period of crisis itself. As society enters, as Greek society enters the phase of return to normality, these platforms do not revert to a pre-crisis role. On the contrary, they have already reshaped the structures of the public sphere by establishing new patterns of political action, transforming the relationship between social movements, traditional media, and institution, and at the same time, they develop an hybrid communication reality in which normality itself entails a permanent state of readiness for digital mobilization. So the transition from crisis to normality does not therefore signal the decline of social media roles in social movements, but rather their transformation into a new element, into a new structural element of the new normal, of the new normality. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And for the next presentation, we stay in the digital context, but we are going back to the case of Tempe. Let me invite Dimitris Elafropoulos. Dimitri, you can use my space here.
Έχω HDMI να συνδέσω κατευθείαν, αν θέλετε. Και μπορώ να το δώσω το λάπτοπ κατευθείαν πάνω, συγγνώμη για την καθυστέρηση. Για να το... Λασάκι δεν έχω, εύκαιρο. Δεν έχετε. Ναι. Απλά την έχω online, γι' αυτό λέω, εδώ, μέσα στο παράθυρο.
Want. Okay, maybe to take more time for the preparation. Okay, okay. Okay, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. I have to say that the preparation was immaculate for this conference. And I would like to take this chance to congratulate the whole team, but congratulate to the audience members as well, who are very patient and brave to be here with us. Okay, so can you project the presentation? Kara Dimitriou. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so the title of my presentation is Intentionally Quiet, I would say. When the waters recede, silence returns. The two photographs that you see on this slide are taken from the same Thessalian landscape 1 year apart. And I would say they frame everything I want to say today. On the left, September 2023, the acute phase. The cameras are there, the helicopters fly low, the country is briefly paying attention. On the lower photograph, September 2024, 1 year later, the water is gone, the cameras are gone, a single man stands in a field that used to be productive. No impressive headlines, no live broadcast. So my argument today is that the distance between the two photographs is not a natural fact. It is a journalistic construction, and that construction has practical and political consequences. So Storm Daniel in September 2023 was the most severe rainfall event in recorded Greek history. For 3 days, the Thessalian plain, the agricultural heart of the country, became an inland sea. But the question that drives this research is not what happened during those 3 days. It is what happened after. Crises do not end when the rain stops. They end when somebody, usually a journalist, announces that they have ended. So let me briefly outline the problematic here in 4 points. First, the so-called return to normality is not a natural conclusion to a disaster. It is a journalistic and political construction. Second, we are dealing with two conflicting narratives running in parallel. A national, technocratic narrative that closes the crisis, and a local, lived narrative in which the trauma continues. Third point is that the main research question I would try to answer goes as follows. How is the end of the crisis framed by national and local media after 1 year after Daniel? And the fourth point here is the aim of the research project, which is not simply to describe these framings, but the aim is to expose what I call violent normalization as a mechanism of silencing. So before we look at the theory, let me give you the numbers, because the scale of Daniel is essential to understanding the scale of the silence that followed. Okay, so between the 4th and the 8th of September 2023, in the village of Zagora on Mountain Pelion, 1,096 millimeters of rain fell over 3 days. That is 2.5 times the annual rainfall of Athens. 720,000 hectares of Thessaly were under water. The flood exceeded what hydrologists call the Millennium Scenario, the once in a 1,000 years event for the Pineos River Basin. Officially, 17 human deaths and 229,000 dead animals, 17,000 house inspections, 439 homes declared red, which means uninhabitable. The estimated cost climbed in 3 jumps, from 1.5 billion euros to 2.5 billion and to 3.5 billion. These are the numbers from the event time of Daniel. So here is the core contrast we found in this study. The event is dramatic, the event is measurable, the event is photogenic, and it's perfect for journalism. The recovery process that follows is slow, it is invisible, it is non-newsworthy, almost the opposite of what journalism knows how to do. One concrete examples appear at the bottom of this slide. Government press releases describe Thessaly as being shielded. Meanwhile, in the field, and I'm quoting a Tachydromos Magnesias headline from November 2025, 100 families are still waiting for compensation, 2.5 years later after the flood. So we have side by side 2 times the time of the press release and the time of the family. The first ends and the second does not. To understand this contrast, I use 3 theoretical approaches. The first is Jocelyn Arquenbourg distinction between evenement rapture, the dramatic occurrence that breaks normality, and the processus, the long, the silent process that does not register as news. Arquenbourg's central claim is that the end of a crisis is not self-evident. It has to be journalistically constructed before it is accepted as a fact. The second tradition is Hortet, Renaud, and Tarragoni's recent work, published in 2023. Their central thesis is that naming, whether saying we are in a crisis or the crisis is over, is an exercise of power. Whoever names the exit from the crisis also defines the new limits of what is politically possible. The consequence is stark. The return to normality is a media narrative, not an empirical reality. And the third tradition is the framing analysis. Robert Entman, with his 4 classic functions of a frame, and Van Gorp, with the idea that culture provides a reservoir of available frames from which journalists select. So based on these theories, I identified 2 main frames at the heart of this study. On the left, administrative normality, linear time with the next day, state officials and experts as speakers, a vocabulary of shielding, flood prevention works, funding, and modernization as terms. Causality is attributed to climate change, but in abstract terms. Solutions are technocratic, dams, and consultancy plans. Emotions are related to optimism and pride. On the right hand, you see lived trauma, cyclical time without closure, victims, farmers, and residents as speakers, a vocabulary of mud, compensation that never came, the forgotten, and of course, causality here is attributed to administrative negligence, specific and political. Solutions are political, accountability, change of priorities. And emotions are related to anger, despair, and mourning. Here is the connection to my main idea. Rob Nixon, in 2011, coined the term slow violence, a slow, invisible violence without a single dramatic event. And in 2020, Zizanowski theorized normalization as a distinct media practice. In 2023, Van der Kekov and colleagues identified practices that conceal violence, fatalistic normalization, and daunting managerialism. To put it simply, administrative normality is what slow violence looks like when it is reported in the news. So, to summarize the research questions, number one, here we have which frames dominate during the acute phase at the anniversary of the 1 year. Number two question, how do the frames differ across the pro-government press, the opposition, and the regional press? Number three, which sources does each newspaper use? And number four, to what extent is violent normalization visible 1 year later? For our methodology, we used quantitative content analysis within a framing analytical lens, drawing on Ettman's 4 functions of a frame, and Van Gorp's constructionist approach, complemented by an interpretive qualitative reading of selective anchor articles. So here is the sampling procedure. I don't have so much time to describe the whole procedure, but you can see the final corpus, which consists of 186 articles from 3 newspapers, 2 periods, and these are analyzed based on 46 coded variables. We did the reliability test, of course. And let me briefly describe you some of the findings, of course. When we look at which frame dominates, the same disaster is told in 3 completely different ways. Καθημερινή is related to a balance split. 20 articles focus on administrative normality, 20 on lived trauma. I interpret this as a careful ambiguity. The reference newspaper seems balanced, but it removes the blame in this event. Εφημερίδα των συντακτών completely breaks this pattern. The dominant frame is an accountability institutional failure frame. And the last newspaper, which is the local newspaper, Ταχυδρόμος Μαγνησίας, is related to a strong presence of administrative normality, but it coexists closely with lived trauma. So does the narrative change 1 year later? Overall, no. But within each newspaper, the shifts are interesting to be discussed. Καθημερινή leans slightly towards trauma at the anniversary. In εφημερίδα των συντακτών, normality completely disappears. We have 0 article of administrative normality at the anniversary of 1 year. And the local newspaper, Ταχυδρόμος Μαγνησίας, keeps a stable ratio, but a much lower volume. The frame name remains the same, but the arguments supporting normality start to weaken at the 1 year anniversary. So we arrive at the study's most politically significant finding, causal attribution. Who is to blame is the question. In Καθημερινή, attribution is heavily depoliticized. 24 articles cite not stated, and 15 articles blame a natural phenomenon or act of God. In εφημερίδα των συντακτών, we see a split between systemic failure and nature. Political critic and climate framing coexist in this case. And in the local newspaper Tachydromos Magnesias, 48 articles blame inadequate or delayed flood control works, and 13 articles point to the central government. This reflects a focus on practical governmental responsibility observed directly on the ground. Let me briefly explain the word choices as well. Καθημερινή uses a dual vocabulary approach, high use of both administrative words, like works are progressing, and trauma words, like the pain continues. Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών, on the other hand, uses the strongest accountability vocabulary, but Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών is 8 times more assertive in demanding answers than the other two newspapers in a combination. What about the official voices, whose voice is heard? Official voices dominate everywhere in the three newspapers of the sample. But notice the paradox that the more the authorities speak, the less the media talk about responsibility, unless the newspaper actively chooses to break that rule. So, in the acute phase, 65% of articles do not claim that things are back to normal. The crisis speaks for itself. At the anniversary of 1 year, arguments against normality rise sharply. Flood survivors reject the government's narrative. FSIN prints no article claiming full normality at the anniversary. Return to normality is not a physical state. It is a claim that is either supported or challenged. At the 1 year mark, the illusion of normality begins to show its cracks. So now let me summarize the findings. The same flood produces three narrative regimes, I would say. Καθημερινή is related to ambiguity as a rule. The event is acknowledged, but responsibility is removed. Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών focuses on politicization as a frame. The event is seen, is described as a symptom of a governance crisis. And Tachydromos Magnesias, which is the local newspaper, pays attention to materiality as a witness. Responsibility is written on the landscape itself. Greek journalism as a whole distributes invisible and visible floods. Some become a crisis, others become normality, and others become delayed public works. So, for conclusion, here I want to leave this argument on the table. The framing analysis reveal 4 silences that serve to obscure the reality of the disaster. The silence, first of all, the silence of climate change. 4% of articles only, in 4% of articles, Daniel is reported as weather, not as a climate. Second, the silence of institutional continuity. Almost no article connects Daniel to the previous Ianos flood of 2020. Third, the silence of working memory. Farmers appear as flood survivors, but not as professionals who lost their means of production. The damage is treated as a moral issue, not an economic one. And fourth, the silence of accountability. Even at the 1 year anniversary, explicit demands for accountability do not increase. When the waters recede, silence returns, and this silence has a specific underlying structure. Certain names are simply never articulated. Of course, there are limitations to this study, but I would like to close with a quote written by Wittgenstein, who writes that whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. This is usually read as a philosophical limit on what human language can do. I want to suggest a different reading for journalism studies. The real issue in journalism is not what we cannot speak about, it is what we choose not to speak about. When the waters recede, the silence that returns is not the silence of the unspeakable, it is the silence of the unspoken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Achillea. And after missing the chance to introduce my colleague Achilleas and his poetic title, let me invite again Dimitris here to talk about the digital context and tempi.
Έχω κάποιο pointer που για τα slides καλημέρα, καλησπέρα σε όλους σας, σε όλες σας, σε όλα τα άτομα που βρίσκονται σήμερα εδώ. I kickstart today's presentation in Greek, since Pantheon is my home. Βρίσκομαι ανάμεσα σε πολύ αγαπημένα πρόσωπα και νιώθω πολύ χαρούμενος για τη σημερινή παρουσίαση, γιατί το αντικείμενο για το οποίο θα σας μιλήσω το διερευνήσαμε με τον Νίκο Σμυρναίο στην Τουλούζ. Ξεκίνησε από εκεί αυτή τη διαδρομή και συνεχίζει μέχρι σήμερα, οπότε έχει και μια έτσι προσωπική και ένα προσωπικό αποτύπωμα. So, today I will speak about the digital counter-narratives and the contestation on Greek social media. We have examined the case of Tempe railway disaster along with my mentor Nikos Smirneos. Okay, it works. The Tempe tragedy, to the Greek audience, it's quite familiar what has happened before 3 years. For the audience from abroad, I will give you some context. So it's a devastating collision between a passenger and a freight train in Tempe, Greece, in Thessaly, which resulted in 57 fatalities, triggering unprecedented national outrage. This train crash destabilized the political landscape and captured the attention of both the traditional mainstream media and the social media platforms for several weeks, I would say for several years. So we have examined how this big tragedy was perceived on social media compared to the traditional media. The mainstream media, they echoed the official government narrative, attributing the crash to a human error, anthropino lathos in Greek, which erupted powerful alternative discourses, contesting the official explanation and demanding systemic accountability. So, some things about theory. The framing theory, this is familiar to in journalism studies and in media studies. It has to do on how something like a big issue, a major issue, it takes place on mainstream media. And we also we have examined how it has been contested on social media platforms according to Livingstone. So these online controversies, these online discussions, they emerge as a web sphere, according to Schneider and Foote. A web sphere is a set of freely accessible digital resources spread over the web, which refer to a specific event or a theme. So it functions in terms of temporality. Web spheres are part of a larger digital public sphere, according, of course, to Habermas, that is platformized. And Smirneos and Besnet, they have focused on how this platformized digital public sphere is at the same time centralized and fragmented. So, this platformized public sphere, according to Nikos Smirneos and Besnet, has two functions, has a dual effect. At the same time, it is centralized, intermediaries accumulate massive power over the public discourse, And at the same time, it's fragmented. The algorithms sort users into isolated echo chambers, and they construct the so-called filter bubbles. So, we have examined our data on Twitter. Now it's called X. Twitter, and what happened there in this digital public space as a counter-narrative. Despite the platform constraints, Twitter's, back in the day, open architecture facilitated the rapid formation of ad hoc web spheres during crisis. So it served, I use past tenses because now it works in a different way, as a critical, ephemeral arena where marginalized voices and citizens can articulate counter-publics, according to Fraser, to challenge and destabilize the dominant narrative. So, Twitter, compared to other digital platforms, it has a different architecture. It had a different architecture, an open architecture. So it worked, it was quite popular for political communication. The demographic characteristics of Twitter were that the users on Twitter was the overrepresentation of high levels of education and high degree of political engagement, according to Boyadian. So some research questions. What did really happen in the online debate? Which were the main actors and communities that discussed regarding the Tempe train crash, and what were the main topics discussed and arguments mobilized? Also, the big question always here is what happens in the offline space, where or was a long-term political impact of these counter-narratives. Our methodology, along with Nikos Myrneos, was 3 steps. It was first step to collect the data, second step to do some social network analysis, and third step to do discourse analysis or lexicometric analysis, as you mentioned, Nikos. Our research methodology, here we dive into how we collected our data. We used API and the tool called Forcat from Bora and Reader, and we extracted almost 400,000 tweets using the key term Tempe. Then we did social network analysis using Gephi or Zephi in France, and the Forced Atlas algorithm to map the interactions between the users, revealing these communities based on their political homophily according to theory. And the last step was to do some discourse analysis to extract the themes of each community. Here is maybe the most important image of the discussion in the digital public space. This is the web sphere of what we discussed on Twitter regarding Tempe. Here you see a graph, an angrafo, where the edges represent the users and the nodes, the lines, they represent the interaction. The communities, the different communities that you can see here, are identified in Twitter networks, and they correspond to opinion or affinity groups. So we have put different colors to each group to identify the differences. Let's look closer. Here we have a group of the accounts who supported and correlated politically with Syriza, with the Greek Communist Party and the non-parliamentary left community parties, and we also have New Democracy, the government party, on the right of the graph. What really happens in this graph? So, if we analyze this image, this social network, we see that there is an extreme polarization. On the one side, the New Democracy accounts, the accounts who correlate with New Democracy, the governmental party, they are on the right, they are on the edge, and they discuss with each other. They don't discuss with the other digital users. So this network reveals an asymmetrical digital public sphere dominated by political polarization. Also, a massive unified anti-government bloc commands the center, driving to primary discourse. We have some pro-government accounts formed an isolated peripheral cluster on the right, avoiding the direct engagement with the broader debate. And something that I would like to mention is also the satirized critique, a distinct subcluster successfully utilized memes and humor to critique the state narratives. Here is the content of the debate. Here is the discourse of this public debate. We have two different big narratives. On the one hand, we have the pro-government narrative, which focuses on the human error, human mistake, as the main cause of the train crash. On the right, we have a big debate on why. Why did this happen? Here, on the one hand, the pro-government accounts, they have reproduced the media, the mainstream media coverage and governmental narratives, highlighting the personal mistake, and they concealed the broader context and the political causes. So we have somehow depoliticization. And on the other side, we do have a big community which discusses the allocation of the responsibilities and the analysis of the causes, the government and the PM's responsibilities, the criminal dimensions and emotionally charged collocations, and demonstrations at the streets. So, on the one hand, we do have the hegemonic discourse, and on the other hand, we do have the anti-hegemonic discourse. The dominant narrative focuses on the human error, focuses extensively on the individual liability, προσωπική ευθύνη, ατομική ευθύνη in Greek. It's very popular the last 7 years in Greece. Personal liability and the legal proceedings of the station master, attempted to depoliticize the event through a rhetoric of national mourning and passive grief. On the other hand, we have a blame on the systemic state-level failures, privatization of the trains, abandoned. We are here, excuse me for that. On the other hand, we do have the state-level failures frame the incident as a state crime, as a crime. And also, we have critique towards police repression during the demonstrations. A very interesting part of our research is the correlation of communities and discourses, which was the narrative of each community. So the far-right community criticized government and PM Kyriakos Mitsotakis with emotional discourse, emotionally charged discourse. The Syriza community against PM, it was against PM and Transport Minister specifically, Kostas Karamanlis. The Kukue community, the Communist Party in Greece, highlighted the demonstrations and the police violence at the streets. And finally, the pro-government community reproduced the dominant narrative of a personal mistake. So, the left, extra-parliamentary community, they focus on systemic blame and protest. The right-wing opposition, they have a populist discourse, anti-governmental rhetoric. The satirical accounts, they have a systemic critique using humor, memes. Very interesting research is on the meme culture and the memes as a counter-narrative regarding the Tempe train crash. And the pro-government accounts, they focused on the human error, and I would like to stress this, the depoliticized grief. So, the matter here is how the counter-narrative, the digital communities in the digital public space, in the digital public sphere, in the platformized digital public sphere, how they repoliticized this crisis. Is this a political matter or not? This is the big question. So from grief to action. The Twitter facilitated a massive repoliticization of the tragedy, transforming initial public grief into organized political mobilization. Also, very important is the moral weight. The vocal presence of victims' families injected profound moral authority into the counter-narrative, preventing it from being dismissed as a mere partisan bickering. And the offline translation of these digital narratives, of these digital movements. This online digital activism successfully spilled over into the physical world, sustaining some of the largest mass demonstrations in the recent Greek history. Some conclusions. I would like to focus here to the political results of these narratives. The big picture is the polarization among the users in the digital platforms. The vast majority of the users criticized the government practices and underlined the long-term political implications of this train crash. The government supporters, on the other side, they were isolated. This confirms other similar case studies, such as the debate around COVID-19, where social media allowed for the politicization of events and counter-dominant discourses to develop, according to Smirneos and Tsiboukis. Nevertheless, such a movement of public opinion based on social media, very rapid and massive, did not produce any concrete political results. After this train tragedy, New Democracy, they won the elections, right? What happened? There was no political organization able to translate this big tragedy and the digital counter-narratives into a political alternative, as happened with Syriza and Indignados in the past. So this is inherent of social media movements without offline organization that makes them politically impotent. So I would like to mention finally the digital arenas of contestation. So these social media platforms, they can operate as highly contested arenas where the citizens can put their counter-narratives. Also, there is a connective action. The train tragedy exemplifies how networked publics, according to Castells, utilize connective action to demand transparency and institutional accountability against prevailing media bias, and as counter-publics, according to Fraser. So this also, it's worth mentioning the algorithmic vulnerability, how the visibility of these democratic discourses remains highly vulnerable to platform architecture, especially nowadays, where the algorithmic mediation and ownership changes. Twitter is so different today with the ownership of Elon Musk. And organizing up this true political change requires organization mechanisms capable of translating digital counter-narratives into structured, offline political alternatives. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have time now, probably 20 minutes, because we started a bit late, for questions. Let me start first with Melina, because she has to leave. So I have a comment reflection. If you would elaborate a bit on your study. You mentioned a lot about normality, non-normality. So I wonder to what extent there is a specific typology criteria about defining them. I mean, you refer to some issues like stability, polarization. And the other one is how do you evaluate them?
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned, it's a work in progress. So basically, it's very raw what I presented, and it needs a lot of work. So these pollings are very valid. It needs to be better codified and develop this typology of normality, of non-normality. But I think I gave some idea of what this could contain as elements, but it definitely needs to be more, clearly put in categories and therefore like a framework. And of course, this will go hand in hand with how it's going to be evaluated. So it's a very preliminary work. There's a lot of other articles that need to be researched and worked. But the pattern that I presented seems to be valid as a start. Okay, but definitely it's something that needs to be improved. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's see if we have from the audience any question for Melina in specific, because she has to leave, and then we can, yes, please.
Thank you for all the presentation. My question is not only for Melina, but I think she can also contribute to answer. Because I think we agree with your presentation about the fact that post-crisis, it's an interpretation, it's also polymorphous as a concept, so like different people and institutions trying to create narratives. My question is more about like the fact if you in your research studied about justice and law, because I think most part of the things, Melina in her presentation, some part of the things could be considered as illegal, like nepotism or corruption and stuff. So, and in your other, also in Tempe or the coverage by media, you talk about like technocratic or administrative frames. And I was wondering also if like law and justice, it's a frame for media to cover, and how you articulate the time for justice. We like most part of like it's long, and the media time, it's really like more on the moment. So how we can also articulate these two times of like treating the same crisis in post-crisis situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's see if we have reflections from the panel.
Okay, let me start. Thank you. It's the justice. The question about justice and law. It's very valid, of course, in this time frame of when justice is attributed versus to media time. Of course, it's very legitimate. What I would consider maybe as putting like justice in a frame in media discourse would be, for example, if we take the Tempe example, not to rush on conclusions about human mistake or how to frame, the tragedy, but maybe ask questions about the accountability of politicians, about the law or the justice system or the laws that prevent or allow for criminal prosecution of politicians. It's a very big question and discussion about the Constitution Article 86, I think that does not allow for criminal prosecution of politicians under certain circumstances. So it's a very big matter, and it has been a very big matter since we can talk about. But no constitutional change or constitutional parliament has touched upon this. So this is where everybody, it's a very valid base of discussion or of addressing questions of normality, if you like, concerning how justice is attributed and quality of all citizens, including politicians, before the law. So I would start there, and maybe the other panelists can comment on that. So we didn't see too much, as far as I can remember, too much media, attention on how this can work. And of course, there's also, this legal justice, and this is moral justice. For example, the Minister of Transport, Karamanlis, who, as Pneumatikos Stefanos said, that before the tragedy, he assured before the parliament there's no problem of security whatsoever in the railway system. And after a week, we had the Tempe tragedy. And after that, he was elected as, in the elections that follow, he was elected as, again, in the parliament. So, moral justice would maybe be from the part of Nea Demokratia that you would not run for the place, okay, just to, to keep the, some balances. But no, he did run and he got elected, which is also very important in terms of moral crisis and the discussion we had and how this affects society. Maybe I talk too much, okay, I will send it there.
Give the floor to other members who would like to add something.
Thanks for the question. Regarding my subject, I would say that the law aspect is quite absent, maybe due to the fact that we have to do with a physical phenomenon, but and due to the fact that here we have a kind of fatalistic normalization in the case of Daniel Storm. What I mean is that they present the fact as, okay, it's a physical phenomenon, so things are how they are. We cannot change it. We cannot predict such a phenomenon, so the accountability cannot be attributed to the political actors. And the only exception is the opposition newspaper, which tries to articulate the institutional voices, but at the same time, the journalists criticize them. But there is a kind of violent normalization to be described, so the law aspect does not exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Achille. I think there is a question Nikos wanted to ask. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentations of the panel that gave a panorama of the, let's say, catastrophic last decade in Greece, which is, okay, what we've been through. My observation, this is more of an observation, it's a methodological observation, because I noticed that in the whole empirical studies that we saw, they were basically focused either on X, Twitter X, either or daily newspapers, and especially Athenian national newspapers, except for the example of Magnesia. So I was wondering, I'm included in this observation because we studied the X with Dimitris. I'm wondering if there is also a bias there and a tropism by social scientists when we try to understand the public sphere in a country or the social situation in a country. And this tropism is related to either availability of data, either our proper bias upon what is legitimate information. Because when I was just looking up in the Reuters Institute report and what the Greeks actually consume, where they find information, and there is no X and there are no dailies in there. There is in social media, the first one is Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and in the information sources like media, you have all the channels, TV channels first, and then you have online sources such as Newsbomb, NGR, News 247. So I was wondering if our view of what's happening in the Greek public sphere, given the fact that we select sources according to availability of information, such as was the API of X, which is not available anymore, or the fact that we're more interested in specific media, such as daily newspaper, how can we correct that and how can we address this kind of discrepancy between what we study and what people actually where they inform themselves? So,
thank you, Nico. If you have any reflections, anyone can take the floor.
Thank you for the question. Of course, we need to consider the availability of the data. It's a very important issue that should be taken into consideration. But regarding my research, I totally agree with what you mentioned previously. It's not only the availability of the data, but also it's the different structure of Twitter, of X, that makes it the first tool for political communication. So I think that it's the most suitable medium if you want to in terms of the digital platforms, if you want to investigate the public sphere and the political communication within my study. There was also a comparative analysis between, I didn't present all the results, a comparative analysis between Facebook and Twitter. Instagram at that period was not that famous. And for example, the results indicated that the audience of Twitter was completely different to the audience of Facebook, and they made use of the media for completely different purposes. Still though, now within my post-doc research, I'm focusing on TikTok, so I'm not biased, as a new tool for political communication. So.
Can I take the floor?
Yeah, Dimitris and then Stefanos.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nikos, for bringing this quite important matter into discussion in the table. I mean, let's be honest. It's not the best time to do research. It's not the best time. I mean, globally, in US, Trump regulates how research is being done. The big platforms, they closed access to researchers, to academy, so we can do much this time, this period of time. Is it an issue? Of course it's an issue. It's a matter of democracy. When we can't do research in the digital public space, where the big tech, as you call them, the oligopoly in the digital public space, they have big power on how research is done. I mean, Elon Musk is not giving access to the data. How can we really see what happens in the digital public space nowadays? We can do some assumptions. We don't have the power to do so. So I think this is more a matter of what should we do? We have to claim more access. We have to bring on the table that access and open data sets is quite important, not only for academia, it's important for democracy. I mean, if a journalist, if a researcher wants to check to what happens after Tembi, what happens after a tragedy, how can we do so? And always in research, you take some choices. You do some choices. I mean, we have investigated Twitter, but there is also a dark side of the moon. What happens in the end-to-end encrypted platforms, such as WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal? I mean, most of the people, not only in Greece, but in many countries, they communicate and they spread information in closed channels, the so-called echo chambers. And at the same time, I think there is a temporality in research. This is a different time now compared to 5 years ago. I mean, my personal assumption is that, that in the near future, most of the people who will be asking will get informed using AI, using the chatbots. So how can the research investigate how a user corresponds with a chatbot? This is the big questions of today and tomorrow.
We keep it and we go for Stefanos.
Okay. Personally, I think that this is a fair critic. And I also made a choice for today's presentation. I tried to focalize my attention on 3 newspapers. But the reality is that between 2019 until 2026, we could also have a media corpus of many other newspapers, not only national, but also international, that promote the idea that Greece has recovered, that the economic stability has been regained. But the real question is, does the fact that the economic indicators ameliorate, are going well, signifies that the crisis has ended? Because what I try to mention and to develop through my analysis is that we are always on that economic crisis that we lived during the 2010s. And we are not simply living actually the consequences. It's the pattern of the crisis that has changed. But I think that the critic is correct, and also in order to link it with what Zaersio said about the law and the corruption, actually, regarding the tempi movement, there is a process. So we are trying to see how the media are going to cover this process. And this could be also a work, an opening work for the future.
And I want to add something, sorry for taking the floor. I mean, nowadays, if you want to do research to have access to big data sets, you have to pay. Can the researchers pay? Or the big question is, should they pay to do research for the public good? We have to put these questions, and somehow the researchers, the academia, and all the people who do research for the public good, they have to protest and claim access to open data sets. This is a big issue.
Yes, Joanna.
Hello. Thank you all presenters for their stimulating presentations. I have two questions, but before that, I would like to follow up Nico's remark, because I think it is more than fair. I think there is, despite all difficulties of doing research, there is an ideological bias from the part of the researchers. And in fact, this ideological bias, which might be a practical one as well, a skill regarding skills as well, is the question how we deal and how do we analyze audiovisual corpuses. And this is a difficulty. It is not about collecting enormous data, but how, with what analytical tools and methodological tools we analyze audiovisual discourses that are not do not apply that do not necessarily apply to quantitative data and methods and ethnographies. So there is that, and the ideological bias, which is to say television is a bad object of research. So we don't deal with it. We focus on what is the core research and valid source, the press, or the social media. So I put an end on that remark, following Nikos' remark. And two questions, one for Martina and one for Achilleas. Martina, the research that you did focus on an event, the murder of Pavlos Fyssas, that took place on 2013. And do you see, are there any clues or elements that you found in that period that lead to understand the evolution of the digital public sphere nowadays? Because 15 years have passed, 13 years have passed. This is the first question for Martina. And for Achilleas, Achilleas, thank you for your presentation. Are there any elements in your study in order to, that leads to understand, in order to understand the reason of this silence, multi-layered silence in those media that you analyzed? And do you see any possible, first question for Achilleas, and second question for Achilleas, do you see any possible differences in the discourse on social media on this event, the flood of Thessaly?
Let's see, before answering, if we have any more questions for the other presenters as well, to summarize and to give them time to reflect. Yes, please, let's have one more.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentations. Just questions for Mr. Karadimitriou. I'm coming from a totally different background from the, I'm an expert, let's say an expert in sustainable development, and we have worked on the case of Thessalia, and we will be leading a project, a European project on the Build Back Better approach, how to reconstruct after disasters. And the Thessalia case will be included, also with the Valencia case, the very important flood. I think I found personally very interesting your presentation and your research, because from the field of disaster risk reduction, there are two elements that are very important. The first one is that we cannot speak about the act of God anymore. You know, one of the main future of climate crisis is that extreme weather event will be much more frequent and much more intense. So this is a new normality we have to face. And the second one is that there is no such thing as a natural disaster. That disasters, they are shaped by economic, social, economic factors which are translated into the concept of vulnerability. And I think these two elements, I found these two elements in the presentation of your research. Just one question is, are there any other similar research in other countries? I think it would be interesting to see what are there differences in the interpretation of the disaster. And the second one is, for the Greek case, do you think that it would be interesting to see also other disasters? I'm thinking about wildfires, but also heat waves, and how the public sphere and the media present this kind of disasters. I remember back in the 80s, 90s, that the wildfires, they were attributed to Turkish agents and things like this, you know, in the public discussion. So thank you very much again.
Thank you. We have one more to add. I have some extra also. So keep your notes.
Thank you. My question is again for the same for Achilleas. I'm a climate journalist, and I'm very interested in, I think that it was 4% the amount of articles that attributed to climate change and not to an extreme weather. I wanted to ask in Greece, because I have been mainly reporting in the UK, is it a journalistic literacy problem? Is it an editorial policy problem? Is it a source dependency problem? I mean, are journalists repeating what official sources or government press releases saying and naming it as such, and then being reproduced uncritically? That is my first question, if you have seen anything in the research. And then this, I think it was 8 out of 187, this 4% that named it as climate change, that attributed it correctly. If we have any kind of insights on what kind of media they were, what kind of ownership there was, because I'm trying to understand this. And yeah, it will also be very interesting to see if there are insights on that in other phenomena, such as the wildfires. So yeah, thank you.
Excuse me, I didn't get the second part of the question.
This 4% that attributed it to climate change, if you have insights on what, you can give us what kind of media outlets they were, the ones that attributed correctly.
The media outlets of the sample.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the three,
okay, cool.
the three newspapers in their digital form. Okay.
Perfect. Okay.
So let me add very briefly some questions for Stefanos. Since you have this interest of Tempe and the extent to what this was a counterexample of Greek success story, I mean, why didn't you look into the digital media, and why you choose these three specific newspapers? For Martina, I just wonder, out of your findings, if you found something which is related with the music, with the lyrics, to what extent, because of the special case, this played a role. I mean, this. Okay, for Achilleas, you have already too many questions. So just reflection, because I was a bit surprised from your data about the trauma. So can we add the silence of trauma in your list? And lastly, for Dimitris, I mean, one issue is about the discourse, the other one is about the organization. You reflected more on the discourse, so my question is about the organization, since you were critical about it. I mean, to what extent your data supported this kind of criticism? So, Achilles, it's fine to start with you, or you need more time to... Yeah, okay, let's go.
Okay, regarding the questions raised by Ioanna, okay, the reasons, and it is, I think this question is combined with a question of if there is a problem of editorial policy or something. I have started taking interviews by journalists as well on the same subject, because in order to obtain a clearer interpretation of the media coverage, sometimes you need to talk with the journalists that construct these narratives. First of all, the return to normality, according to the research findings, seems to be often a political alibi, okay, which is facilitated by the journalistic narratives. And this is something that acknowledged by journalists as well. Okay, the interviews are an ongoing process still. Okay, they still take place, but they accept this interpretation, and they articulate this as an aspect. But the other critical issue is that the traditional news cycle, let's say, is event-driven, okay? And the journalism is very dedicated to that process. So even journalists say that in order to present an ongoing trauma, I have to adopt new storytelling techniques in journalism so as to move from news-driven, event-driven approach to process-driven approach. Of course, they say this, in this case, I need more time, more resources to implement investigative journalism so as to cover the lived trauma. So it's a matter of time, it's a matter of resources, it's a matter of how journalism has adopted the pattern of event-driven narratives. Okay, but they acknowledge the challenges and the problems. About the different discourse on social media, although I have a fragmented idea on that, I tried to find also how the same event was disseminated through the social media platforms. And in these three media outlets, in the case of these three media outlets, usually they used the same articles and the same, I mean, the posts on social media were based on narratives taken from the news articles. So in a way, there is a cyclical news circulation with the same arguments and the same facts on social media, even in the case of the local newspaper. Okay, about your question, the very interesting question about what happens in other countries in the case of media covering such tragedies. I have not yet investigated to a great extent other countries in this case. In the past, only I investigated to a great extent the economic recession, okay, which is not a tragedy, okay, it's a difficult challenge. But having read some papers on this subject, on the coverage of tragedies, I would say that we have to make a very important distinction. Even the coverage in foreign countries find this distinction between national-wide media and local media. The local media are more eager to cover the lived trauma and to localize this type of trauma. Even I mean, even in studies concerning the foreign countries. But usually the tragedy and the back to normality is nationalized and is institutionalized. I would say, even in the research concerning foreign countries. Maybe in the future I will investigate other tragedies. I have not decided yet, but it's a good idea so as to compare. And Pandeli, about life trauma you mentioned, even though local newspaper, in a very clever, I would say, manner, cover the life trauma, it fails to attribute the accountability. Okay, but it projects the life trauma, but when it comes to accountability, there is silence even in this case.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Achille. Martina, yes.
Okay, so regarding the evolution of the public sphere, during this specific period when I conducted my research, I could say that the majority of, not only of the researchers, but also of social media users, we adopted a bit more optimistic approach of the digitization of the public sphere. Digital media presented as the alternative digital space of the public sphere, but nowadays, and as it has been mentioned, the digital sphere is platformized, and in order to better understand how it works, we need to understand the political economy of the new digital public sphere, and at the same time, I would add not only the political economy, but we need also to examine the business model of digital and social media and the economic model. So this is 15 years ago, we were a bit more innocent, let's say. Nowadays, of course, we can talk about digital activism, we can talk about immobilization, we can take advantage of social media for coordination purposes, we can talk about hashtag activism and algorithmic activism as a way to develop and spread counter-narratives. But at the same time, of course, we need to consider and we need to think that this platformization of the public sphere is clearly associated with the business model of social media. And regarding the correlation between...
No, if you found any interesting in this...
Of course, I observed, based on the data that I collected, I observed the correlation, but this correlation is not documented. But yes, there was a connection between cultural consumption.
Stefan.
And regarding the use of digital media, I would just like to say that on the main results of my actual research, which was focused on 3 newspapers, was the fact that the ethical dimension of the tragedy was marginalized. So there is the need for further research in digital media that is going also to be very helpful to analyze the way by which the actual process that is happening concerning the Tembi tragedy is going to be covered.
Thank you. Dimitri.
So the question is, what about the offline organization and
The online.
the offline?
Online.
Online. Okay. Well, the discussion here has to do with how the digital actors, the digital users, perceived and discussed the Tembi train crash. We investigated and examined what happened on Twitter, which is a specific digital space. In this specific digital space, with the according demographics, high educated people and high politicized people, we have found that the dominant narrative in the digital space was the one of the users who claimed that Tembi train tragedy is a crime, compared to the mainstream media who supported that this train tragedy has to do with the personal mistake of the train master. So our academic approach is that this big digital protest, this big and massive digital narrative led to massive protests, massive demonstrations, but at the elections, it didn't really correspond to political results. And this has to do with the offline dimension of the digital narratives. I mean, there was not such political organization, and to put it in another way, more normalistic, there was not a political structure to perceive these raids, these massive protests, and suggest political solutions. I mean, the political reality is clear. New Democracy Party prevailed. How come?
Thank you, Dimitri, and thanks everyone for joining this panel. Okay, if it is a short question. Yeah, please.
Θα διατυπώσω στα ελληνικά και αν θέλετε είναι προς τον κύριο Ελευθερόπουλο σχετικά με την επικοινωνιακή πολιτική της κυβέρνησης όσον αφορά το θέμα των δεμών, πώς τη διαχειρίστηκε και αν την κρίνεται ως αποτελεσματική.
Ευχαριστώ για την ερώτηση. Θα μου επιτρέψετε να απαντήσω στα ελληνικά, έτσι και οι περισσότεροι φοιτητές και φοιτήτριες από τη Γαλλία λείπουν και το θεωρώ και αρκετά έτσι relevant να το απαντήσουμε στα ελληνικά. Η μεγάλη κουβέντα που κάνουμε και προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε, γιατί ξέρετε, μιλάμε πολλές φορές για την αποσπασματικότητα και τον κατακαιρματισμό. Υπάρχει κατακαιρματισμός και στην έρευνα. Εξετάζουμε και εξετάσαμε ένα συγκεκριμένο πεδίο, το οποίο ήταν το Twitter. Ξέρετε, πολλές φορές αναφερθήκατε λίγο νωρίτερα στο πώς προσλαμβάναμε τα μέσα κοινωνικής δικτύωσης πάρα πολύ αισιόδοξα και θετικά ως χώρους ακτιβισμού, ως χώρους και πολιτικής οργάνωσης, πολιτικής δραστηριοποίησης. Θυμίζω ότι πρόσφατα και ειδικά από τον COVID και μετά, η κυβέρνηση, μια κυβέρνηση είναι από το 19 και μετά έτσι κι αλλιώς, πήγα να πω κυβερνήσεις, γι' αυτό το λέω, έχει αντιμετωπίσει πολλές φορές τα μέσα κοινωνικής δικτύωσης ως σκοτεινούς χώρους που συμβαίνουν κάποια αφηγήματα που φέρουν λόγο μίσους κτλ. Υπάρχει κάποιο είδους δαιμονοποίηση. Βάζω λίγο αυτό στο τραπέζι. Η μεγάλη εικόνα, πέρα από τις ad hoc έρευνες που θα κάνουμε, τι είπαν 3 εφημερίδες, τι είπαν 5 εφημερίδες για ένα έρευνα ad hoc, το οποίο είναι ένα snapshot για την πραγματικότητα, η μεγάλη εικόνα είναι πώς κανείς διαχειρίζεται επικοινωνιακά και πολιτικά, ο εκάστοτε stakeholder, ο εκάστοτε φορέας, πώς διαχειρίζεται επικοινωνιακά και πολιτικά την πραγματικότητα η οποία συμβαίνει. Τι συνέβη? Συνέβη ένα μεγάλο σιδηροδρομικό δυστύχημα, ένα τραγικό σιδηροδρομικό δυστύχημα, όπου έφερε και δημιούργησε ένα συλλογικό τραύμα, μια συλλογική οργή και μια συλλογική διεκδίκηση. Και το αίτημα ήταν ένα αίτημα για δικαιοσύνη, το οποίο ακόμη και σήμερα μένει ανεκπλήρωτο. Ωστόσο, μέσα σε αυτή την πραγματικότητα, μέσα σε αυτή την πολιτική πραγματικότητα, η κυβέρνηση της Νέας Δημοκρατίας επικοινωνιακά και πολιτικά διαχειρίστηκε τους κραδασμούς αυτού του συμβάντους, ούτως ώστε να μείνει εκλογικά αλόβητη. Απαντώντας στην ερώτησή σας, μια κυβέρνηση, και χρειάζεται να βλέπουμε και είναι δύσκολο να τη δούμε, πάντα υπάρχει και ένα μαύρο κουτί και σκοτεινή πλευρά του πώς λειτουργεί μια κυβέρνηση, ένας μεγάλος φορέας, μια εταιρεία κτλ. Είναι δύσκολο. Δεν μπορούμε εύκολα οι ερευνητές και οι δημοσιογράφοι να προσεγγίσουμε το πώς κανείς κάνει επικοινωνία και στρατηγική. Δεν είναι η κυβέρνηση μόνη της. Υπάρχει ένας μεγάλος μηχανισμός. Υπάρχουν πάρα πολλοί stakeholders που συλλογικά κάνουν αυτό το οποίο λέγεται στην επικοινωνία διαχείριση κρίσεων. Αντιμετωπίστηκε το συμβάν στα Ντέμπι ως μια επικοινωνιακή κρίση, όπου χρειάστηκε κάπως η κυβέρνηση να διαχωρίσει το που είναι η δική της ευθύνη. Αυτό το οποίο έκανε και στα social media, γιατί υπάρχει και ένας μηχανισμός, ξέρετε, στην ειδησιογραφία έχει γίνει πάρα πολύ viral η ομάδα αλήθειας και πώς συνδέεται με τη Νέα Δημοκρατία κτλ. Να το βάλω στην κουβέντα, γιατί είναι υπαρκτό, έτσι. Και υπάρχει και ένας μηχανισμός ο οποίος λειτουργεί σαν μια ψηφιακή πανστρατιά και συγκεντρωμένα ελεγχόμενα προωθεί συγκεκριμένα αφηγήματα. Οπότε εκεί υπάρχει μια συγκεκριμένη οργάνωση και υπάρχει ταυτόχρονα και μια παροχή υπηρεσιών από μεγάλες εταιρείες. Να αναφέρω ενδεικτικά, την έχει αναφέρει σε podcast αρκετές φορές και ο συνάδελφος ο Άρης Χατζηστεφάνου, η Edelman, η οποία λειτουργεί για την διαχείριση κρίσεων. Τι έκανε? Στην ουσία η Νέα Δημοκρατία προσπάθησε. Κλείνοντας, σε 5 κουβέντες. Προσπάθησε. Ορίστε.
Ναι.
Ναι. Με μία κουβέντα προσπάθησε και εκλογικά το κατάφερε το να διαχωρίσει τη θέση της από το δυστύχημα στα Τέμπη. Δεν έπεσε πάνω της το βάρος αυτού του συμβάντος. Κατάφερε την προκειμένη στιγμή να στρέψει την κουβέντα στο ότι είναι το προσωπικό λάθος και συνδέεται με το αφήγημα, είναι και αυτό μια επικοινωνιακή πρακτική σταθερότερη της ατομικής ευθύνης. Ότι φταίει ένας, δεν φταίνει πολλοί, δεν υπάρχουν διαχρονικές ευθύνες, δεν υπάρχει και ευθύνη της κυβέρνησης για κάτι τέτοιο. Έτυχε στη δικιά μας φρουρά, όπως λένε στην πολιτική επικοινωνία. Οπότε θα έλεγα ότι με στεγνούς και στιγνούς όρους πολιτικής επικοινωνίας κατάφερε το σκοπό της. Το οποίο ήταν η εκλογική επικράτηση.
Thank you, Dimitri, and apologies to the international audience for the last question. Thanks again for your contribution, your reflections. I don't know if Ioanna has any announcement for the... Sorry? One more question. Θα μου επιτρέψετε όμως, επειδή έχουμε καθυστερήσει, έχουμε το χρόνο, μόλις βγούμε έξω, να κάνετε.
Και...
όχι μόνο διαχειριστηκε για την κρίση, αλλά τη διαχειρίστηκε και εκ μέρους της εταιρείας, γιατί ήταν και μια εταιρική κρίση. Και η κυβέρνηση με το αφήγημα που έκανε, ουσιαστικά η κυβέρνηση διαχειρίστηκε την κρίση και εκ μέρους και προς όφελος της Hellenic Train. Δηλαδή ήταν και ένα αντίστροφο outsourcing.
Πάντα και στη σύγχρονη πολιτική, οικονομική και κοινωνική πραγματικότητα, θα έλεγα πως τα όρια μεταξύ κυβέρνησης και εταιριών είναι δυσδιάκριτα. Δηλαδή, στην πράξη, πολλές φορές επικαλύπτονται οι ευθύνες, οι αρμοδιότητες, τα συμφέροντα και οι πρακτικές κατ' επέκταση. Και σας ευχαριστώ πολύ που το βάζετε στην κουβέντα, γιατί ξέρετε, καμιά φορά μιλάμε.
Δημήτρη,
βλέπουμε τα πράγματα
ασπρόμαυρα.
Ναι, βλέπουμε τα πράγματα ασπρόμαυρα. Δεν είναι μόνο η κυβέρνηση και η αντιπολίτευση. Είναι και το πολιτικό-οικονομικό σύστημα, για να μιλήσουμε και για την πολιτική οικονομία που αναφέρεται ο Νίκος Σμυρνέος συνέχεια, η πολιτική οικονομία που πρέπει να δίνουμε έμφαση. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you. Thank you to all presenters and to Pantelis for the coordination. We will have a light lunch break and we will meet again at around 2:30 in the afternoon. Thank you all.
Όχι, το χειρίζονται απλά το δεις. Πώς θα περάσω εγώ, Μαρία, είσαι εσύ μπροστά. Ναι, ναι. Μαρία, πώς μέχρι να σηκωθείς, θες να... Έλα να αλλάξω. Όχι, και απλά θα αλλάξουμε. Και ναι, εδώ, και με αυτό αλλάζει το... Θα πούμε να παραβάλει την παρουσίασή σου. Shall we...
το βλέπω εκεί, έτσι.
Ναι, ναι. So we will begin with the second part of this conference, and I have the great pleasure and honor to welcome Professor George Plios, professor at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, who will give the second conference of the day on fact-checking as a modern propaganda machine in the era of fake news. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ioana. I would like to express my thanks to the Department of Communication, Culture and Media here at the Pantheon University for the chance to expose my work. This is my latest work. Actually, this is an ongoing project. It's not finished already. So there's a lot of work to do in order to finalize my project. But anyway, I'll try to expose here my basic thoughts. Well, one could say that today we live in a world where mostly consume news more than ever. You know, in the past, in 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, people, of course, consume a lot of media content, but they mostly consume other discursive, let's say, products, but not news. News bulletins used to occupy just a very small part of the program in radio stations in the beginning and later in TV stations. Today, some researchers have calculated that more than 1/3 of news that are being circulated through Facebook belong to the fake news stories. And these fake news stories actually they can be spotted in the area of political pseudo-scientific news. These are the two privileged areas for fake news stories on the internet, and more especially on Facebook or other social media. Notice that currently exist more than 420 fact-checking organizations across the world, which is a huge number. And someone perhaps would expect that we have less and less fake news stories, but in practice, we see just the opposite. More and more fake news circulated through the old and, of course, new media. Such organizations are some organizations we know very well, like, for example, EDMO, European Fact-Checking Standards Network, International Fact-Checking Network, and many others. But notice that, and I'll try to show this, not all these organizations, fact-checking organizations, are saints of fact-checking or are neutral. They are neither saints, they are neither travelers. Some of them are perhaps really demons of fact-checking, but not saints. Anyway, which is my question, my basic question today? Well, news was never a neutral depiction of facts in the media context. Never. All news stories are framed. All news stories. There is no one story in 1,000 or 10,000 or 1,000,000 cases which is unframed. All news stories are framed. And this actually is the starting point of framing theory. Framing means that all media, all news stories, they depict some facts, but from the point of view, or a certain point of view, which is mostly an ideological or similar point of view. And now, here comes my question. So if news stories are the depiction, the description of news from a certain news, from a viewpoint, what happens with fact-checking? Is fact-checking something similar? Since once fact-checking rejects the so-called fake news which adopt specific viewpoint, perhaps something similar happens with fact-checking. Fact-checkers adopt a different point of view, which contradicts to the point of view of fake news. Or perhaps we have here a conflict between two narratives. First narrative is the narrative of fake news, and the other narrative is the narrative of fact-checkers. So perhaps the whole story is not about truth, but it is a conflict of different narratives, relations of power, actually, in the media content. That is my question. It's not what I'm trying to do. And if it's so, what does it mean in a social context? I mean, regarding the parts of relations of power, or political parties, or political forces, or ideas, etc., etc. No, but not this. Fake news is a structural phenomenon in information society, and there are several factors that facilitate the rise and the dominance, actually, of fake news. Of course, among them, first, the digital media, internet, beyond all, which actually represents a new way or a new mode, actually, of communication. This mode of communication is accompanied by the hierarchy and horizontal hierarchy of the politics, broadening of politics, extreme broadening of politics, and of course depolitization on the other side, the ideologization actually of the politics. Polarization is another factor which facilitates the rise of production, the consumption of fake news. What kind of polarization? Let's say political competition, political polarization, or a crisis, economic crisis, political crisis, war crisis. Don't forget that in the past, during war periods, fake news and false news and black propaganda and gray propaganda was on the rise, which means that the crisis situation facilitates extremely rise of fake news, further rise of fake news. The crisis of ideology. Today, we live in a world where ideologies are in crisis, which leads to revival, let's say, of religion, of other similar points of view, of metaphysics, for example, etc., etc. So if people in a certain social environment adopt metaphysical concepts, views on the real world, on facts, and if they adopt religious explanations, what is going on, for example, in the Middle East or other points across the world, so this creates conditions for a lesser spread of fake news. Commodification also, you know, the conflict between different players in the field of economy or commerce, etc., etc. Of course, then change of narrative format. For example, for decades, the main narrative format was the story. is, or a lot of, let's say, researchers say, like Bennett, for example, Lance Bennett, or others, story was the main narrative in news. But story is not already the main narrative in new media. For example, on Twitter, X actually, or Facebook, etc. It's not the story. Story has very specific features which we cannot meet in these new forms of narrative. These new forms of narrative which are on the border between reality and imagination, actually, they open the possibilities for further production and spreading of fake news. Let me now explain you what is, in my view, the structure of fake news. Okay, as I already told you, fake news always, they depict, describe facts from a certain point of view. Okay, that is what you see above. News is facts described from a certain point of view. But the structure of fake news is something different. Fake news is actually views that are described through some facts. What the creator, the producer of fake news is doing here is trying to impose certain views using as carrier some facts. And in case that these facts are lacking, he changes the facts in order the real facts to be to compete with to fit with his or her views, for example. So in fake news, real facts are presented modified already. They have been changed. There are strategies, there are techniques of modifying the real facts in news. I mean, in fake news. Look, in my research, I have come to the outcome that exists more, at least 25 techniques of modifying the real news in the media content, in the content of news. You know that in practice, this makes 130 million different types of fake news. Yes, this is the number of types of fake news that could exist. They do not exist, but they could exist under certain social circumstances, political circumstances. But this is the number. It's a great number. I repeat, 130 million or more than 130 million types of fake news. Because every time you can use different types of falsificating or distorting the news stories, actually the facts in the news. The facts here, in fake news I mean, the facts here are not interpreted, but they are distorted in order the creator to spread or impose actually his opinion. That's propaganda. The main reason for existing of fake news is propaganda. That's the main function of fake news, propaganda. And actually, this is the main way for making propaganda in the digital era, in the information society. Producing and spreading of fake news. That's the main reason. For political reasons, for commercial reasons, for religious reasons, or other reasons. Propaganda. And this is very simple to understand. Since news is the main discursive form we consume today, everyone who seeks to do propaganda, he or she uses the form of fake news for producing, for example, medicines, or for promoting persons, or for achieving political persons, or else. No, don't forget something basic. The core of fake news is not the distorted reality, the distorted facts. The core of all fake news is the concept, the view, which lays behind the distorted reality. That's the core, that's the heart of fake news, not the distorted facts. Contrary to what fake checkers believe, they believe that the whole problem is the distorted reality, the distorted facts. So they try to fight the distorted facts. They try to reestablish the real fact. They try to say, listen, these people are lying. They have modified the facts. No, this is not the main point in fake news. The main point is the opinion which lays behind this distorted reality. And usually fact checkers, they do not cope with this. They cope with the facts. They try to reestablish the real facts. This is very important for what I'm going to say further. Most, or at least many people, I mean ordinary people, politicians and journalists believe that the whole problem with fake news is the distortion, the falsification of facts, of real facts, in the media content. A lot of researchers, they adopt the same position, the same view, that the whole problem is someone, journalists or politicians or any other, they just change the facts. They modificate, they falsificate the facts in the media content. No, the problem is more complex. And let me try to understand what I have in mind. This is the structure of fake news, a social process. This is more complicated, the process of fake news. I'm sorry. Okay, the facts are out there, okay? Media perhaps participate in their creation or not. That's something different if we adopt, for example, postmodernist views. But this is something different. And they, of course, are modified, they are falsified in the media content. But don't forget that these news are addressed to a specific public audience. The news is produced for a specific public, for the audience. So it depends on the public, on the audience, if they will believe or not to these fake news stories. I mean, the public, the audience. And here comes the problem. On what depends this? Why people believe to the distorted, the falsified news stories? Why they believe? Because this is a reason for their production. In order to be consumed from a certain audience, and audience to believe in the truth of this fake news. That's the problem. This is very difficult. Why it is difficult to compete fake news? Because there is there's audience here who believes. It depends on the view the public adopts on facts. Is it ideology? Yes. Is it religion? Yes. Is it prejudices? Yes. All this, or more of this. So whether people believe in fake news or not, it depends on how they think about the real facts, about the reality. What kind of views they adopt about the genesis of reality. They adopt ideological. They are, for example, liberals, or let's say Marxists, or what else? Or they are, for example, fascists, let's say, or what? Or they are, for example, people who believe in religious narratives about how the world is working, for example. Or they believe in zodiacs. Or they believe in zodiacs. So it depends on what they believe, whether they accept or not fake news stories. So, up to now, there are two main strategies to cope with fake news. The first, I guess you know it very well, this is media education or media literacy. But listen, what is the problem with the media literacy or media education, according to my opinion? Media literacy cannot overcome the personal experience of a member of audience. Let's say that you are an Iraqi kid, and the American army has assassinated your family by throwing a bomb in your home. Could you believe any story, I mean, in news, which will tell you that what happened in Iraq in 2003 was an act of humanitarian imperialism? Because this is the explanation the Americans, or some Americans, give to the intervention of the American army in Iraq. That was an humanitarian, yes, it was imperialist act, but it was humanitarian imperialism. Will you believe this narrative? No. So media literacy cannot overcome personal experiences or even personal views of the persons. For example, a working people, I mean, a boy who works, let's go in the 19th century, 10 years old boy, who works, for example, in factories, in industry. Will this boy believe that it depends on his personal abilities whether he will become a wealthy people or not? No. No. So, media literacy cannot beat personal experiences. And now let us come to the fact-checking. Okay, fact-checking is a very nice mechanism to verify truth behind news stories, of course, fake news stories. But there are some problems here. Some problems here, as perhaps Bertolt Brecht would say. Which are these? The personal biases, the biases that fact-checkers have. This was the main reason why Zuckerberg demolished this network of fact-checkers across the world. This was. He literally said that his fact-checkers were too biased, politically biased. So this was the reason to stop any collaboration with them. Because he himself believed that they were too biased. And of course, many of you have personal experiences of these biases. I mean, fact-checking on Facebook. Okay? I would like to. I won't give you any examples here, but I can do it if you ask me. Let us now see another story, which is, in my opinion, very interesting. This is the fight actually between Op India and IFCN, the network of fact-checking organizations, which has been created by Poynter Institute. This network is pointed by Poynter Institute, and we'll see in a few minutes what actually is the Poynter Institute, in my understanding. Here you see some information about this fight between Op India and this network. Okay, so during their work, I mean, in Op India on BBC, they were accused that nationalism was behind fake news stories. But Op India analyzed in details, understand to the network a lot of explanations what was actually the reality. And after that, Op India tried to, let's say, to test the reliability of the network. And the network said, no, you will not. Actually, Op India asked to join the network, asked to be a member of the network. So the network, actually the IFCN, refused, denied the Op India to become a member of the network. And you know what was actually the main argument? there is no clear, there are no clear, it is not clear your, the source of your funding. I mean, the sources of your funding are not very clear, or actually, there are no, all your funding sources are not clear. That was the answer of the network. And let's go further. Let's see some other cases of prejudices of or problems of fact-checking. What we see here, this is a picture from an article which actually fact-checked a theory which exists in medical psychology. I don't know if you are familiar with this scientific field, but with medical psychology, but there is a theory in medical psychology which supports the idea that there is a link between the blood group and the personality of the person. Okay, so that the blood group somehow defines the personality of a person. In fact, there is only one case this theory is valid. I mean, I think it is the people who have blood group A+, and they are females. But this is not my expertise. So it has limited, it's valid, it's limited. I mean, the truth is limited here. So, a network of Greek fact-checkers, they try to fact-check this story. And they decided that this theory is not true at all. Okay, and who signed this article? Who is the person who fact-checked the validity of this story? A retired officer of the Greek army. A retired officer of the Greek army decides whether it is true or not a whole theory in medical psychology. And it's fact-checking. Okay. A second case. An April Fool's joke which also has been fact-checked. This is a story which has been published in 30 March 2017. And what is about? This story supports that I mean, in the London Gallery, they decided to remove, this painting here because the person who see here looks like Putin. That is the story. The London Gallery the authorities of London Gallery decide to remove from the gallery this specific painting because the person who we see here is like Putin. Okay? And of course, fact-checkers fact-check the story because no, this is a lie. What is the truth? This new story was published, was uploaded on the internet on March 30. Not 13, 30. Okay. Which means one day before April Fool, April 1st, right? Okay. When in London or in Paris or in Vienna or in Athens is 2 o'clock in the morning in April 1st, what is the time in Vladivostok? There's a time gap of 7 or 8 hours, right? Which means that in Vladivostok was already April 1st. Which means that the person who uploaded this story, it was just an April Fool joke, nothing more. But the fact checkers in West took it as prima facie, as we say, prima facie, as it is a real news story, which is not. It's just a joke. And they verified, actually, they fact-check a joke. This is also a part of the fact-checking mechanism. Okay. This here. This is AI-generated content. Immediately after the ICC then announced that a warrant arrest for Netanyahu. It's obvious that this is an AI-generated content. It's quite obvious. And of course, this is very important, in my opinion, because it shows actually the nature of fake news. This fake news, this photo actually, it's an indication of what its creator wants to be, not what it is. It expresses a view, it expresses a will, not a fact. And this is the case with the fake news stories. They express a view, they express a will, something that must be happen, something that must be not happen, etc., etc. It's like in art. In art, we tell real lies. In art, we use, let's say, imagined stories in order to speak about real problems in our lives. In artificial circumstances, or using artificial means, we analyze, express our views on our real life problems. It's something similar. The difference is that here we they do not use the means of artistic expression, but of information. Okay, that's the big difference. But in essence, it's something similar, in my understanding. More problems. You know that many times fact-checking is being under by the use of various applications, right? Or other technologies, or other, if you let's say, protocols. All they carry the prejudices of their creators. Let's come now to the Gaza case. All mainstream TV channels in Greece, and in all cases, they used the term terrorists when they refer to Hamas. But the term terrorists is coined in Israel, in the United States. Because if you read carefully the news stories released by Reuters, let's say, or Associated Press, you'll notice there that they do not use the term terrorists. They do use the term militants or militant groups, but not terrorists. This is a view. To describe someone as terrorist, this is an expression of a certain view. It's an explanation. It's not the reality. Or if you use different terms, it's the same, it's something similar. It's also a different view, for example. Because don't forget what the Director General said, of Reuters said, immediately after 9/11, when someone accused them, in Reuters, why they don't use the term terrorists. You know what he said? He, who for someone is a terrorist, for another one is a liberator. It was similar. Don't forget that until recently, no, actually until a few years ago, CIA listed EOCA, first EOCA, I mean, it was the organization which started the liberation revolution in Cyprus against the British Empire. It was listed among the terrorist groups in CIA list. EOCA, that was the organization of separate revolutionaries which started the revolution against British in April 1st, 1955, for example. Okay, there are many similar cases, for example. Don't forget what was the usual term to describe ISIS fighters. Terrorists, right? But now, they recognize them, I mean, in the West, in the United States, recognize them as the official government in Syria. It's similar. So, all these strategies the fact-checkers use, they reflect their prejudices, their reviews, etc., etc. So we cannot speak about objectivity in fact-checking because their approach is based upon certain views which, of course, are different comparing to the views which hide in fake news or behind fake news. And fact-checkers which actually try to, which are not neutral, they usually believe, or they actually show that fake news say the other side, not our side. We tell you the truth. They lie. They tell you lies. And how can you see that? If you analyze, all cases of fact-checking in these organizations, you'll see that the majority of fake news stories they fact-check, actually there are news stories which favor the other side, not our side. In a previous research of mine, 7 out of 10 of these stories belong to this type. They describe as lies or fake news, the news stories of the other. But never when the fake news are on the side of Netanyahu or, for example, Zelensky or Ursula von der Leyen or any other. Never, or almost never. So it's obvious here that we have to cope with prejudices or biases, actually. Arsenios Stefanou, well-known Greek journalist, he found in his empirical research that 18 out of 58 actually news stories belong to were pro-Israeli, the other were actually pro-Palestinian. And here we come to the essence of the problem. If fake news stories try to do propaganda, is it possible to fact-check propaganda? Is it possible to fact-check the views, the narratives, the explanations, the point of view? Is it possible? For example, in Greece, from time to time, there are newspapers, actually one newspaper, which publishes news of this type, crying icon, an icon which cries. And the Greek fact-checkers try to fact-check these news stories and say, this is not true, this is a lie. But please, do you believe that a deeply religious person will not believe that icons cry? Deeply religious people believe that Christ fed 5,000 people who were gathered using just 2 fish and 2 breads. And they will not believe that icons cry? No, it's impossible. It's a matter of believing. This is something irrational. You cannot fight a irrational way, irrational beliefs. You have to change the conditions of life which make these people to believe in irrational narratives. The same with COVID-19. The same with the vaccines and the vaccine movement. The same. Look who actually adopted these anti-vaccine views. On one side, people who believe that this is a trick of big corporations in order to exploit financially ordinary people. This is the far left position, argument. And the far right position, that this conspiracy of the Jews have created a conspiracy network and try to impose us through the vaccines, they will to make us something like monkeys. That was the explanation. But they believe in these theories long ago, before COVID-19 come. They believe in this similar or similar explanations in other form, in different form. Not the same, perhaps, but in different form. That is so. In my opinion, not only in my opinion, but actually, this is a thought of Jonathan Tebner and Paul Gleason that you cannot beat propaganda. Let me describe you a story from the World War I. The Germans, when they were addressing to the French, used to say, look, French soldiers, your wives are sleeping with the British soldiers who are already in France, a way to attack us. There were a lot of stories, of this kind. Okay, after the war, someone interviewed the Germans who actually produced these news stories, the duty stories, and asked, did this campaign had any result? And the German officer said, no. So why did you continue this campaign? Because we wanted to make them nervous. It has no result at all. It was no resultative at all. The French soldiers believed, they trusted their wives, not the German propagandists. For example, right? So that's the point. There are other reasons to insist in these fake news stories, not because they give us any result. Okay, there are many reasons anyway. And now, I will come to the end. Let us return to the case of India and IFCN. What IFCN said to the India, that your sources are not clear. Oh, really? Let's say how clear are the sources of financing of Pointer Institute. This is the Pointer Institute, right? It's a front page from the internet. Look, which are the organizations who finance Pointer Institute? Major philanthropic and foundation donors, the Craig Newmark Philanthropies. But these organizations exist to support the American veterans, the American veterans from the Vietnam War, Afghanistan War, Iraq War, etc., etc. It's not a neutral source. Let's go further. Google and YouTube to test whether YouTube and Google is neutral source, which finance actually with a lot of money. Pointer Institute. I ask ChatGPT whether Google has any connections with Israel. And trust me, Google has a lot of connections with the Israeli side. Not private persons, not private organizations, but the Israeli state, a lot of connections. This is why any organization belongs to the supported from the Poynter Institute network cannot turn against Israel during the coverage of the war in Gaza or in southern Lebanon, etc., etc. This is what hides behind this very simple fact, in my opinion. Meta, the same, also has a lot of connections with the Israeli side. And in order to test the reliability of these answers, I asked the ChatGPT to tell me if Poynter Institute, if TikTok, sorry, because TikTok also is subsidizing actually Poynter Institute, if TikTok has any connections with Israel. And what is the answer? Unlike Google and Meta, TikTok's relationship with Israel is notably distinct. This is why, for example, in TikTok, we will see perhaps a balanced approach regarding the war in Gaza or in southern Lebanon, or even in Iran. Okay, perhaps. And another institute, for example, Corporation for Public Broadcasting. It is also one of the sources, financial sources of the Poynter Institute. And this organization is financed by the Congress. And also National Endowment for Democracy, totally financed from the Congress, totally. All funds come from the Congress, the United States. And this organization also finances Poynter Institute. And federal sub-grants also. This also is financed from the US Department of State for International Journalism. All these organizations show why the criterion of unclear sources is valid for India, but not for Poynter Institute and all the network and all organizations participating in this network, fact-checking network. Why? Why is different there? That is the question, for example. Yeah, in my opinion, there is no an objective argument for this. Okay? So, and I came to the end anyway. Λοιπόν, some very brief conclusions. We live in an age where we consume mostly news. And in this environment, fake news seek propaganda. That is the main function of fake news, to do propaganda. And don't forget also that in time of crisis, and we still live in crisis, we say in post-crisis period. Post-crisis period is rather part of crisis, but not of non-crisis. Post-crisis period, every post-crisis period is defined by the crisis, but not from the non-crisis period, before or after the crisis. Yeah, the mic. So in times of crisis, fake news becomes a structural phenomenon, in my understanding. For this reason, propaganda, political, economic, religious, commercial, and other is done through the verb form of fake news, from the discursive form, actually, of fake news. For this reason, fact-checking, in many cases, works as a propaganda mechanism, reducing the good and increasing the bad of others. If you are familiar with propaganda theory, you know that the basic scheme, the basic scheme of propaganda, which is to maximize our good and minimize our bad. To maximize our opponent's bad and minimize our opponent's good. That is the very basic scheme of propaganda. And that is what fact-checking is trying to do. But just to avoid misunderstanding, I'm not saying that all fact-checking is propaganda. No, not at all. Which kind of fact-checking is trustful? This kind of fact-checking, which fact-checks first the facts, not the views. Views cannot be fact-checked. And second form of trustworthy fact-checking is fact-checking which facts declarations or expressions, etc., for different, let's say, actors in the political field, economic field, in sports field, etc., etc. I see Michalis Hadjikostatinou, he works in such an organization. Okay, this is trustful, yes. Not all fact-checking. Fact-checking which trying to verify actually the views, this is not trustful. This is propaganda. So not only fake news is propaganda, but also a part of fact-checking which try to cope with fake news. This is a complementary form of propaganda. And if you know, I mean, it's more complicated because this propaganda mechanism which is related to fake news is more complicated, which means first is the dissemination, the production and dissemination of fake news. Okay, we understand this perhaps. The second is the selective fact-checking. We already saw that. And the third, which is? The third is the publication on the press, on the media, regarding fact-checking. What media say about fact-checking? And there are publications which support the untrustworthy fact-checking, and they support, on the other side, trustworthy fact-checking. I mean, fact-checking is a field of fight or confrontation between different sides, with different views, which are against the other. So what we need already is not just fact-checking, but fact-checkers who fact-check fact-checking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't know if that's yes, it works. Thanks very much, George. We thank George Plios for this very accurate and rigorous analysis of the subject. I retain, among other things, that regarding fake news, we can see them as opinions, convictions, perspectives, wishes. So we can consider fake news as a performative function of discourse of some kind. Second of all, the context of enunciation of expression, which leads us to another point, that it is not only necessary to look at the content, but also at who speaks, who is responsible of the discourse produced. Thank you so much for that. I don't know if there is any questions in the audience. Yes, I see our students. And Cécile Medel and our student.
Okay.
And Petra.
Thank you very much for your intervention. I find your approach very interesting. It emphasizes that fake news is not primarily a distortion of reality, and that we should focus on the reality behind the opinion behind it. And you pointed out in a very convincing way the limits of fact-checking. But I have a question, two questions. The first one is, I was wondering about your definition of fake news. You assume that fake news is propaganda. My first question is, why do you talk about fake news and not only propaganda? And if I understand you well, your definition assumes that fake news has two characteristics. First one, it's the dissemination as the disseminator as an intention, which is quite complicated. And the second one is that fake news is necessarily false. I'm not that sure of of it. But, however, we can presume that a news report can be published without any motive or intention. And in the social media, a lot of news are shared without intention. As you quote an example with the Putin picture. I don't know if there is an intention, but it is primarily for humor purpose. And the second point is that propaganda can tell the truth, and propaganda can be rational. So my second question leads us to the rumor. How do you conceive rumor in confront with fake news? And do you think that rumor are are to be treated not in the same terms as fake news?
Okay, thank you very much. Let's take your questions one by one. First, propaganda is the function of fake news. It's not fake news. This is the main function. It's not the only function of fake news propaganda. Sometimes he or she who spreads fake news, perhaps seeking very different results, not only, let's say, profit, political or economic, etc., okay? But propaganda is the main function. So, now, what is fake news? Fake news, first of all, is news. In order a story to be fake news, first of all, must be news, which means that before the rise, before the advent of media, we do not have fake news. Because many, let us say, researchers analyze fake news in ancient Greek, in Greece. There is no fake news in ancient Greek for the very simple reason there is no media in ancient Greece. Right? Not even in medieval Europe. There is no media. Since there is no media, there is no different, let's say, type of discourse, media discourse, so there is no actually fake news. So fake news come along with the media. Fake news is falsified news story. It's a falsified news story. That's fake news. Okay, I don't say something different perhaps. But why is falsified? It can be falsified in many ways. I already tell you that there exist 27 different ways to falsify a news story. For example, heterotopy. A news story which, let's say, in a fact which takes place, let's say, in Atlantic Ocean. Some journalists say that it happens, let's say, in the Persian Gulf or the Red Sea, for example. It's a kind of fake news. Do you remember the fake news with the cormorant? Zaire, you remember this song, okay? Okay. You remember the story with the cormorant. What used to say media in USA? That it happened in Persian Gulf. Because the bad guy, Saddam Hussein, he destroyed the oil fields, and so the oil went to the Persian Gulf, etc., etc. So in order to somehow describe Saddam Hussein as the bad guy, so they tell it happens that. But there are other stories that it's not exactly what happened. We know there are two possible places where perhaps this fact took place. First was in the Northern Sea between Norway and Great Britain. This is the first version, and the second version is in the Biscay Gulf. You know, this is the second version. But we do not know exactly. The person who actually said to us that it didn't happen in the Persian Gulf, it was Umberto Eco, who said that in that time there are no cormorants in the area, for example. So after that they tried to search what actually happened in this manner. So heterotopy, heterochrony, in different time. For example, In 2008, here in Greece, December 6th, here, Athens turned to a hell. You know, policemen assassinated a 50 years old boy, and then a lot of protesters clashed with the police, and a great part of the central Athens, city center of Athens, would turn to flames. Okay, so many streets in Athens were destroyed. A lot of cars were burned. And anyway, big damage by that time in Athens, 2008, December 6th. 10 years ago, December 6th, 2018, was the Syriza government. Some of newspapers belong to the opposition, published the same picture, saying that it happened last night, during the governance Syriza party. And the Syriza party was party in office. So, a fact which happens 10 years ago, they told that it happens yesterday. This is heterochrony, okay? Different time shifting, actually. Place shifting, time shifting. Actually, it's a different strategy. Or, for example, change the scenery. The scenery, yes. In 2015, here in Greece, you know that more than 1 million refugees came from Turkey to Greece, and from Greece they passed to to Europe, or let's say Vienna, or Germany, or Belgium, etc., etc. So, by that time, the Greek public television, ERT, established a 3 minutes news bulletin for in Arabic, okay, for the refugees, in order these people to know where they are, what is going here, how they can, okay, go further, etc., etc. So the newspaper of the neo-Nazi, actually the Nazi party, Golden Dawn, you know, I guess, about this, published a front page photograph, a lady with a scarf, and saying that, look, Islamists, they are saying the news, they are presenters of news on the Greek public television, which was a lie. Why? Actually, fake news. Why? Because the lady who was on the picture, she was a really news presenter, but not in Saudi Arabia, not in Greece. And of course, she was with a scarf there, but not in Greece, for example. That is a change of scenery, for example. So, another publication, again on the Greek media. You know, remember George Floyd, okay? George Floyd. The photo of George Floyd and a title saying, what was the reason to die, George Floyd? And next to this sentence, he had COVID. Okay? You understand that the reader's approach connects these two different expressions, and he understands, or she understands, that he died from COVID, not from police brutality, for example. Right? This is another strategy. So there are 27 different techniques or strategies to falsify the news. But in general, fake news are falsified stories, news stories which falsify the facts, actually. This is not falsify the facts in order to impose some views. And here is something very interesting, in my opinion. There is a kind of fake news stories which I call journalistic simile. Simile, you know. Which actually they depict a fact which didn't happen, but it could happen. For example, now, during the war on Iran, there were published a lot of, let's say, videos saying that this happens in Iran or in Israel. But in Israel, it happens many years ago during a football game, or it happens, for example, in Algeria after the end of a football game. It didn't happen in Israel or in Iran, but it could happen there. It was possible to happen. Okay, this is the simile, as we say. And here in the journalistic simile, actually, we can see and understand the nature of fake news. I told you, fake news is, in our time, what was art in 17th and 18th century. Using invented stories, They try to talk to us about real problems and real issues. That's the point. If we do not understand this point, I mean, the essence of fake news, we'll never trust no one source, no one fake news, and this leads to crisis of trust. Trust is one of, let's say, the very basics of modernity and democracy. We live, this is the very condition of modernity, trust. Trust. Giddens, for example, has published one time a very interesting work about the trust in modernity, how important is trust in modernity. We don't know the pilot, but we get in the plane, right? We don't know the doctor, but go to him or to her to examine us. We don't know the employee in the back, but we trust. Trust is one of the basics of the foundations of democracy. If we start mistrusting or don't trust the others, this is not just an expression of crisis of trust regarding the fake news or fake news or media, etc. It is mistrusting of the very basics of democracy, in my opinion. This is very important to understand exactly what fake news is, because only if we understand what exactly is fake news, we can cope with this more efficiently. Not totally, but more efficiently. That's my opinion. So, can you repeat, please, the second question, because I already forgot what it is. Rumor, yeah. Rumor is one of the channels for spreading fake news. And, okay, there is the rumor in the physical space or offline world, and there's a rumor also in the online world. The problem where it is that the rumor in offline world can be noticed by many other people who may do not believe in rumors. But in online, let's say our connections, online connections, only these persons who trust already these rumors, they are coming close to these rumors. This is more dangerous. But this is just one of the channels. Don't forget that not only rumors, there are many, many channels for spreading fake news. Let's say religion, the church. For example, the church for centuries used to say that Earth is at the center of our system, okay? Solar system. But Earth, it's not at the center of solar system. People couldn't believe that the Creator, God, put His perfect creature, okay, at the end of the space. It was ideological, the reason to believe in such scientific ideas, not scientific. It was ideological, actually. So, church use rumors in order to spread, for example, what is good, what is bad, what for good for the health, what is not, or the marriage, for example. Rumor, for example, church, there are now clerks who say that, look, young people, do not marry to other people you know on social media or even through your contacts. You may trust the one who tell you who can fit to the other, and which couples can live together or not. This is such a thing. So that's one of just one of the channels, not perhaps the most important.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I want your point of view on popular opinion. Do you think that the overconsumption of fake news today can be linked to the fact that algorithms tend to promote content that evokes more strong emotions like panic or hate? Thank you.
Both are valid. I mean, there are people in panic who tend to consume fake news and believe in these fake news, or back the other way around. I mean, they read or they consume fake news and then they start being panic. So it depends on what it's about, for example. Okay, if you, for example, now, that's very important. You know that in Greece, at least one a year, we have a parade, military parade, right? You are from Greece, right? Okay, you know, this is a military parade on October 28th, right? Not on March 27, actually. Actually, in October, it happens in Thessaloniki. So, when, for example, sometimes we hear a plane, very, very strong noise. Let's say some, perhaps, windows broke. So, just wondering, what is going on? What is going on? We start reading news, and there are persons who really they publish fake news about the incident, I mean the event, right? For example. So the panic makes people to start searching, believing this fake news, but the other way around. The problem is that it comes from the fact that we are not tied to the reality. That is the problem. Look, people who are experienced in a field cannot be victims of fake news so easily. You cannot, for example, convince a doctor. Actually, I'll tell you the results of research I've done in the past regarding H1N1, you know, the virus, 2008. You are very young, you do not remember this, but older people, I guess, they remember. So we search among nurses and doctors in hospitals here in Athens. And we found that the amount of, I mean, the number of doctors who believe in on theories, on conspiracy theories, is very small. But it is high among nurses, for example. Even if they work in a hospital, even if they deal with people who suffer of H1N1, they believe in conspiracy theories. Why? Because doctors have specialized knowledge. Nurses have not specialized knowledge on viruses. And this is why you cannot convince a doctor to believe in conspiracy theories. But you can make a nurse, and of course, even worse if she's not or he's not a nurse, to believe in such. So experience is a very significant factor in order for people to believe or not. In this relation, I think that political experience, I mean the experience of people from politics, is a very important factor in order to believe or not believe on fake news, on the conspiracy theories tied to or connected to politics, for example. Let me say the following primer. There are people in Greece, here in Athens, in Lesbos Island, or other islands in the Aegean Sea, who used to believe and still believe that refugees actually that are agents of MIT. MIT is the Turkish intelligence, actually, right? Because they have no knowledge, they have no personal knowledge, they have no experience of the thing. I've been in Lesbos Island, in a village away 24 kilometers from the camp where the refugees used to live there, and he believed in these rumors or in these conspiracy theories. Why? Because he never came close to a migrant or a refugee, never, even 24 kilometers away from the camp. He didn't have any experience from them, for example. So experience in politics is very important in order to believe or know in such conspiracy theories concerning politics, for example, or other issues. Experience, yes, it's a very strong source, our experience. Okay, perhaps it sounds a little British, but it's true, okay?
Thank you. I think that we will stop here with the questions. Thank you very, very much. I retain from the last part of your speech and the answers this basic and fundamental question of trust in our societies, and all these discourse about truth and post-truth and that reminded me of the work of Revaux Dallon on post-truth, the French philosopher, that says that post-truth is in fact undermining our ability to live together. This confusion,
trust, yeah.
Yes, because it undermines trust. So I would like to thank very, very much George Plios for his conference. Thank you so much. And we will continue with our next panel on social and new media post-crisis discourses, coordinated by Jaircio de Silva. So I would like to invite all panelists in the panel. Στείλτε μου αυτά και μιλάμε. Ναι. Έχω κάνει την αίτηση. Το ξέρω. Με ενημέρωσαν κανονικότητα την πρώτη εβδομάδα του Σεπτέμβρη. Θα με ενημερώσουν κιόλας πάλι. Είμαι έτοιμη.
So good afternoon. We start the third panel. So with the presentation of Sofia Theodosiadou, it's assistant professor at University of Thessalonica. She will present a communication entitled Listen into the Crisis Aftermath, Podcasting and Live Experience. You have 50 minutes, and then we have the questions at the end of the presentations. The time is 20 minutes or 50 minutes, and then 50 we can go to the
Oh, thank you. Okay. I'm going to present you a work that is still in progress, so I'm going to present a small part of it. Together with my colleague, Maria Ristani, we have studied podcasts and how trauma, and especially the Tembi crash, train crash, that you have been listening to since the beginning of this day, is being depicted in podcasts, in 3 podcasts that have different format. So I'm going to start. Okay, crises are breaks in flow, fractures in time, mindful gaps, and pregnant pauses. In the words of Reinhard Koselleck, a crisis has since 1780 signified a new sense of time which both indicated and intensified the end of an epoch. Greek society has in recent years endured a roller coaster of multiple crises, starting from the economic crisis of late years that have left a lasting imprint on its public infrastructure and social fabric. Audio media, particularly podcasts, have played a critical role in conveying the trauma of both the financial collapse and the ensuing societal crisis. In this light, we are curious to explore the ways in which podcasting may linger with expediently amplify the aftersound of a crisis, even if or despite the return to normality. Podcasts such as Trauma by IMED Lab have opened the mic for lived experience and enabled marginalized or silenced voices of victims, relatives, or survivors to resurface, encouraging listeners to engage with these narratives actively. In doing so, they intervene in normative audibility and strive for what Brandon LaBelle terms acoustic justice, namely the practices or gestures that seek to rework the distribution of the herd. Sound, as LaBelle emphasizes, functions as a deeply relational medium. Mass media have a vital role both in representing cultural trauma and in recuperating from it, providing the symbolic means for a community to reconnect past and future. Equally significant is the undecided communicative orientation, wavering between the pursuit of empathy and the intention to offer solidarity or guidance to others undergoing similar circumstances. This ambivalence further accounts for the frequent shifts in perspective that characterizes such narratives. The case study of the national radio broadcast of the Eichmann trial in Israel demonstrates that the first empathetic engagement with the trauma of the Holocaust conferred unprecedented legitimacy upon survivors' truth claims, situating their testimonies within the space between narratology and dramatography. Radio, particularly in its live transmissions, became inextricably intertwined with the very memory of the trial, a phenomenon that likely relates to the dynamics of collective memory, namely the ways in which the past is socially constructed in the present. What's happening? Okay. Previous research that studied trauma and podcasting in contemporary Greek society found that the originality of the particular podcast documentary under study, Trauma, lies in the weaving of the personal to the collective trauma, as well as in how this pain intertwines and defines the national collective trauma. Building upon findings from an analysis of this trauma podcast, which demonstrated that immersive auditory engagement with personal trauma can transform passive listening into active ear witnessing and political engagement, the present study extends its critical framework. It aims to shed more light on how podcasting negotiated the aftermath of the Tempe train crash, focusing on the lived experiences of witnesses, victims, and those directly affected by the tragedy. By analyzing podcast narratives related to the Tempe tragedy, this research aims to examine how these individual and collective experiences are articulated and disseminated to foster a different understanding of recovery and resilience. Okay, you can see the hypothesis of this research, what meta-narrative representations emerged in Greek podcasting following the Tempe train crash, and through which discursive practices are these meta-narratives constructed and sustained. What we actually did was take these three podcasts, that they have a very different format. The Hard Truth About the Tempe is by Aris Dimokidis, live for podcasts, March 2024, which is a journalistic podcast. I'm going to say more about it as we move on. Then the FSIN podcast, Together as One Voice for Tempe. So this is a podcast produced by the a left newspaper, Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών, from February 2025. And the last one, The Tragedy of Tempe Through Evdokia's Eyes, from February 2024, which is a podcast that actually is an interview with a survivor of the Tempe crash. Okay, this is a journalistic podcast that aims to analyze and inform by presenting the key facts surrounding the law on ministerial responsibility, the covering of the accident site, the responsibilities attributed to Minister of Transport, Karamanlis, the parliamentary inquiry, the cargo of the second train, and the allegations of a cover-up raised in connection with the European Public Prosecutor's Office. It will raise the crucial questions and seek to uncover the hard truth behind the criminal tragedy of Tempe. The analysis unfolds on two levels, and here you can see some of the narration inside the podcast. You can read them. I'm going to explain how the narration moved on. The analysis unfolds on two levels. Initially, it examines the public statements, media interviews, speeches, and news coverage of the certain devastating story, while on a second level, it scrutinizes parliamentary procedures in responding to the accident, highlighting how the law on ministerial responsibility mitigates political consequences for ministers, even when their errors contribute to tragic outcomes. To be more specific, the central argument concerning responsibility for this fatal train crash unfolds across two dimensions: the actions of the Greek government before the crash and its response afterward. Prior to the accident, the Minister of Transport, Kostas Karamanlis, assured Parliament of the safety of Greece's railway system. I think we heard this today once again. Yet merely a week later, the Tempe crash occurred. The government also bears responsibility for the appointment and transfer of the train station manager, whose error proved fatal that night. Moreover, the law on ministerial responsibility further shields officials from accountability. The podcast closes with an urge that political parties should recognize the necessity of reform and use the forthcoming constitutional revision as an opportunity to amend the law on ministerial responsibility. Such a change could contribute to rebuilding public trust, narrowing the gap between society and the political system, and restoring citizens' confidence in justice. Okay, the second podcast, Together as One Voice for Tempe, it's a commemorative podcast on the Tempe tragedy, featuring their own voices imbued with grief, anger, protest, yet also hope. Newspaper readers introduce themselves on air by stating their full name, age, and profession before recording their messages, thereby foregrounding personal accountability and embodied presence. The three journalists responsible for the podcast limit their role to opening the space at the outset. Thereafter, only the voices of the newspaper readers are heard. The episode concludes with a scream, following the articulation of participants' full name and age, a closing gesture that intensifies the affective charge of the program. A central argument articulated through emotionally charged discourse is the assertion that citizens can no longer endure the prevailing conditions, accompanied by repeated accusations directed at the government, which is held accountable for the train crash. Another significant argument concerns the demand for justice and the call for collective action to achieve accountability and institutional change. Okay, the third podcast, Beyond Limits, is the name of the podcast, and the name of the episode examines and studies the tragedy of Tempe through Evdokia's eyes. This is a podcast that runs since 2020 with the main concept of stories of people who embrace challenges and eventually grow into better and happier versions of themselves.
The podcast shares mainly stories of athletes that made a difference in their lives, but also athletes with disability or stories of people that changed career and followed their passion. The podcast is mainly conversational and leaves a lot of open space for the interviewer to express their feelings, worldview, and full story. So here, yes, we have the interviewer, Evdokia Tsagli, who is a young woman who was a survivor of the Tempe crash. And she realized, it's a very moving interview, she realized that the train collision was actually an awakening for her for a number of things that her generation left unresolved and didn't bother to act collectively and protest against them. She also notes that taking to the other wounded people, relatives of the victims and survivors of the train collision, made her more empathetic and more sensitive to the human suffering. She realizes that all of the above, all of this somehow inside Mrs. says, emotionally transformed into a will for justice, and she insists that for her, the ultimate goal is for the politicians to remove them, to hold them accountable, to see them punished, and to carry this through to the end, to uncover all the evidence that they have been trying to conceal for so long, and to ensure they are brought to justice. Okay, in conclusion, the podcast The Hard Truth About Tempe constructs a journalistic narrative that seeks to identify the causes of the accident and critically examine the errors that led to this tragic event. While this podcast adopts a predominantly investigative approach, the other two employ a more personal and human-centered narrative, foregrounding the experiences and voices of those directly affected. Through these perspectives, they question the reliability, accountability, and presence of the Greek state in relation to its citizens. Despite their different narrative styles, all three podcasts ultimately convey a similar message, that Greek citizens often find themselves abandoned by a state that appears indifferent to their concerns and by a government perceived as untruthful and unaccountable. Nevertheless, the aim and the overall concept of the three podcasts differ significantly. The Hard Truth About Tempe is primarily informative, whereas the FSIN podcast takes the form of an audio diary that seeks to evoke sentiment and emotionally engage the audience. Evdokia's Eyes offers a direct testimony from a young survivor that simultaneously fills an informational gap and appeals to the audience's emotions. In doing so, it stands between the two other podcasts, balancing factual reporting with effective storytelling. Okay. The dominant meta-narrative surrounding the Tempe train crash is articulated across three podcast formats: an informative journalistic podcast, a politically charged narrative podcast, and a deeply personal account, each contributing a distinct interpretive framework through which the tragedy is understood and remembered. The journalistic podcast seeks to identify those responsible for the crash, focusing on the causes and systemic failures that contributed to the disaster. Evdokia's Eyes, by contrast, foregrounds the survivors' lived experience of the crash, highlighting the enduring emotional and psychological burden it has left behind. In particular, the results of this research are in alignment with Pinsevsky and Liebs, who found that radio transformed survivors from marginalized and often silent figures into disembodied voices capable of narrating their experiences. As such, the Eichmann trial highlights the media's crucial role in converting private memories of suffering into collective narratives of trauma. In the case of the Tempe train crash, in Evdokia's Eyes and the FSIN podcast, the personal memories and the tragic history of the survivors is being voiced and become part of the collective past of the Greek nation. Thank you very much.
Juste... So the next communication will be online. It will be by Ioana Ischiadi in the communications about immersive journalism and the construction of post-crisis narratives. I don't know if... we can probably start another one and then wait. Okay. So. Yeah. We go into the next one. So with Michel Durompard, it's a professor at University of Toulon, and you talk about the superficiality and the depth, how traditional and online media cover the political crisis in France.
Okay. So, hello everybody. I don't want to be the little French who speak in French. Again, I say to Joanna, and I speak in English, but I have to apologize and to ask you to forgive me because I'm not specialist about media, journalism, etc. My work is about Michel Durompard in Toulon. Donc, my work is about the link between digital device and social meaning, social comportment, etc., especially on health, culture, and education. It's my colleague, he is not there, Bilal Aroufoun, which he is the specialist, and he do a big studies about my hypothesis and the idea I have about this situation. This situation, I could be very radical. I think never, especially the public media, has been in such strong difficulty and crisis in France before a long time. So this communication is about this situation because in first, I would like to read you a little abstract to give you all the problematic and the arguments of this communication. We have a kind of situation very difficult between the public media and media in general and political situation in France actually, because you know there is 2 days ago a big dissolution of the parliament, and there is no majority. And since 1978, it was a new fact. It was a new reality between against 60 years. The France was used to have a majority, and the government was a big majority with us. In fact, it's wrong. It's not new. The France know before this kind of situation. And it seems that media, political men and women, leaders, etc., forget that. And if we compare to European countries, Italy, Spain, North of Europe, and etc., it's a situation common, known for this country. So I would talk about that. Whoa, perhaps here. And to insist about 3 hypotheses. Hypotheses about the mirror effect between media and between political situation. With this kind of situation very strange and very unknown for us since 60 years, approximately. I try to be... Oh, there is a mistake. This situation is not during June 2022, but 2024, the big dissolution. So the context is no parliamentary majority, instability in government, and rising political tension. It's permanent and it's every time. But in fact, in the media reaction, there is a kind of oubli, forgive that in Fourth Republic, Third Republic, Second Republic, First Republic, there is a very, very big confusion, big instability. So it's not very new, but we forgot all that, in fact. Alors, the three hypotheses is about three mirror effects. The first is distortion, amplification, reversibility. As these media who are in crisis forget the big deep of history before. And the first effect, the first mirror, alors, I have to say, these hypotheses come from the work about Mark Allen and Mancini, who talk about the parallelism system and relationship, yes, before political world and media sphere, if I can say like that. So we took, I know the theory about Halim and Mancini is very discussed because there is a kind of systematic model in their model. But we only take the point that there is a kind of asymmetric relationship between political sphere and political media, and excuse me, and media sphere. And it's this kind of asymmetric relation who interests Bilal and me to talk about this problem. So the first mirror effect, it's a kind of amplification, a kind of effect mirrors is that, in fact, there is a kind of, comment on dit, exagéré, amplification of the situation, amplification. Not majority, to have not majority in France, to have a proportional situation, it's not used, it's not common, it's not good, because the majority system is the best. We are so used to this fact, majority system, that it's like we can support, we can accept a partial or proportional system. And this kind of amplification is the first mirror we can observe. And there is a kind of focus about Allied conflict, distort perception, reduce analytical depth, because if we talk this story, we saw what? We saw that during the first, second, three, and fourth Republic, there is a big problem. There is a kind of war, there is a kind of distortion, and they can provide law. They can work together, but they can fight too. I remember during the Front Populaire in 1937, Léon Blum, who go out from the parliament, was struck by radical and extremist people. They strike him, he go to the hospital, etc. And the Front Populaire do a lot of law, do a lot of changement for the French society, so that people are hurting together, that people disturb, etc. It's not a problem. Perhaps a problem. That is the situation. The actual situation in France is that there is no there is no agreement. There is a lot of disturb, but they don't do a lot of work about provide law. Perhaps this fact is new, because in the historical story of political system in France, they hurt, they fight, but they provide a lot of law. The second, I have to go quickly. The second problem, but its hypothesis is, I call that obscure and blind mirror. I give you only one fact. During the First Republic, there is a very famous sentence who say, I give you in France, la République dévore ses enfants. Danton et Robespierre coupent la tête aux Girondins. Hein, je dis en français très vite. Danton et Robespierre coupent la tête aux enragés. Ensuite, Robespierre coupe la tête de Danton. Et enfin, Danton se fait couper la tête par ses opposants. Donc, in every night, during all night, they provide a lot of law. So, this kind of denied, this kind of obscure and blind system that media, but I think media are influenced by the political situation. And there is a kind of situation in media and political. And there is a kind of reflexive perception. And I think, because I have, I'm sure, 5 minutes. So, and I think the last hypothesis I have to conclude for this hypothesis is this kind of reflexive. Because you have actually a situation where audiovisual public is very, very, je perds mes mots, attaqué, combattu, between radical and extreme system. There is a commission who was a very kind of scandal, Bolloré, who in France tried to control the sector of media edition, like Murdoch before in United States. Not a day where a leader from radical extremist Rassemblement National say, when we arrive to the power, we private all a big part of the public radiophonic and audiovisual media. So this kind of reflexive situation, the political leader talk about media, talk the opinion of media, talk the information for media to return against the media, and the media are in kind of reflexive situation where they're impressive and they are very, very care about what they can do and what they can say. So I have to go very quickly for the risk, voilà, loss of objectivity, superficial analysis, many kind of basic media models. So I would like to take, perhaps I late my slides, and I only, because the time is very short, I only talk about something we do in the studies. We did not finish. We cannot prove all the hypotheses about the mirror effect, but you say something about this problem we have to discuss. The analysis is about you have the items we use about the analysis with Eramitech, 2,000, more than 2,000 articles who are published during this period, 2022 and 2024. You know, you can see the corpus. And there is with the corpus and the analytic treatment with Uwamutek, 8 classes. I show you very, very quickly the classes. There is the analytic treatment with Uwamutek. During the Paris Olympians under tension, the newspaper most strongly representative are Liberation, Le Monde, and Humanity. And it's a kind reflection situation between the Paris Olympic Games, who was a kind of oxygen about the political situation, and in the contrary, in the press, in the media, there is a kind of critique about the very, very difficult, very, very difficult situation for the political world, and the feast about the Paris Olympic Games. Class 2, I will go very quickly. The right for Macron is the discussing about the decision from Macron. Jean-Luc, I would like to say one thing about this kind of situation. Actually, it seems in the media that the first enemy, the first bad man, it's Mélenchon. And we don't talk about Rassemblement National. In fact, it's not true. But Mélenchon is the kind of symptom of all the difficulty without this majority for the class politic. And we forgot, and the media forgot, and the commentary forgot that, in fact, the Rassemblement National is actually engaged in a kind of ideological and cultural war against the media, the democracy, the expression, the liberty expression in media, in the public debate. And Mélenchon is a kind of symptom of all this dysfunction. Dysfunction. La classe 4, the fourth class, is the manifestation that the first time the RN, Rassemblement National, appeared to win and to have the power next year, because there is the presidential election. Class 5, it's about economic crisis, public debt. All the commentary go in the sense that this situation means that it's impossible to reform, impossible to go to a better situation about economic situation, etc., etc. To go very quickly, and effectively, the classes, it's about the public service, healthcare, education, etc. And there is a kind of very, very pessimistic and very dark sensation about that. And bon, je passe sur les dernières classes et je vais peut-être sur la conclusion pour que I go to the conclusion for you to understand. I think to be, because I have to finish, 1 minute, même pas. I think there is 2 big problems. One part, there is a kind of forgiven of political history in France, the kind of, it's possible in France to have minority, pluralism, etc., and to have a kind of good governance. But all the story of France take that until 1958. And it's like this 60 last years forget to media, to political sphere, extra, this reality. And if we compare of all other democratic system in Europe. I don't say that it's easier, but it's possible. But there is a kind of situation of very, very kind strongness, exaggeration about this situation, actually. And the other fact is, don't all this instability, all this confusion, don't provide a lot of law and lot of movement between the political situation, the social and economic situation. But I think the second important problem for the media, it's actually this cultural, ideological world. We talk about Bolloré, but it's not only Bolloré. It's the Rassemblement National, and for one part, it's one of the white party who have the impression that if they win this war, we can talk about Guamsi. They win the vote, they win the election. And it's so far that there is a kind of asymmetric and symmetric relation between media and political sphere that feed this situation. And this situation of ideological and cultural war is, you can see only on the private media, CNews, Bolloré, again, which you have one of the big journalists of CNews who say between the Parliament Commission, people don't want to have fact, people don't want to have information, they want a commentary. So there is a war between the information and the confirmatory. And I think, for a part, the media and the public media internalize this kind of situation and have difficulty to have an analytic, more, I finish, more historical and deep between the political situation actually in France. I'm very, very confused and very, I give you all my apologies because it was a little difficult, not only for the language, but only because it's not my specialty in research. Thank you.
Now, so the third presentation will be finally Ioana Schiagi, who is online with the communication about immersive journalism and construction of post-crisis narratives.
Hello, I hope that you can hear me.
Yeah, perfectly.
Can you see my screen, my presentation?
Yes. Can see you, hear you, and also your presentation.
Perfect. So I'm Ioana Schiadi. I would be really happy to be with you together, but due to some personal reasons, I was not able to come. My presentation is about my immersive journalism, that my PhD was based on this, and the construction of post-crisis narratives. I am a postdoctoral candidate in the Department of Mathematics in the National Technical University, and also I'm a researcher in the Pitts Journalism Laboratory in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. So let's begin. What is important, first of all, in a comparison between the traditional journalism and the immersive one, is that we no longer see we watch just the crisis, but we enter into them through the immersive technologies. We witness them, we have embodiment, and we feel we are participants in this crisis. So this is something really important that we must take we must consider about it. Specifically, immersive journalism, as we have seen, it emotionalizes and personalizes, especially the crisis. And it has been a really important tool during crisis and how to transform and how to inform people about different crises like societal crisis, humanitarian crisis. We live in the eras we have seen also that there is under a continuous crisis, especially the journalism, because of the climate, the war, the pandemics, the disinformation ecosystem. But it's really important also to take care, to consider about the technologies and a new kind of crisis that they bring, like the AI disruption, the post-traumatic polarization. Crisis, what we have seen the last few years is that they become an everyday issue in the news and of journalism as a science. So, what is important is that we have moved from the information to experience. We have the newspapers and the broadcasts, the digital, the social platform journalism. But the last few years, we are going to a more hybrid way of journalism, the immersive and AI, where we live the stories, we give our data, something that is also really important and we should consider about it, and also about the blurring the reality and the narrative. This is something also really important as it regards disinformation and how we transform and how we transform and we develop a crisis scenario into an immersive ecosystem. So what is important is that we have one-to-one communication in the immersive environments, and of course one-to-many or many-to-many, but we can choose the path. That is something also really important that we should consider when we build an immersive experience, and especially when we try to inform our audience about the crisis. So what is also really important is the personalization and the adaptation, especially the personalization that we see a lot of times, and if I may say, the different risks that exist through this environment, especially when we blur the lines between the reality and the virtual reality. So, immersive journalism it's not just about the virtual reality and what we have seen from 2015. It's about VR environments, AR overlays, emotional adaptive systems. It has a lot of different technologies that they are being included so as to create an immersive experience. It's emotional, sensory, behavioral, and algorithmic. This is something that we should consider when we see a case of a crisis being transmitted through immersive environments. So, our study was based in theoretical foundations, the media constructivism, that the media shape the social reality, the affective publics, the platformization. Really important, what I want to focus is the essence of presence, and more specifically that we shift from the storytelling to the story living. That is something that we should consider when we want to convey a crisis in an immersive environment. And also the algorithmic governance. The platforms, as we know, they mediate the reality construction, and it's really important to know who owns our data. So, what about the normality after a crisis and how we construct it?
Pour commencer, ou Stéphane est en train d'appeler le... Madame Esquiade pour voir peut-être qu'il y a eu une connexion de réseau chez elle, je ne sais pas.
Which country?
Je ne me rappelle plus où elle est maintenant. Non, non. C'est pas
Aux États-Unis,
pour l'anecdote, si je puis me permettre. Ça m'est arrivé un peu la même chose. Et j'étais invitée comme conférencier, comme une keynote speaker à Toulouse.
Ah ouais.
Et je ne pouvais pas y être, je le faisais en ligne. Et au milieu de ma conférence, ça a coupé. Et ça ne s'est jamais restauré, j'ai à vous dire. Et je ne sais pas quoi dire d'autre comme anecdote pour meubler le temps. Yes. Can we wait for Stefano Echini copycat? Ah, elle est en train de se reconnecter maintenant.
Ah, voilà.
C'est les aléas du direct.
Με ακούτε?
Ναι, τώρα σας ακούμε. Αλλά δεν σας βλέπω.
Ωραία. Ναι, δώστε μου 2 λεπτά. Λόγω τεχνικού προβλήματος από πλευρά σας, μάλλον, τέλος πάντων, δεν μπορούσατε να μετέταξε το Zoom. So, let's continue. What about the normality after crisis? It's really important to create after a crisis, as we have seen, an existence of normality. So what is important to consider is to restore the order, rebuild the trust, create the coherence, and stabilize uncertainty. But immersive journalism complicates this normalization because we have the emotional presence, it reactivates the trauma, and as we said, it blurs the temporal distance. So, what is important to consider about immersive crisis storytelling? We have seen different cases through the years from 2015 that it was a remarkable year about the immersive journalism. We have different stories about VR documentaries with refugee crisis, about the COVID, about the climate simulations that we have seen, especially in Africa. And also we have a lot of AI-generated work reconstructions. So what is important is that immersive journalism collapses the distance, the abstraction, and the spectatorship. So the audience is no longer outside the story, but it's inside this. So what we should consider are the critical questions about authenticity, manipulation, and emotional governance. But why immersion matters? What is important is that it deepens the understanding. It feels, as we said, is a shift from the storytelling to the story living. We have a strengthened empathy. We have a humanization of the crisis and of the situation of the other person, and we feel closer to the other. And what we should consider especially is that it improves crisis awareness. So younger audience, and especially the digital native generations like the Generation Z and the Generation Alpha, are generations that we will use and they will be immersed in those situations. But what are about the risks? It's really important to consider the risk like the trauma commodification, the emotional manipulation, as we have said, and the deep fake environment, as we said, the blurring between the reality and the virtual reality, and also the emotional dependency. In this environment, journalists risk to become an emotional optimized experiential consumption and to not reflect the truth and the reality. And what about the AI-generated reality ecosystems? It's really important that to consider, and as I said before about this hybrid kind of journalist that we move to through the immersive and AI kind of model. It's that the synthetic immersive environments, the generative storytelling, and the personalized narratives are being increased through the use of artificial intelligence. So the representation simulation become unstable, and this is something that we should consider when we want to build a post-crisis narrative. So what is the post-crisis narrative ecosystem? We have the media reconstruction, we have the immersive mediation and the crisis event, but the most important is the normalization of fragmentation, that narratives, and we should consider that lead either to the stabilization and to the normalization of the narratives, of the order of the acceptance and of the new normal, and the fragmentation on the other hand, with the polarization of realities and the competing truths about a situation, especially when we talk in an after crisis environment. So, in order to conclude, immersive journalism it's not just a storytelling innovation or technological trend, but it represents a transformation of the reality, a reconfiguration of how we can communicate, and especially how big news media organizations can communicate to the public, and a shift in how the societies process the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. The questions and the discussion will be after the next presentation. So if you can stay online with us, I think we already lost you. So I think she's disconnected, but it'll be really nice to have you for the discussion. So if it's possible. So the next and the final communication is with Pietro Lana, who is a PhD candidate in the University of Turin. It's about like normalization through Eurasian in social media discourse.
Yes, do you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very happy to be here. Yes, my presentation I titled Shifting Focus, Normalization to Eurasia in Social Media Discourses. Here's what we are going to talk about. Fictionality, belief, magic circle, fictional roots. All of these very whimsical and fun concepts that come from narrative theory. We are going to try to apply them to social media user interfaces, and we see what exactly are the consequences. Some of these consequences are not as fun, as whimsical as they are when we apply it to literary texts. I want to start with the concept of fictionality as it was presented by Erik Nielsen in one article in 2015. Fictionality is a mode that goes beyond fiction. It's a constellation of genres that applies to any form of media. It goes beyond fiction in the sense that it's more comprehensive. It's not just when I say I'm going to tell you a story and whatever comes after is fiction. Fictionality applies to many, many realms of also day-to-day conversation. It's also when we make a joke. It's also when we are sarcastic or ironic, or when we omit something. We apply fictionality in many, many instances in our lives, and it's a way conceptually to broaden fiction so that we may apply it and its relative concepts to a more varied set of cases. It's also a cognitive ability, but as we are going to see, it's both fundamental and also very effective in the second when we apply it within literary texts or texts of other kind, either visual, augmented reality, alternate reality. And it's very interesting because it allows various ways to engage with the real which are not standard, as we can say. So, for example, we can see fictionality realized in mockumentaries, in alternate reality games, in TTRPGs, like, for example, Dungeons & Dragons, But in the realm of social media and digital communication especially, which is my focus today, we see it actualized through satire, memes, trolls, and fake news. Fictionality within social media takes these many forms. These are only four, but they are just examples. So there are many ways in which fictionality can actually apply to the social media and digital media environment. We have already talked today extensively about fake news and how the nature itself of a crisis can get altered to fake news. I would argue that memes, on the other hand, bring a form of normalization of the crisis where it gets repeated and iterated until it becomes regular, not longer exceptional. Satire is not specific to the digital medium, but it's also widely used in this context, and its main characteristic in this case is to change the connotation of the crisis, which might lose some of its seriousness, some of its more tragic aspect, only to become something to be joked about. And finally, trolls ridiculize the crisis, minimize it, go against the people who claim its relevance. Another concept I want to share with you is it has been proposed by Jean-Marie Chaffeur, which argues that there are two main mechanisms that lead the subject to project the fictional onto the real. So we are no longer in the realm of what gets said or shared or commented, but we are in the realm of action that users effectively take even outside of the boundaries of the medium. According to Schaffer, fiction has this efficacy if it is on the one hand immersive, so it blurs the boundaries between fiction and reality. And this is very relevant when it comes to social media, in particular if we think about the myth of transparency and how user interfaces are designed to be sort of transparent, to be sort of immediate to us, even though we know they are not, we know they are very articulated and they are stratified, and there is a lot going on beneath the surface. On the other hand, engagement is also relevant for this kind of efficacy because it shapes, it has the power to shape reality according to a fiction. So, for example, a number of users who mindlessly share a meme, or news, or satire, etc., might actually are participating actively in the meaning making within the concept of social media, thus changing the reality within the medium, not changing the reality in itself, of course, but changing the reality as it appears within the social media. This is very interesting if we look at the way social media works and the interfaces specifically, because there are many things within them that lead us to immersiveness. For example, first of all, there is noise. There is so many sources of information, so many enunciators, so many narrative modes and circumstances of enunciation. It's harder to keep track, but at the same time, because we are on social media and social media are designed to keep us engaged, we are engaged in this sort of perennial noise of information, which is not as clear as it was, to other mediums. On the other hand, users also have the ability to like, share, comment, and subscribe, so actively engaging, thus disseminating the fictive content. These, we begin to see, starts to appear as something very similar to what happens in alternative reality games, which are, of course, a creation of fictive and purely fictive, theoretically, but we will see that there are so many similarities, actually, between so many kinds of fictive content and not fictional, fictive, and the way social media communication works. I don't know if you're familiar with Zynga's idea of a magic circle. It's the idea that when players playing a game agree to play a game, they agree to a set of rules, and within the set of rules there is a circle within which they find themselves that is that contains the non-fiction, the fictive, the fictive. And outside of the circle there is reality. So they distanced themselves from reality by creating this circle made of rules, basically. The very interesting thing is that in many circumstances in fictive texts, this doesn't happen. We have transmedia and transmedia storytelling, decentralized storytelling, which is audience-driven, it's improvisational, there are an unspecified number of enunciators and enunciatees, and these are basically prerequisites for a game to be classified as alternative reality game, except these concepts and these rules are actually so perfect also to explain so many things that are happening within the social media communication environment. So, I mean, I found all of this very, very interesting in many ways. This brings to a set of consequences within the realm of R and ARGs, alternative reality games. There is the unawareness of the narrative status as a truth. There is a trust in the actor behind the narrative, and there is a belief as an immediate response that goes beyond the narrative. And these, again, are concepts that Jagoda creates when thinking, or generates, formulates when thinking about alternative reality games, but I believe that all of these similarities are just so striking when it comes to the way social media information works. They could almost be the same theory. I think it's very interesting. I'm well close to my conclusion. I want to bring forth some words by Umberto Eco, which in one of the main texts where he talks about fiction and suspension of disbelief, he defines the relation between an author of fictive literature and a reader as a fictional pact where the reader is supposed to accept that the author is telling him something that is not true. The author is not gonna lie and pretend that the story is true. He's gonna be very clear about it because the story has a beginning and has an end, and it's in the form of the book. And there are so many things that signal to the reader that a fiction is a fiction. So the second the reader accepts that he's reading a fiction, he is ready to suspend his belief. I believe that this approach, which of course Eco, when formulated this system, was mainly thinking about written fictional texts. I believe this is the center of what kind of system is in crisis here. And it has been said already today that probably one of the main problems here is that there is no pact, there is no trust. There is no fictional pact that tells me that what I'm gonna see online is true or false. Circumstances of enunciation are just so muddled, so chaotic that it's very hard to distinguish what is true and what is false. It's also very interesting to think about our own reality in terms of in terms of game theories, because we can see clearly, according to the screenshot made by Kaya, that our reality, or at least the digital reality of social media, is an underdetermined environment, meaning that anything mentioned or described may exist in the game. This is very interesting because, as we have said, there are very few rules that apply to social media, telling creators that they only have to put true content within the platforms. The rules are very hard to enforce. Fake news continue to proliferate. We are aware of that. But this creates an underdetermined environment where apparently anything goes. And I wanted just to conclude by summing up a little bit what are the main similarities that I see between fictive texts and the way social media communication happens and appears to us and to the users in general. It's not just a problem of necessarily literacy. There is no amount of literacy that can reliably allow a user to distinguish the news that he is reading from true or false, because there are so many modes of communication. As we said, there is satire, but there are also trolls, people pretending to actually believe what they say, so they I mean, so many ways to lie, as we say. If, semiotics is everything that is concerned with lying. There is certainly a lot of semiotics going on social media. So yes, to sum up, just exposition of content with varying degrees of truth makes it difficult to determine how much dust to place in each author. Infinite scrolling, for example, contributes to a sense of soft world building. Recommendation algorithms generate internal consistency. We know that users will be drawn by interfaces to more and more similar content, thus generating a sense of internal coherency, which is very good when it comes to storytelling, not as productive when it comes to reality. User engagement is governed by the affordances inherent in the interface, so we don't really see what is going on behind the surface of the interface, so we don't know what brings us some content, why some content gets recommended to us, why some content gets hidden to us. More than anything else, the engagement of other users can also lead to a collective creation of belief. So bringing it all together, I guess that if we used to ask in philosophy, like, if a tree falls on the grass in a forest and nobody's there to hear it, did it fall? On the other hand, it seems like the question today is, if a crisis happened, but is no longer on social media, is it really there? The discourse is so quick to change and switches from one crisis to the next, and sometimes we forget that even though it isn't there anymore, the crisis might still be very much real. And thank you for your attention.
So we have some time for questions and discussion. I'll probably start, and then we open the mic for the other questions. I try to find two questions that we all of you can think about in the different point of views of your own object. The first question is more about time and the temporality of the mediation, because I think podcasts and social media, and also, Michel, you talk about immediacy. So this temporality in the treatment of crisis and post-crisis, how that contributes, for example, to podcasts to be more deep, or to the social media to be less or instinctive, on the moment. So I think this is also important to understand the different temporalities. I don't know if Joanna can hear us, but also with the immersive journalism, with projects that take long time to be finished, and how that construct understanding of the crisis and the post-crisis. And my second question will be more about the collective thing. Pietro talked about collective creation of belief. Sophia, you talk about also the idea of personal to be collective. So the idea of the talking about yourself becomes something that amplified and become so collective. In your case, I think it's more about trauma, but how these new medias open the possibility to bring to the public sphere collective causes and collective discussions. And also for Michel, the question about also the political communication. I don't know if you have some like insights in this instability in France, how the political communication, that I mean like the government and how they work in that context, and how they try to make the debate take one direction than another, or try like to control the discussion. So we can start with Sophia, because you start before, and then I'm glad to hear you.
Okay, I will start with your second question. Both of them are very interesting, but I will start with the second question because I think it requires a lot of discussion. Well, I think that listening today, it is an act that it's personal, and everyone listens something different to a different news station, to a different podcast, to a different station. But at the same time, we haven't placed enough attention to collective listening, because when I listen to something, it's not just something pathetic. I'm not pathetic, I'm energetic. I mean, this is when I listen, for example, to political events, like even if this is through a personal lens, like the interview I was mentioning, we were studying, I think that this gives also a political stand to the listener. And it's also, I think, the first step to move towards action. Yes, yes, this is it.
I would say I'm gonna also answer first to the question about time and temporality and how it affects discourse. I would say it's fundamental. I mean, the original, I think it is still in the title. Yes, my title is Shifting Focus, because the first thing I noticed about crisis and social media is that they just don't stick. There are so many competitive discourses that it's very hard for a single crisis to really stay in the, I wouldn't say the public eye, but in the digital eye for more than a couple of weeks. And this is also because, as it was mentioned today by some comment, negative content is what really brings the numbers in social media, and the number of comments, and also sometimes the rage and the desperation. So when there is, when we have then to act after a crisis, and there is this long process, as we said, of putting it all back together, that's less appealing online. So I believe there is no, there is no surprises here. On the other hand, it's not all bad. I mean, social media depends on the social media. There are also social media, I would say, where communities can get created and can have an impact. I mean, we shouldn't only focus on the bad parts. Social medias are always social anyway, so it's up to us.
Yes, thanks for the question. I think about the actual situation, actual political situation in France, I forgot to say something because I frequently talk about the historical situation. They forgot that there is before strike and difficulty and big discussion, but they provide. But there is no television, there is no mobile phone directly in the parliament. Actually, it's one of the problems, because they discuss, they have a big discussion, they have big tension, etc. But there is the phone, the mobile phone, there is the television, etc. Immediately, the strike, immediately the fight is on the social media, on etc., etc. So this instability situation, which is very unstable, is directly viewed by people. In the First Republic, you have the citizen in the parliament. I think during the Second and Third Republic, they were not there. But in the first, there was a citizen. But there is no television, there is no social media, there is no... And it's a big difficulty. And it's a little wrong to say that actually the French government don't work and the French parliament don't work. They have possibility to have consensual decision, but not on the big law, not on the big decision, economic, social. Immediately, when the subject is very sensitive, there is a fight, and they can't find a consensual decision. But on several laws, on several decisions, but they haven't a culture of pluralism, not majority party. In fact, you have the situation, and the situation is very paradoxical because it's with the Third Republic, the majority vote, that you have actually a proportional parliament. So it's very paradoxical, and they don't have yet unmet all people in France. In fact, all the citizens in France have to find this kind of culture. They don't have the culture. They have the situation, but they don't have the culture to work together with a situation where there's no majority. But it's possible that more and more, step by step, it comes. And I think it's difficult for the media to be in this kind of situation where actually, because of this situation, the one part, and peut-être a big part of the political sphere, are very aggressive, very in a very parallelism, asymmetrical relation with the media. All time you have one fact to report from the media with contest, with refuted with by the political leaders. So this situation is not very calm and not very easy to have a possibility to provide the important law for the French.
Okay, regarding your question about time and temporality, of course I agree that when we talk about media and about digital media, of course everything is temporal. But I would like to counter-argue here that we shouldn't forget about, for example, what I studied, this interview that I was studying, it was really deep listening. I mean, it was really a person, a survivor of the Tempe crash that was sharing her story, sharing her experience. And this was very, this was something very difficult to bypass, something very difficult to forget. So this is one thing I want to say. So this is something that we characterize deep listening. And on the other hand, I think that we shouldn't forget the archives, the digital archives, that they are, they fight the temporality of media, of digital media.
One question to finish on time, or two, but...
I would like to ask something to...
Yeah, of course.
I don't remember his name, sorry.
Pietro.
Because my team, my laboratory, work about immersion reality in... I'm sorry, but my English... virtuality, etc. I'm very interesting about the sentence about echo between the pact and between the pact who means that there is the truth and not truth, and there is a pact between author and public. I have something, perhaps Jean-Luc Godard. Jean-Luc Godard says true light, mentir vrai.
this paradoxal relationship between narration between the truth and the life, true life. And perhaps it's just an opinion. I think actually the creative situations wants to do one thing. I think a lot of performance experience with reality, say reality virtual, it's not reality virtual, it's just increased reality. And there is a kind of problem with that. But the other problem is perhaps actually you have a way to create a virtual reality taking increase in taking place all the environment between the virtual reality. I think you mean what I say. The virtual reality and the sensitive environment, and perhaps it's little difficult to. When we talk about true light and reality and fiction, etc., to have this kind of creation, we want to increase the environment in the virtual reality. Just an opinion.
Yes, no, I really wanted to include these words by Echo because I remember that I was actually starting to learn semiotics at the time, and I was reading about this fictional pact, and later I read the news that someone had been scammed because he was in a WebEx digital connection with other people in the company, and except none of them was their colleagues. It was just people who pretended to be their colleagues, but to like a digital modification to the faces, they had him do something that he didn't have to do, obviously. So to me, the interesting part was, okay, this system of the pact can work only up to a point, and what is exactly that point? To me, the point is the second the circumstances of enunciation stop being clear, we can no longer talk about a pact, because a pact, even if it is a metaphorical pact, needs to happen between someone and someone else, and has to happen in a place and a time. If we blur these circumstances of enunciation, we can, as user, maybe have this pact, but we don't know who we are having it with, where, in what circumstance, what's actually being dealt here. Am I even agreeing to something, or am I just agreeing to believing whatever comes to me? So to me, that was the relevant part. I still have the greatest admiration for Eco, but I still believe that that part no longer applies to the way we now understand digital discourse, at least. It used to work, but now it's a system a bit in crisis.
So the question?
It's a very quick question. It's going to be fast. But it was more about hearing your thought on this. Don't you think that what we blame in the superficiality of media can be attributed to the very nature of our society? We want news and information that is fast, accessible, easy to understand, even simplistic, consumable, and often trustable also.
Excuse me, what is the question?
The question is, like, the superficiality of media is because of the society, or the society is that way because of how the media communicate? Like,
No,
what is the cause and the consequence?
This is a very difficult question to answer. I think as long as I study media, all the decades that I research media, they have been always superficial because this is the nature of media. They cover something that it has a certain time of lifetime. So, but I don't think that they are I don't think there are excellent examples of investigative journalism worldwide. I'm not going to talk about Greek media, but I think that, this is a bit, speaking of listening to the speech also on propaganda, I think this is a bit propaganda to, to keep saying that media are superficial. Of course they are superficial because this is their nature, but if we want to find, good examples of investigative journalism, I'm sure that we can.
Just also to probably help on the answer, it's also, I don't think you can separate media and society. I think things go like together because media is produced by human, by people. So your questions could be more about like the conditions of the productions, or like what the journalists are like, the conditions of work, for example, for the journalists. And on the other hand, about the reception of the content and the conditions and the context of the reception by the audience. So I think media and society are things completely together. And you're probably right. Some point of society needs this quickly and fast, and the technological ways also to do that. So I think to answer also, we need to think about like the conditions and the context of things, and the difference also in culture, economic like levels or gender. So it's an interesting question, but it's difficult to answer, I think, because I need to see a case to be more precise, I think, on the answer.
If there is no other question, very, very quickly. Thank you all for the presentations. And I would like to ask one question to Michel and a question remark to Paolo. Michel, first of all, I remember some years ago in an online conference during COVID, Henry Jenkins kind of linked the development, the uprise of hate speech in social media with the uprise, let's say, and the banalization of Trump's discourse. And do you see perhaps a similar, not quite the same link between in the digital social sphere in France with the banalization and the upraising of the group Bolloré, for example, in some sort of way, like hate speech, la rhétorique de haine serait banalisée en fait dans la sphère oui, que c'est devenu acceptable, que c'est devenu banal. Et en fait, comme quoi ce serait like a shift to a quasi hegemonical discourse.
C'est pour ça que sorry. It's the reason why I talk about Mélenchon, because there is every people could be disagree with Mélenchon, but it's not a reason to forget there is not only the Rassemblement National, but actually a big movement, reactionary, Christian, who fight about expression, liberty expression, about pluralist expression, etc. And yes, in fact, I can answer you something very quick. If actually 30%, it's only sondage, mais only, and since 1 year, half and 1 year, 30% of French citizens have the big feeling that Jordan Bardella could be president in France. Of course, there is a kind of banalization. Because, and I think the actual situation, is critical about that because with the name of a certain radicality, Mélenchon, LFI, etc., we forget there is perhaps more crisis radicality, because I think, for me, in my remember, it's the first time there is a cultural war and ideological war in the media and in the public place in France at this point. And such when you know that Mr. Bolloré is not alone. We talk about very, very much about Bolloré, but there is another very rich people, milliardaire, who put financial possibility to increase this idea. There is only one truth. The France has to be new France without immigration, without different against like in USA, against work, against workist, against homosexuality, against different way to think, etc., etc. And it's very paradoxical because, and I finish, in one part there is a kind of banalization, and in another part there is a kind of situation, I think. And the two together, it's not a very big mix, and it's not a very good mix.
Thank you. And very, very quickly, Paolo, your presentation speaks to the heart of those who have studied semiotics and semiology. And what you said about, it is interesting because it is said since the morning from different epistemological intros. For example, you spoke about diegetic and extra-diegetic elements, so content, context, so we can approach these things with different epistemological entries as fundamental to distinguish truth from fiction. And I think of the work of on truth of Robert Williams, who is speaking about the two virtues of truth, accuracy. We've spoken the whole morning about fact-checking, etc. And also accuracy of the content of the facts, narrated facts, and sincerity, which is an element, an extra-diegetic element, as one would say, and that is that relies on not on the content, but mostly on who is speaking, and there the work of Marie-France Chambard, membre du charisme, who is missing today, is crucial in that, and also this leads to questions on trust. We trust not only what it is said, but shown, etc., but who says it. And it's also a question about belief, and that leads to the work of another great member, fondateur du charisme, n'est-ce pas, Frédéric Lambert, je sais bien, mais quand même, je fais un clin d'œil au travail français. So, between the dichotomy fiction-reality, there is a whole slippery area of the imaginary, which is not quite fiction, not quite reality.
Thank you very much for the suggestions. It's great to go back home with something new to learn and read. And yes, my background is very varied. I come from different area of philosophy, and then quantitative studies, and then semiotics. So I still have a lot to.
Closer to the micro.
Okay, sorry. I still have a lot to learn because, semiotics is, I've been studying it for 4 years now, but it's still new to me. I come from philosophy and a lot of different stuff. it's all very interesting. I would like to just say that my name is Pietro, actually. And
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
it's okay, it's all right, don't worry about it. Yes, they were friends, actually.
Pietro, Lana. I said Paolo.
Yes,
Sorry.
it's okay.
I'm up.
But I mean, all of these things that you were citing, like sincerity, trust, they are certainly part of the things that I'm studying. I don't know if they will end up as actually. I don't even know where this part that I presented to you today will be in my PhD thesis. So where will it be? So it's a bit of a confusing moment. But thank you for the suggestions.
Thank you.
So thank you for the discussions. I think you have like a really interesting panel. Thank you also to Joanna. It's said that she could not stay with us for the discussion, but it's probably because of the connections. So now we have a break.
The other.
Yeah, for a coffee and brief, and then we come back for the students with Christian presentation. Thank you.
Thank you all.
I think we have a problem with. Okay, no problem. Nice. Thank you. So, good morning, no, not good morning, better, good evening. First of all, thank you very much for your welcome. I would also like to thank you for the richness of today's presentations and discussions, which I have greatly enjoyed. And it is also a great pleasure to see that audience today with international research, as well Greek and French students. So thank you very much for being here. And today I would like to present a pedagogical project that was carried out with this year with the master's program in media, publics and digital cultures at Paris Panthéon-Assas University. The presentation will be in French, but don't panic, we have prepared the slides in English with the students. And if it works, I will try to, okay. So, disons que j'aimerais bien commencer par cet objectif de cours qui finalement était un objectif double. Donc d'un côté, explorer la manière dont les images médiatiques contribuent à la construction des publics après des événements catastrophiques ou marquants, et puis également étudier la représentation de ces retours à la normale, donc étudier la question de la post-crise et ces publics, et également la représentation donc de ces retours à la normalité, ces retours voilà, qui interviennent après une crise. Les étudiants ont travaillé sur des cas très variés, des catastrophes naturelles, des attentats terroristes, des accidents collectifs, des conflits politiques et d'autres crises publiques majeures. Et notre point de départ était justement reposé justement sur une hypothèse sémiotique, parce que le cours portait sur la sémiotique des publics, qui était assez simple mais très intéressante. Nous avions considéré que les images ne se contentent pas de représenter les crises. Ça fait un peu écho à ces dernières présentations sur justement l'approche sémiotique à la croyance et aux images de la croyance, etc. Et donc, justement, elles vont participer activement à la production du sens autour de celle-ci. Et ce faisant, elles vont contribuer à la formation des publics peut-être affectés ou concernés par ces événements et parfois même des contre-publics qui vont peut-être contester les interprétations dominantes des publics, de l'événement, pardon. Donc du coup, ça a donné lieu à ces projets dans lesquels chaque groupe a identifié un événement majeur, peut-être on pourrait dire ça un événement monstre au sens de Pierre Nora, et l'événement était ici conçu comme une porte d'entrée à la crise. Ensuite, chaque groupe devait chercher une image de la crise, puis rechercher une image qui montrait ce qui s'était passé par la suite. On n'a pas forcément parlé au début de la post-crise, on a justement parlé de ce qui arrivait après la crise. Et donc, du coup, à partir de là, leur tâche consistait à analyser la relation entre ces deux périodes, donc cette crise et ce qui venait après la crise, et à réfléchir aux transformations qui se sont passées, intervenues entre le moment de la crise et son après-coup. Et à la fin du semestre, les étudiants ont réalisé ces posters scientifiques que vous avez également dans le hall d'entrée, et tous les posters sont présents aujourd'hui. Vous en avez 4 ici, donc ils ont travaillé sur l'assassinat de Charlie Kirk, l'attentat de Oklahoma City, l'explosion de Beyrouth au Liban, l'accident majeur qui a eu lieu à Séoul en 2022 à la suite des célébrations d'Halloween, et également ils ont travaillé sur la crise iranienne, les tremblements de terre et les tsunamis de 2004 à l'océan Indien et les désastres nucléaires à Fukushima. Donc, plutôt que d'analyser les images pour elles-mêmes, qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? On a utilisé ces images comme des points d'entrée vers des processus sociaux qu'on a considérés plus larges. Donc notamment, on s'est dit que les images des crises vont capturer souvent des moments de rupture, des désorganisations et des fortes tensions collectives, tandis que les images des post-crises, en revanche, vont révéler la manière dont les sociétés font face aux conséquences de la catastrophe à travers la reconstruction, la mémorialisation, l'invisibilisation dans certains cas, ou d'autres formes éventuellement de gestion de cet événement et des traces que l'événement a laissées. Donc, elles vont témoigner, ces images de la post-crise, aussi de ces caractères construits de la post-crise, voire sa dimension un peu imaginaire. La comparaison entre ces deux périodes permet donc d'étudier les différentes formes que la post-crise va prendre forme. Mais rapidement, les étudiants ont rencontré une difficulté, il y avait que moi aussi, notamment par rapport à cette idée de trouver les images de la post-crise. Disons que trouver l'image d'une crise était généralement assez simple. Je pense que les étudiants vont dire la même chose. Une crise est rapidement identifiable, on trouve rapidement des images de la crise, puisque ce sont des images, pour la plupart d'entre elles, spectaculaires, sont très visibles. On pense par exemple à Beyrouth, on pense par exemple à la catastrophe de Fukushima. Donc ce sont des images dramatiques qui vont montrer généralement de la destruction, de l'urgence, l'émotion, les chocs. Donc ce sont des images que, quand l'événement arrive, vont être partout et on va comprendre rapidement ce qu'elles vont représenter. Une rupture, pour reprendre cette notion qui a été évoquée ce matin ici, donc qui va déborder largement les spectres médiatiques. En revanche, trouver une image de la post-crise s'est révélé beaucoup plus difficile, très complexe. Et donc, du coup, dans un premier moment, on a pensé que la raison était assez simple. Donc, la post-crise va se déployer, on s'est dit, sur une période beaucoup plus longue. Donc, il faut juste éventuellement adapter cette analyse, cette recherche, et aller chercher bien plus au-delà des semaines, voire des mois qui vont succéder à un événement. Le problème, c'est que même dans ces cas-là, on s'est retrouvé avec beaucoup de difficultés parce que finalement, la post-crise, on s'est rendu compte qu'elle était différente. Elle va se développer sur une période beaucoup plus longue, abstraite, voire multiniveau. Et elle va s'étendre sur plusieurs mois, voire plusieurs années, voire pour certains événements plusieurs décennies, voire elle va peut-être jamais exister. Par conséquent, elle est généralement moins visible, moins dramatique, plus difficile à interpréter. Et donc, du coup, ça, c'est des réflexions qui ont vraiment marqué ce travail qui a été effectué. Mais au fur et à mesure que les étudiants ont poursuivi leurs recherches, nous avons également compris que la principale difficulté, révélait quelque chose d'un peu plus fondamental. La post-crise n'est pas une condition unique, la post-crise n'est pas simplement ce qui vient après une crise. Au contraire, les cas qui ont été étudiés par les étudiants vont suggérer l'existence des multiples post-crises, son caractère construit et son caractère également discursif. Donc les événements qui sont analysés vont illustrer clairement cette diversité, qu'il s'agisse du tsunami de l'océan Indien de 2004, de la catastrophe nucléaire de Fukushima, de l'attentat d'Oklahoma City, des mobilisations récentes en Iran, voire l'accident de Séoul. Les formes prises par la post-crise vont différer considérablement d'un événement à l'autre. Donc, cette observation nous a conduit à reformuler notre question initiale. Au lieu de demander qu'est-ce que la post-crise, quels sont ses publics, nous avons commencé à demander comment la post-crise s'est produite, et quel rôle vont avoir ces publics. Autrement dit, on a déplacé notre attention de la chronologie vers les processus. Les étudiants ont constaté donc que la post-crise est souvent façonnée par des dispositifs spécifiques qui permettent justement de gérer les traces laissées par l'événement. Et ces dispositifs peuvent être, je pense que voilà, ça sera mieux. Et ces dispositifs peuvent être matériels, symboliques, spatiaux, mémoriels, institutionnels. Et finalement, ce qu'ils ont en commun, c'est que justement, ils vont rendre possible, ou du moins concevable, une certaine forme de retour à la normalité, même si elle, finalement, elle est construite. Et donc, du coup, en fait, quand on regarde tout ça, justement, on se rend compte que cette analyse sémiotique initiale, donc cette idée d'aller chercher un événement, aller chercher les images de l'événement, décortiquer la séquence en fait, de cet événement d'un point de vue narratif, d'un point de vue médiatique. En fait, il fallait justement aller un peu au-delà de ça et se dire qu'il fallait analyser cette post-crise, cette crise et la post-crise qui va avec, à partir d'une approche un peu plus pluridisciplinaire. Et justement, on a commencé à parler des mémoires, des dispositifs mémoriels. Vous allez voir, si vous avez déjà vu les posters, il y a des groupes qui vont parler, par exemple, des dispositifs mémoriels, justement, pour ressignifier l'espace du trauma, l'espace de la catastrophe. Il y en a d'autres qui vont justement évoquer ces approches un peu plus d'invisibiliser l'événement, de faire en fait en sorte que l'événement a eu lieu, certes, mais on ne peut pas non plus lui attribuer une place trop importante dans l'espace public. Et donc, du coup, ça amène à une réflexion un peu plus interdisciplinaire. Et je pense notamment, et là c'est un petit apport de plus qui est apparu vraiment à la fin du cours, donc à d'autres approches, je pense notamment à Foot qui va parler justement de la manière dont les sociétés vont transformer l'espace public après une catastrophe, un événement qui est traumatique, donc la manière dont ces lieux vont être traités. Et bon, je ne vais pas tout expliquer parce que là l'objectif c'est surtout de présenter un peu la démarche pédagogique et les travaux qui est effectués par les étudiants, mais je trouve que c'est important de savoir que dans d'autres domaines, notamment dans la sociologie, dans les études mémorielles, il y a ces approches qui permettent de dire attention, quand il y a un événement qui arrive, la post-crise, elle est maîtrisée en quelque sorte avec plusieurs procédés. Dans ces cas-là, avec un procédé de sanctification du lieu, donc en gros faire de l'espace où il y a eu la catastrophe un lieu de mémoire, de commémoration, la désignation, donc signaler qu'il y a eu quelque chose qui s'est passé, mais sans justement sanctifier, préserver les lieux de la vie quotidienne. Donc on va redonner au lieu ses fonctions quotidiennes, ordinaires. La troisième, c'est la rectification. Donc on va tout simplement effacer les traces de l'événement et on va justement revenir un peu en arrière. Et enfin, l'oblitération. Donc là, on est surtout sur cette idée d'invisibiliser, même dans l'espace public, même dans les discours publics, l'événement est catastrophique. Finalement, Finalement, donc, ce qui est particulièrement intéressant, c'est que cette grille de lecture entre fortement en résonance avec les résultats qui ont été obtenus par les étudiants. Dans certains cas, par exemple, on va avoir des événements qui, justement, vont mêler plusieurs composantes. Je pense, par exemple, à Oklahoma City, donc, avec cette idée de sanctifier les lieux, mais tout en passant par une étape de désignation, par un processus public de consensus entre les autorités, les publics, les victimes, etc. Et donc finalement, on s'était rendu compte, je vais bientôt finir, que plutôt que d'être envisagé comme un ensemble des pratiques, des récits, des dispositifs, etc., en fait, il fallait vraiment s'intéresser à ces traces et à la manière dont ces traces sont conservées, transformées, éventuellement en mémoire. Je pense notamment pour cet attentat de l'Oklahoma City, donc bombing en 97, dans lesquels justement ce sont ces traces qui vont venir faire la post-crise, qui vont venir justement créer des politiques mémorielles, des dispositifs mémoriels, etc., etc. Et donc pour finir vraiment, il y a cette idée que ce qui ressort des travaux des étudiants, c'est que ce retour à la normale n'est pas évident, il ne se produit pas naturellement. Et le retour à la normale va être, et donc la post-crise va être davantage une construction avec des implications sur les politiques, les médiatiques, les mémoriels, les symboliques, et que les sociétés finalement vont chercher éventuellement des moyens de faire face au traumatisme et de se souvenir de ce qui s'est passé. Et donc ces images post-crise, ces séquences post-crise, parlent moins de la fin de la crise que de la manière dont les sociétés apprennent à vivre avec ces conséquences, ou pas. Et notamment, je pense au cas où il y a des victimes en jeu, etc. Et je pense que, justement, ce travail a montré comment la manière dont la crise n'est pas quelque chose d'uniforme, c'est quelque chose de construit. Et je vais laisser la parole aux étudiants pour qu'ils se présentent deux cas d'études spécifiques. Charlie Kirk, donc la mort de Charlie Kirk et l'explosion de Beyrouth. Donc je vous laisse la parole. Vous pouvez venir soit ici, soit vous restez là, comme vous préférez.
Alors bonjour à tous et à tous. Ah, pardon.
Du coup, notre groupe s'intéresse à travers notre poster, comme vous pouvez le voir, à l'assassinat de Charlie Kirk, survenu le 10 septembre 2025 à l'université d'Utah Valley, donc lors d'un événement public organisé par Turning Point USA dans le cadre de l'American Comeback Tour. Donc Charlie Kirk était l'une des figures les plus connues du conservatisme américain et occupait une place importante auprès des jeunes électeurs républicains. Nous avons choisi ce sujet parce que Charlie Kirk est aujourd'hui une figure très présente, était une figure très présente sur les réseaux sociaux, particulièrement chez les jeunes. Selon les publics, il apparaît soit comme une icône du conservatisme américain, soit au contraire comme une figure tournée en dérision à travers les mèmes et certains clips vidéo. Donc rapidement, l'événement intervient dans un contexte de très forte polarisation politique aux États-Unis qui peut être comparable sur certains points à ce qu'on a pu retrouver notamment en France, notamment avec l'histoire de Quentin Durand. Depuis plusieurs années et plus encore depuis le retour de Donald Trump au pouvoir, les tensions idéologiques se sont renforcées. Le mouvement Gamma, dont Charlie Kirk était l'un des principaux représentants, repose notamment sur un discours de mobilisation identitaire et sur l'idée d'une nation qu'il faudrait protéger face à différentes menaces politiques, culturelles et institutionnelles. Donc pour nous, cet assassinat constitue vraiment une rupture. Le fait dépasse immédiatement son contexte initial. Il ne concerne plus seulement une personne ou une organisation, mais devient un symbole des fractures qui traversent la société américaine. Donc nous avons décidé d'analyser une photographie prise lors d'un rassemblement d'hommage organisé quelques jours plus tard. Donc on peut la voir normalement juste à gauche. Ce qui frappe immédiatement, c'est la présence d'un homme au centre de l'image, les bras ouverts et le visage tourné vers le ciel. Le cadrage place le spectateur au milieu de la foule, donc autour de lui, on retrouve des casquettes rouges, les pancartes Turning Point ou Never Surrendered, et les nombreux symboles liés à Donald Trump constituent vraiment un ensemble de signes immédiatement reconnaissables. Ces éléments orientent la lecture de l'image vers l'univers idéologique du mouvement MAGA, et participent à la construction d'identités collectives. Mais au-delà de la dimension politique, nous avons également une une dimension plus symbolique ici, la posture du personnage principal, l'organisation de la foule, la composition générale. On a un rappel de certains codes visuels issus de l'iconographie religieuse. Donc l'image ne montre pas Charlie Kirk ici, pourtant il est omniprésent par son absence. C'est ici que les travaux de Paul Ricoeur nous ont été particulièrement utiles. Ricoeur explique qu'un événement ne prend sens qu'à travers sa mise en récit. Donc les faits bruts sont sélectionnés, organisés et interprétés pour former une histoire cohérente. Dans notre cas, l'assassinat n'est plus seulement présenté comme un acte de violence politique, il est progressivement intégré à un récit plus large, celui du sacrifice, de la fidélité à des convictions et de la continuité d'un combat politique. Donc la phase post-crise est sans doute l'aspect le plus intéressant de notre travail. À travers l'analyse des différents médias, nous avons observé que cette même image produit des interprétations complètement différentes. Donc, dans les médias proches du mouvement conservateur, elle est représentée comme une scène de communication, d'unité et de fidélité à l'héritage de Charlie Kirk. La figure du martyr y est largement mobilisée. À l'inverse, d'autres médias voient dans cette photographie les signes d'une mise en scène politique, voire une confusion entre religion, patriotisme et militantisme. Donc les mêmes éléments visuels donnent naissance à des récits complètement concurrents. Cette opposition nous permet de parler de la formation d'un public et d'un contre-public. Donc l'image rassemble ceux qui s'y reconnaissent tout en suscitant simultanément la critique de ceux qui la rejettent. Elle devient vraiment un espace de confrontation symbolique. Enfin, ce qui nous a marqué, c'est que le retour à la normale reste en partie une illusion. Lorsque l'attention médiatique diminue, l'événement disparaît progressivement de l'actualité, mais les récits qu'il a produits continuent à circuler. Les interprétations demeurent, les clivages persistent et les communautés construisent autour de ces récits. Les communautés construites autour de ces récits, elles, continuent d'exister. En conclusion, ce travail montre qu'un événement ne devient véritablement un événement public qu'à travers sa médiatisation, plus qu'un simple fait d'actualité, Ici, l'assassinat de Charlie Kirk devient un objet de narration, d'interprétation et de lutte symbolique. Donc c'est précisément dans cette transformation du fait en récit que se situe, selon nous, l'intérêt de ce travail. Merci beaucoup.
Alors, bonjour à tous et à tous. Pour notre étude de cas, on s'est intéressé du coup à l'explosion du port de Beyrouth. À première vue, l'explosion du port de Beyrouth semble correspondre à ce qu'on imagine généralement lorsqu'on parle d'une crise. Un événement soudain, spectaculaire et identifiable dans le temps. Le 4 août 2020, environ 550 tonnes de nitrate d'ammonium ont explosé dans le port de Beyrouth après avoir été stockées pendant plusieurs années sans mesure de sécurité adéquate. La catastrophe a fait plus de 220 morts, des milliers de blessés, détruit des quartiers entiers et laissé près de 300 000 personnes sans logement. En tant qu'événement médiatique, cette explosion a immédiatement attiré l'attention du monde entier. Les images du drame ont circulé massivement à travers les médias internationaux. La photographie que nous avons choisie, prise par le photographe libanais Fadel Itani et diffusée par l'AFP, est rapidement devenue emblématique de cette catastrophe. Cependant, ce qui rend Beyrouth particulièrement intéressante dans le cadre de notre étude, c'est que la crise ne commence pas en 2020. Pour comprendre l'explosion, il faut aussi la replacer dans un contexte un peu plus large. Depuis plusieurs années, le Liban traverse une crise économique marquée par l'effondrement de la monnaie, la paralysie du système bancaire et forte dégradation des conditions de vie. Cette situation s'accompagne d'une crise politique. De nombreuses manifestations dénoncent alors la corruption des élites, l'incapacité des institutions à répondre aux besoins de la population. Dans ce contexte, l'explosion n'est pas seulement perçue comme un accident. Pour beaucoup de Libanais, et ça c'est assez intéressant, elle apparaît comme la conséquence directe d'années de négligence et de dysfonctionnement institutionnel. Elle devient ainsi le symbole et aussi la matérialité d'une crise déjà présente avant même la catastrophe. Dans un premier temps, la couverture médiatique s'est concentrée sur le caractère spectaculaire de la catastrophe, l'ampleur de la déflagration, les destructions et l'urgence aussi humanitaire. Mais avec le temps, la signification de l'événement a évolué. Comme le montre notre poster, les mêmes images ont progressivement cessé de représenter uniquement l'explosion. Elles sont devenues le symbole de la crise plus générale que traverse le Liban. Alors maintenant, peut-on réellement parler d'un retour à la normale ? Certes, certains signes de reconstruction sont visibles. Des commerces sont ouverts, des bâtiments ont été reconstruits et la vie quotidienne a repris dans plusieurs quartiers de Beyrouth. Mais ces signes restent insuffisants. Notre enquête sur l'explosion demeure inachevée et aucune personnalité politique majeure n'a été retenue responsable. Les familles des victimes continuent de réclamer la justice. Chaque année, les commémorations, les rassemblements et la manifestation rappellent que cette catastrophe reste une blessure ouverte dans l'espace public et dans les mémoires collectives qui se reflètent notamment dans la couverture médiatique de cet événement. Par ailleurs, les difficultés structurelles du Liban n'ont pas disparu. Plus récemment encore, les tensions régionales et les violences à la frontière sud ont contribué à fragiliser davantage les perspectives de reconstruction et de stabilisation du pays. Ainsi, ce qu'on a pu observer lors de notre étude n'est pas véritablement un passage de la crise à l'après-crise. La crise a plutôt changé de forme. L'explosion elle-même n'a duré que quelques secondes, mais les conditions qui l'ont rendue possible sont toujours largement présentes aujourd'hui. De ce point de vue, le cas Beyrouth remet en question l'idée même d'un après. Dans les images que raconte le Liban d'aujourd'hui, que ce soit après la visite du pape en décembre 2025 ou dans les manifestations qui ont régulièrement lieu dans le pays, la crise reste bien présente. Et comme l'a dit Christian tout à l'heure, effectivement, c'est compliqué de trouver une image qui puisse illustrer ça, car matériellement, Beyrouth a été reconstruit. Mais que reste-t-il des personnes endeuillées et de la crise plus économique, institutionnelle et politique derrière ? Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Du coup, si vous avez des questions, on pourra répondre. Je pense surtout vis-à-vis des étudiants et sinon pédagogiquement moi. Et allez-y, oui.
Oui, bonjour. Donc Michel Durand-Part, Université de Toulon. Je vais parler un peu en français parce que d'abord, vous m'incitez à commettre ça et ensuite, je suis fatigué. J'ai mon esprit qui ne suit pas.
c'est vraiment intéressant quand même le travail que vous avez fait d'essayer de faire une analyse secondaire de cette situation. Juste sur l'explosion de Beyrouth, bon, il se trouve que je connais bien le Liban parce que je travaille avec plusieurs universités libanaises, aussi bien en coopération pédagogique que scientifique depuis maintenant 2010, et que malheureusement, je ne peux pas y mettre les pieds depuis qu'il y a la guerre, quoi. Donc ça fait maintenant plus de 2 ans et demi que je ne suis pas retourné. Mais j'étais allé voir les stigmates et les symptômes de ça après. En fait, ce que vous révélez bien, c'est qu'il y a un symptôme, mais ce qui est vraiment étonnant, c'est que ce symptôme n'est pas suffi à changer finalement en profondeur. Il y a en fait un dégoût, une désaffection totale, pas forcément unifiée, mais des Libanais vis-à-vis de leur gouvernement, de leurs hommes et femmes politiques, de toute la classe politique qui tiennent comme totalement... Ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que le juge qui enquêtait, il y avait un juge qui enquêtait, qui avait instruit un dossier et qui s'apprêtait à mettre en cause plusieurs personnalités gouvernementales et politiques, et il a été tout simplement démis de ses fonctions. C'est-à-dire que finalement, l'investigation s'est arrêtée en plein mouvement, alors qu'il y avait une effervescence totale à Beyrouth pour demander justice, quoi. Enfin, il y a plein de choses dans cette affaire, puisqu'on a même pensé à un moment, il y avait la rumeur que c'était en fait un missile israélien qui avait frappé voilà, et qu'on sait qu'il y avait des artifices du Hezbollah qui étaient stockés juste à côté de cette énorme piscine de méthane qui n'aurait jamais dû se trouver là, évidemment, par incurie, etc. Donc, ce qui est assez impressionnant quand même, c'est qu'une telle déflagration mentale, psychologique, moi j'ai vu même 1 an après, il y avait encore pour des problèmes d'assurance, il y avait tout un tas de boutiques, de commerces qui étaient encore en pleine délabrement. Il y avait encore les bouts de verre par terre qui n'avaient pas été ramassés, en plein centre de Beyrouth, en plein centre historique de Beyrouth, n'est pas conduit finalement, sinon à une refonte du gouvernement libanais, mais du moins une remise en question telle que le gouvernement tel qu'il existe, mais surtout les structures de ce gouvernement, ne puissent plus se reproduire et qu'il y ait un appel d'air politique. Sans doute parce que trop d'événements en même temps, et sans doute parce que là encore, la sidération a été tellement intense que malgré toutes leurs protestations, les citoyens libanais ne sont pas arrivés finalement à mettre par terre. Non seulement, il faut mettre les 2 plans, hein. Il y a l'incurie de la classe politique, mais il y a aussi l'immobilisme administratif, institutionnel, qui fait que toute une partie de ce qui devrait relever de la puissance de l'État n'est plus gérée par l'État. L'électricité, par exemple, elle est quasiment privée maintenant avec des générateurs. L'eau, la desserte des déchets, enfin, il y a une espèce d'auto-organisation, et c'est sans doute ce qui explique que du coup... malgré la force du symptôme, ça n'est pas suffi à changer en profondeur le système politique et le système de gouvernance libanais. C'était plus des remarques complémentaires que de véritables questions, mais j'apprécie vraiment beaucoup le travail que vous avez fait.
Merci beaucoup.
Du coup, je pense qu'on a plus trop de temps, mais je voulais juste rajouter une petite chose. En effet, c'est que moi, j'étais très choqué. Il faut dire que d'autres années, il y a 2 ans, j'avais eu un groupe, on n'avait pas fait cet exercice. Ils avaient travaillé aussi sur la question de Beyrouth et du Liban. Et là, justement, c'est cette idée qu'après cette crise, c'est pas une post-crise, sinon c'est plein de crises qui réapparaissent. Certaines étaient déjà présentes, ont été réactivées. Et justement, l'idée que la post-crise, ce n'est pas quelque chose d'automatique et quelque chose qui peut générer, une crise peut générer d'autres crises. Et finalement, c'est pour cela qu'on a dit au début, des fois, il n'y a pas de post-crise, tout simplement. Parce qu'on vit dans un état constant de crise. Et surtout avec ce qui se passe actuellement au Liban et dans toute la région, c'est encore plus difficile. Et si vous avez d'autres questions, voilà, sinon on va laisser la parole à...
Je peux juste vous rajouter, c'est vraiment le symptôme de cette fameuse, ce qu'on appelle la résilience libanaise, avec toute la méfiance que j'ai pour l'utilisation abusive et systématique de ce concept. En fait, cette résilience, si elle existe évidemment, elle conduit plus à rien. enfin, elle ne permet plus de déclencher véritablement une pulsion de vie suffisante pour réanimer le Liban. Parce qu'en fait, tout de suite après ça, ils ont été percutés aussi par une situation de guerre. La présence du Hezbollah qui continue à jouer sur deux tableaux, en même temps un tableau officiel et un tableau totalement, je dirais, mercenaire et milicien et terroriste. Donc, il y a un moment où cette espèce de, je préfère parler de résistance, de capacité à rebondir, en fait, ce qui sauve le Liban, c'est sa diaspora. Tant que la diaspora, et elle est particulièrement mobilisée depuis ça. Tant que la diaspora tiendra un fil conducteur qui permet au Liban de survivre, ça tient. Mais ça tient plus sur les forces internes du Liban. Et c'est ça qui est inquiétant.
Je suis entièrement d'accord et je pense qu'on pourrait discuter pendant des heures parce que justement c'est un sujet en plus malheureusement toujours d'actualité et je pense qu'éventuellement on pourrait continuer cette discussion après. Et donc du coup merci beaucoup pour votre attention, merci beaucoup aux étudiants aussi par cette excellente année et ce travail et merci beaucoup.
Je propose qu'on enchaîne avec la dernière session, le dernier panel. Donc, I would call Mr. Colliers and Mr. Hadjikostadino and Mr. Tassoglou to the floor. Λοιπόν, για το κοινό που έχει απομείνει, for the je pense le faire en grec et en français. Θέλω να... c'est ce que je vais faire, en grec et en français. Θέλω να καλωσορίσω τους καλούς συναδέλφους, τον αναπληρωτή καθηγητή του Παντίου Πανεπιστημίου Ανδρέα Κόλια, τον διδάσκοντα του Καποδιστριακού Πανεπιστημίου Μιχάλη Τσασόγλου και του συναδέλφου νεοκλεγετέντα στο Πάντιο Πανεπιστήμιο. Χάνω και τα λόγια μου για αυτό το τελευταίο πάνελ. Donc, j'aimerais remercier les collègues de Panthéon, Andreas Kolias et de Michalis Chatsikostadinu et de l'Université d'Athènes, Kapodistriakon d'Athènes, Michalis Tsassol pour ce dernier panel. And le titre duquel est Media Framing, Political Communication and Post-Crisis Regulation. So we will start directly with the first presentation of the Associate Professor Andreas Kolias, which title is Press Discourse, Parliamentary Rhetoric and Effective Polarization in Post-Crisis Greece, a research conducted with the Professor Fani Koundouri. Yes, it's PowerPoint.
Hello, okay. Thank you very much. I'm not wearing my glasses, so I will have to read everything from the screen. This is a work in progress, what I'm going to present today. It is about an analysis of parliamentary discourse and of an analysis of opinion articles in newspapers over a period of, I don't know, a few years, from 2015 to 2023. The focus of the study is what is called canonicotita in Greece, normality, this concept, this word, normality, and how different actors like members of the parliament and journalists use this term to express, to achieve something. Okay, so there are four major questions that we are interested about. How does the discursive function of normality in parliamentary rhetoric change between one government and another government, between the government of Syriza during the period 2015 to 2029, and the government of Mitsotakis, New Democracy government from 2019 to 2023. What are the dominant frames through which canonicotita is deployed in Greek opinion journalism during this period? How does the discourse of normality signal consensus and depoliticization, or does it function as a terrain of political struggle? And how does the competing construction of normality across parliamentary and media discourse contribute to affective polarization in Greece? The corpus in our study consists of a parliamentary corpus, all plenary session transcripts during these two periods, and which mention at some point the term canonicotita, and a press corpus, opinion articles in 3 online mainstream newspapers, one center-left, Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών, one Center Something, Tovima, and Kathimerini, which is a mainstream center-right news platform, let's say, okay? And of course, we checked, our corpus consists only of the opinion articles that mention this term canonicότητα. The analysis combines different things. It also combines, it has a qualitative component and a quantitative component. It's based on critical discourse analysis on the qualitative component, frame analysis, affective, and of course, we are interested about affective dimension of the use of language. So we are looking also into this. And I'm focusing now on the first parliamentary period from 2015 to 2019. We have identified 7 master, let's say, narratives about or around canonicότητα, normality. What is normality? How we frame it? How we explain or define it? So there is one notion of normality, which is teleological. We need to return to some normality. Normality is a destination, is a topos, let's say, that we are not there. We were there in this topos, and we need to return to this existing topos, okay? All parliament parties were, in a way, discussed about this normality in the sense of this teleological, this real topos that eventually Greece will return. Of course, there are different notions of normality, like there is the European normality. Most parties were talking about returning or reaching European normality as a political goal. Other parties were talking about social normality, something different, normality, returning to a normality that labor rights exist or are restored. There are collective bargaining processes. There is, a proper social state that supports the poor or whatever, okay? So this is also another understanding of normality. There is this regulatory institutional normality in the way, for example, the media landscape works, how normality in terms of the legal framework, of the processes. There is also an everyday normality, the normality of the life, returning to a normality in terms of individuals, of families, going home, going to school, visiting a hospital, finding a job, this kind of normality of everyday people. There's also, of course, always there is this kind of fake normality, that normality is not what you are saying about how you describe normality is something fake. There is no such normality, or there is a hypocritical discourse on normality. And there is this other kind of normality, which has an ontological normality, a natural normality, that in the sense that we conform to natural or theological order, in a way, okay? For example, different kinds of parties talked about normality in different kinds of senses, okay? For example, Golden Dawn, far-right, extreme far-right party, used this notion of normality in terms of cultural, traditional theological normality that has to return to the Greek society. The Communist Party of Greece often talked about a fake normality, a normality of the, not for the real working class, not for the ordinary people, but a normality for neoliberalism, for corporations, for banks. So there are different things going on in terms of what is normality and why we want normality, for what purposes. So normality becomes a weapon. Political opponents, when they talk about other people's sense of normality, say, for example, accuse their political opponents as being wrong, as being deceitful, when they talk about normality, that they are not sincere, or that their sense of normality is somehow a threat to the economy, a threat to democracy, a threat to social life, to social cohesion. So the term is not actually used in different ways only. It is also weaponized to accuse political opponents as being actually destroyers of normality. So normality has become a moral category, not a kind of a policy preference. After New Democracy's election in government in 2019, we observe a shift in the way normality is discussed, not a radical shift, but for the first time we have a party that claims, the government party that claims that now we have normality, now we achieved normality, so we are the normal party. Now Greece has become a normal country, and instead of representing normality as a future objective, normality now is becoming a government achievement and a source of political legitimacy. So we can see also this today as we are approaching to a new election, new elections. So government representatives and New Democracy members of parliament present themselves continuously as agents, as the political agents who have restored normality in Greece after so many years of crisis. Interestingly, the term canonicότητα, normality, became a successful hegemonic signifier, but one that remained permanently contested. The opposition parties returned this accusation to the government, saying, okay, what we are living now is not normality. What we're living now is, for example, a shift to a more authoritarian democracy, okay? This is not normality when you are imposing these and these things. This is not normality when you are cultivating this kind of relationships with the media, when you are dismantling the rule of law or whatever, okay? So, so now we turn to the media. First, this center-left newspaper, FSIN. I outline a few main lines of reasoning. normality is a deception, even during the times of Syriza in power. Normality is a deception. Normality can generate violence. Normality is a false promise. So there was always this kind of leftist criticism against even Syriza, returning always. Through the lines of this newspaper, what we see is rejection, refusal of any governmental claim that normality has been restored. On the other side, on the centrist Vima, normality is seen as a technocratic recovery. Normality is an economic process. We achieve normality through a process which is rational, logic prevails, or whatever. The European normality is the benchmark. We have to return to this or reach this kind of European normality in terms of rule of law, for example, on the way banks are functioning, the way the corporations are functioning, this kind of neoliberal canonicotita that can be reached only through technocratic, rational policy planning. So the normality is a political outcome, not an ideology for Vima. And then we go to center-right Kathimerini, that clearly supports a new democracy, and as new democracy gains the government, gains the elections, Kathimerini views normality as a restored order. The order that has been restored, the previous government was an anomaly. Normality is the achievement of this new government. It celebrates this kind of a political outcome. And a few conclusions. Regarding Parliament, the normality shifted from a contested future during the Tsipras government to a governmental claim with opposition appropriating the same language, producing permanent transitionality. The press, the same categories perform opposite political work, rejection, operationalization, rationalization, or whatever, celebration, and all this process creates, of course, affective polarization, where us and them, us who promote normality, them who are opposing normality, produce, all these divisions are reproduced to the term normality, which implies some kind of consensus. Normality, therefore, of course, I mean, this is common sense, should be understood not as an objective condition, but as a hegemonic, permanently contested signifier, structuring political communication across the entire public sphere in Greece. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this presentation that in fact discusses the concept of normality as a communicational object and not a factual, actual situation. And I will give the floor now to Michalis Dastoglou for a presentation with the title Political Communication in the Age of Perma-Crisis, the Greek Prime Ministers under the lens of critical discourse analysis. The floor is yours.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by thanking you all for being here. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Department of Communication, Media and Culture at the Pantheon University and to the Scientific Committee for accepting my proposal especially Associate Professor Ioanna Vovou. My research focuses on political communication in an era of consecutive and overlapping crises. What does exactly this study examine? I gathered 4 texts for different crises representing the initial responses of key stakeholders during those crises, when these crises emerged. By combining insights from risk society theory, crisis communication, and of course critical discourse analysis, I aim to identify and discuss the key characteristics of the response endeavor, and of course of crisis-related political communication in contemporary Greece, which is shaped heavily by living under the state of crisis. I don't have the... The aim of this research is to identify the key characteristics of prime ministers' discourse in their initial responses to crisis. More specifically, I seek to uncover the motivations, priorities, and of course the ideology and followingly communicative strategies reflected in those responses. To address the same, the study is organized and broken down into 3 research questions. The first question is about how each crisis is conceptualized by its prime minister. Here, we examine the frames and the descriptions of crisis, and of course, which of its features had been set at the epicenter of the prime minister's discourse. And of course, which discursive elements are put in the front as most significant in political discourse. The second question asks, which risks do prime ministers choose to address? In this case, risks are understood not only as objective threats, but also as discursive constructions, especially under the themes of discursive objects, a concept which is profound in the work of Fairclough, James Polygyi, Kirkos Doxiadis, and others. This allows us to explore how certain risks are prioritized over others, so there is a notion of power relations, and how these relations are reflected consequently in political communication. Regarding the third research question, it is about normality and how it is constructed and what policies are proposed by the prime ministers considered as stakeholders in order to facilitate restoration. Of course, this question relates to the aftermath phase of crisis management. During this phase, which of course includes the return to normality, political actors seek to promote recovery, encourage organizational and societal learning, and of course, strengthen preparedness in order to prevent or manage better future crises. Together, these 3 questions provide a framework for understanding how political leaders communicate during critical moments and how they try to shape public perceptions of crisis, risks, and normality. Before we proceed with the results, it is useful to briefly refer to Ulrich Beck's seminal work and its key concept, risk society. Beck's book was firstly published in German language in 1988, and there he argues that contemporary societies are increasingly shaped by the anticipation and management of risks. Unlike traditional societies, this is the differentiation between them, where threats were often local and visible, modern risks are more complex, global, and characterized by uncertainty and unprecedentedness as well. As shown in this slide, risk society is a society in which insecurity, uncertainty, and precariousness become intensified. Within this context, we can distinguish between hazards, risks, crisis, disaster as a process in which each word represents a different stage in the emergence and management of a threat. Together, these concepts illustrate an escalation of threats from potential sources of harm to events that can severely disrupt social, political, and economic systems. Beck also emphasizes that these risks are more individualized and desocialized nowadays, meaning that responsibility is often shifted from institutions to individuals due to the erosion of the welfare state. At the same time, hazards are perceived as threats not only to people's physical safety, but also to their values, identities, and ways of life. Each crisis represents a danger for the people's main values, so they are called to change the way they live. This is where crisis communications become particularly important. It helps political actors to interpret events, to construct meanings, and of course to propose policies and actions, not only policies, at managing uncertainty and restoring a sense of normality. This theoretical perspective provides the foundation for examining how political leaders communicate risks and crises in their initial public responses. In this theme, we observe the three different stages of crisis management. The first one concerns prevention, and when a crisis occurs, we move into the second one, which has to do with the response. And the first 24 hours are very crucial, while the stakeholders have to respond quickly under conditions of uncertainty. The final stage considers recovery either as a new reality or as a return to normality, and encompasses activities such as learning from the crisis, restoration, reputational management, and so on. A little bit more theory. Permacrisis was declared as the 2022 Collins Dictionary Word of the Year. This concept describes, on the one hand, how citizens' lives are affected and are moving from crisis to crisis. So individuals nowadays learn to live in a sequence of crises. And on the other hand, a neoliberal plan. The biopolitics of crisis, because neoliberalism seems not to be able to proceed without the state of exception that follows a crisis. The state of exception, a concept that comes from the work of Giorgio Agamben. Processes such as globalization have transformed the nature of risks, making them increasingly transnational and difficult to predict or control. As Ulrich Beck points out, phenomena such as economic instability, terrorism, and natural disasters, which are the three main families of crisis, are no longer isolated events, but recurring features of contemporary life. At the same time, the climate crisis has emerged as a constant and growing threat, often described as a modern sword of Damocles, hanging over societies worldwide. Another important development concerns the increasing privatization of risk management. As Beck, Furedi, Bauman, Krachman suggest, individual risk management services have become a rapidly expanding field of economic activity. In other words, risk itself has become a market. This marketization leads to an interesting paradox. For some stakeholders, economic profit is linked to the persistence of insecurity and crisis. In certain sectors, the absence of crisis may also mean the absence of profit. No crisis, no profit. This study presents a critical discourse analysis of 4 different texts. You can notice them in the table on the right. And these texts represent almost the first approach of each prime minister to a crisis. CDA helps us to reveal how each subject interprets the world, and specifically in this case, how do they interpret the crisis and how their worldview is affected by the crisis itself. We should not forget that a crisis is subjective. We live in a crisis only when the key stakeholders accept that we have a crisis. So, in the table in the right, you can see some lists, and of course, the fourth different crisis, the financial one, migration, refugee crisis, COVID-19 public health crisis, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Let's move on now to the results. Here are the three prime ministers whose discourse is under examination. I remind you that the first research question concerns crisis conceptualization. We have selected two quotes indicatively for its text, and all of them are built around two common discursive elements, and this will be our main finding regarding the first research question: a myth and the state of emergency. In the case of the financial crisis, Georgios Papandreou utilizes the myth of Ulysses. At the same time, he raises the alarm because of the necessity that we had to act, and to act responsibly and quickly and collectively. Alexis Tsipras, although he also referred to Ulysses and Ithaca after 10 years by publishing his autobiographical book called Ithaca, he tends to invoke the European common culture in order to describe the migration crisis as one of the greatest challenges in modern European history. He presents the crisis as something European in nature because he seeks for help from the European institutions. At the same time, he conceptualizes the migration crisis as almost a paracrisis, a major crisis within the financial one. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, who is still the Prime Minister of Greece, employs the myth of war by describing a society defending after the attack of coronavirus. He metaphorically declares, on the one hand, that we are at war, but in terms of urgency, he insists, to win this war, we have to change our economy and to make it a war economy. So, the initial metaphor, the initial myth used by Prime Minister Mitsotakis is transformed into something more tangible, because the initial metaphor seems to have more tangible consequences in people's lives as the economy is changed to a war economy. The same Prime Minister, regarding the Russian invasion to Ukraine, reminds us the related to migration response of Alexis Tsipras by invoking the European identity too. The Greek Prime Minister calls the European Union to act in order to prevent the devaluation of international law and of the other current institutions. A crisis always denotes a fundamental danger to people's values and the way they live, their culture. As a result, this figure comes out. Each Prime Minister articulated the discourse based around of these two discursive elements. On the one hand, the myth, and on the other hand, a state of emergency. Regarding the second research question, the initial scope of it was to compile a catalogue of risks, considered as discursive objects. Although this was done with another discursive element that was prominent in Prime Minister's discourse. They attempted and managed to differentiate themselves from their opponents. This was more central in Papandreou and Tsipras' discourse, or to emphasize a more delicate, a more detailed distinguishing feature. Papandreou differentiated himself from the previous government that destroyed the Greek economy, according to his words. Tsipras talked about a third memorandum with a social dimension in order to take distances from the previous two memoranda signed by his opponents. Mitsotakis presented the crisis, but a crisis which will change only our habits and not our culture, although that's what a crisis does. It first changes our habits and then our culture. Because crisis erodes people's values and they change their culture in order to survive. Regarding the fourth crisis, Mitsotakis focuses on temporal features. If the current institutions are deteriorated by the Russian invasion, the future will not be the same for all of us. But the risks themselves seem to be of high interest too. Papandreou focuses on technicalities such as credibility and prestige of the Greek economy. However, the same things are attributed to the Greek people. So Papandreou was found to use the same word to describe the Greek economy and Greek people too. This is a kind of metonymic expression. Tsipras speaks of dystopian, but unfortunately true, watery graves. Regarding the migration crisis, Mitsotakis raises the alarm of disinformation and non-compliance with the measures taken by the government. And in the fourth case, Mitsotakis emphasizes on the deaths of innocents and the Greeks of Mariupol regarding the war. While the results go on, these figures should be read line by line. Each line represents the logical progression of each PM's argument. However, let's give you some descriptions of the columns. The second column includes a principle indicative for further policies, while the third one probably lies at the intersection of the response and recovery phases, the second and the third stages that we saw in the scheme earlier. And the fourth column contains descriptions of the following situation, of the normality. Papandreou calls for harder work and collective effort from the entire nation in order to reach what he metaphorically describes as Ithaca. Recovery, in this case, is presented as the outcome of hard work, sacrifice, and national perseverance. Tsipras, by contrast, emphasizes humanitarianism and solidarity. He also places responsibility on the European Union, urging it to assume its obligation by setting the question, which Europe do we want? But, however, he does not provide a clear vision of the post-crisis future. This may be understandable, as the refugee issue is framed less as a problem with a definitive solution and more as an ongoing condition requiring continuous management. Mitsotakis, in both crises examined, appears to delegate a significant part of the responsibility for crisis management to external actors. In the case of COVID-19, suggests the guidance of expert advice, while in the second crisis he encounters, he says that we are coordinating with our partners. Regarding the restoration of normality during the COVID-19 crisis, Mitsotakis envisions a new form of sociality characterized by greater individual responsibility and civic awareness. Concerning the war in Ukraine, he advocates a more assertive and dynamic European Union capable of strengthening its strategic autonomy and responding effectively to emerging geopolitical challenges. To conclude, prime ministers appear to resort to the construction of myths in order to frame and interpret crisis situations in a meaningful way. Normality offers a fertile ground for a myth to grow up. However, I think it's too commonplace to produce a significant differentiation through invoking the Greek mythology. Within this discourse, the European Union is frequently represented as a constant or perpetual savior, expected to provide solutions and restore stability. This tendency brings into our minds the famous Slavoj Žižek's phrase, "Save us from the saviors." At the same time, national and transnational dimensions of crisis management are closely interconnected rather than mutually exclusive. Relations of difference are constructed either in opposition to previous governments or through appeals to shared collective culture. And another important finding is the shift from technical or economic framings of crisis, especially during the financial crisis, to more immediate and human-centered concerns, particularly issues involving loss of life and human suffering in the three last cases. Furthermore, the boundaries between normality and recovery appear increasingly blurred, as recovery is often presented not as a distinct phase, but as a part of an ongoing process. Finally, the refugee crisis seems to extend beyond the logic of recovery altogether, suggesting a more persistent and unresolved condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michalis, for your presentation and the enlightening results of your research. And we go on and finish by the last but not least presentation of Michalis Hadjikostadinu. His presentation has the title of Defending the Return to Normality, the Liar's Dividend and the Strategic Labeling of Fake News, a Conspiracy Theory in Greek Political and Media Discourse.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you very much for having me here. I will try to be brief, as brief as possible. Okay. So, this presentation is a follow-up from a research that I have done about fake news label. My idea here is to replicate the research on fake news label on a conspiracy theory label, which means that we use people using conspiracy theory strategically as a weapon for gaining, for political gains. My initial idea goes back a little more because working as a journalist, I had the impression or maybe the realization that the discourse on conspiracy theories was exploited during the COVID-19 crisis. And I think that this was also had to do in some part with the inefficiency and the inadequacy of the results, especially here in Greece. I think that this was a problem, so I think that to do some research on how conspiracy theory is exploited, maybe it has important repercussions on policies. So, very brief, the idea of the liar's dividend is when politicians, experts, journalists use the real information or valid information as something that it is misinformation or disinformation. So we use the label fake news. Everything is fake news. We know this Trump practice. And now I try to see if we have something similar with the use of conspiracy theory as a weapon. So how all this is related to our topic today about normality. My idea is that conspiracy theories and fake news are framed many times as something that is abnormal, as something that is an anomaly, an information disorder, and it is related to post-truth politics. We see here, I like very much this quote from Harsin, because he states that post-truth can be recognized in constant discursive obsession with and accusation of dishonesty, especially lying, and by the public anxiety and distrust it generates. So, we're talking about anxiety about misinformation. We're not talking only about misinformation as such. So it is related to our work here. So my working hypothesis is that under conditions of political parallelism, we know that it is very high here in Greece, political actors and commentators are strategically amplifying this anxiety through the use of the liar's dividend or the use of conspiracy theory as a label, a strategic label. My two research questions. First of all, I want to see how these two labels are mobilized by the columnists, and especially through framing and propaganda technique. And secondly, I'm trying to compare these two labels, fake news and conspiracy theory, to see if they work somehow in the same direction. I have to state here that I'm sure that you know that there is big literature now on fake news label, but there is no such thing on conspiracy theory label. There is a gap in the literature, so I think that it is interesting to compare these two practices. My method is content analysis. I examine 4 Greek news websites. I took 20 opinion articles, so it's rather very small sample, but I think for a first research is okay. My unit of analysis is every opinion article. I use the search terms fake news and conspiracy theory and conspiracy. We know that it means theory most of the times, and I took the first 20 most recent articles. So only in one case, I have some results from 2025. I have to state here that when I had in the same article fake news and conspiracy theory together, I didn't use it, so I was trying to use it in distinction. The characteristics of of the 4 outlets that I use, of course, we can have a lengthy discussion on some of these features. 2 center-right and 2 center-left outlets with different viewpoint diversity in opinion columns. We're not talking about reportage, the everyday reporting, the beats, as we say, differences in international news coverage. One of them, only Καθημερινή, is no, 2 of them, Καθημερινή and Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών, is associated with the print edition, and only Καθημερινή has a subscription for its column. So in order to work with Καθημερινή, I had to pay a subscription. Here, first of all, framing. In most of the cases, I'm strict with defining framing. In this case, it is a little loose, so I'm talking about framing strategies. But I think that I am happy with the results because I saw that there was no overlapping with these 3 categories, and it was also exhaustive. I didn't have any problems with some articles that could not go to any category. So, very brief, labeling is, as we know in fake news labeling, when we label a claim or a narrative as a conspiracy theory or fake news, but without giving any argumentations, evidence, a reference to fact-checking in order to show that this is conspiracy theory, this is fake news. So, of course, we understand it is associated to strategic communication propaganda. Debunking is when we debunk, when we do fact-checking, we want to examine critically and refute conspiracy theories and fake news. So here we have factual information and we have a fact-checking practice. And addressing my third framing strategies is when we start a discussion about the problem. We state some new insights about the whole situation. We talk about post-truth politics. So we are talking about democratic deliberation. I used to, in my, this is, I think, the last from the theoretical and methodological considerations. I used 2 discursive and propaganda features. First of all, hostile language. I don't think that we have to talk more about it. And as them, polarization. I'm sure that you are familiar with these 2 characteristics. Here are some examples. You see, the first one is from a politician, from an opinion article, a column. The grave robbers movements, merchants of grief and misinformation, has returned to the spotlight, exploiting the accident at the Violanta factory. Okay, so we see how hostile it is. And another from the us-them polarization. The first one is a center-right politician. The second one is from a center-left newspaper where the government is described as a gang. You cannot engage in a dialogue with a gang. You cannot have dealings with the mafia. You are not allowed to participate in any process alongside a criminal organization, okay? So we see the us-them polarization. I would like to add here that this is from a commentator that usually we see him that he is not a fanatic, but many times in my research I saw how they use hostile language and us-them polarization, even people who we do not define them or consider them as extremes, as in the extremes. So, in my results, we see here references to conspiracy theories and fake news by author. The majority is from journalists. We have to state here that only liberal has a big part of politicians commenting on conspiracy theories and fake news. So we have this 5%. We will see how this is related to the characteristics of liberals, of the articles in Liberal. References to conspiracy theories and fake news by domestic or world news. I have to state here that, first of all, I picked my 80 columns, articles, and then I saw if they were discussing about domestic or world news. So this is not an indicative percentage, but it is helpful to see why people who want to talk about conspiracy theories and fake news, they choose to talk, they choose to do so in domestic terms. So we see Καθημερινή has the highest percentage of commenting on world news. We knew that. It is an intuitive result. And we see a small difference between FSIN and News 24/7. So here, maybe the first, for me, important result, we see that almost 1 out of 2 comments on conspiracy theories and fake news is labeling. It's from people who they do not want to, they seem that they do not want to debunk, they do not want to open a discussion about a democratic discussion, they just want to use it as a weapon. So it is weaponized in almost 50%. My fourth figure is about the strategies by news outlet, and we see here, this is interesting, how liberal is they use the labeling frame. This is a very big outlier in my results. Framing strategies by political orientation. We see here a big difference between center-right and center-left in weaponizing newspapers, outlets, websites, sorry, in labeling. But this is, first of all, the result of the outlier of liberal. We saw that Καθημερινή was a different case. And also, maybe we should consider the thing that it is, we have a government, my sample is from a period that center-right government is in power, so this may be related to it. Sorry about the Greek comma. And hostile language and us-them polarization, these are 2 different variables. They do not add up. And we see again, liberal has more hostile language, more us-them polarization. Καθημερινή is moderate. That's why we see the differences in the percentages. FSIN and News 24/7 are almost the same. And the last result here, I think this is also interesting because we see that articles about conspiracy theories and articles about fake news are similar in how they weaponize are similar in how they use features that are characteristics of misinformation. So we see that there is a pattern here. We see almost the same things. So a summary of my results, I think that we understand that we have propagandistic purposes. We see columnists use this conspiracy theory label as a weapon. We see that columnists reproduce these discursive features, so they are, in a way, similar with their targets, their enemies. The liar's dividend is employed across the ideological spectrum, though not symmetrically, but we see it everywhere. Conspiracy theory label is comparable to the fake news, at least from these preliminary and small sample results. And of course, we see that we do not have, commentators are not interested on world news, because my interpretation here is the issue is less central for strategic communication. We have a battlefield here. Okay, and some points for discussion, maybe when we have more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michalis, for this presentation. And that concludes this final panel of this conference that could be compared to a marathon of presentation discussing this subject. We have only a few minutes for questions from the brave ones that stayed till the end of this conference in this summer evening. Yes, Gersio.
Yes. So I would like to thank you for the presentation, and also the quality of the methodology. I think the three presentations had like strong methodology, and also the demonstration of the results and the conclusion. I'm not like in political communication, but I was wondering if you have some like thoughts about the professionals who work in the different like topics that you are presenting today, like for the first prime minister, from the newspaper, or in the opinion journalism. If you can see some like a professional like press manager or working on these areas, and how we can think about also a kind of professionalization of this crisis management with media. So, for example, for the newspaper that you present in the first one, like as the press release is being used for the journals, for the journalists, or how they construct this narrative, because it could be interesting to think about how the politicians use professionals to try to drive the debate, or also to like some kind of like governance by the media. So that my question about more like if you have some thoughts about the professionals work in these different areas. And I was curious also about if you have some like reflections on the reception of this Prime Minister discourse or opinion journalism, or the articles that you present in the first communication. If you have some thoughts about how the lecturers or the public or the audience react more or less to this different like discourse that you bring. So, but thank you.
Okay, sorry. I'm not sure how I can answer the first question, but the second, no, we have not. The thing is that when you study what politicians say or what journalists write, what you can infer is how they think, what they want to achieve, but not how what they did was understood or experienced by the different kind of people. So no, it would need different kinds of studies, of course. Now regarding professionalization, of whom? Of the journalists?
No, I was more thinking about press managers or communication officers.
But they are already quite professional in what they do. Sorry, I don't get it.
It's just like, can we see some like proofs that they work with the politicians, with the prime minister, in the opinion articles or in the articles that you analyze? The source of this content comes from professionals. So how they try to use this as
okay, it depends on of course, it depends on the party. The politicians are those who, I mean, not the individual politicians, but their offices, their team creates narratives, and it's not they are not original narratives. There's nothing original in this because ideas are shared, because through time you adopt the narratives that you rejected a few years earlier, and there is this kind of recycling of perspectives and different kinds of narratives, and it depends. Also, you see politicians change parties, change political views, and then repeat essentially contradict themselves. So there is nothing truly new in this. And there is always this kind of close. Politicians are not isolated from, opinion makers in journalism or whatever. They are in constant communication. They are trying to cultivate different kinds of responses. They work together. They fight each other, but in teams, not journalists versus politicians. They are working mostly in terms of there's different ecosystems, like let's say that they use the same language, they share similar views, similar interests. Also, you see politicians only accepting invitations from certain media people or certain media enterprises. So I don't know.
Just like, I know it will be a different kind of study. It's more to think if you have some insights about it.
Hello, I would like to answer to this question. First of all, regarding the first part of your question, I think that Michalis Hadjikostadin, who is also an experienced journalist, is maybe more suitable for answering this question. However, I would insist that there are many shadow experts or shadow workers in the field of political communication in Greece. and they work under obscurity, as I think. Now, how we could study it? One of the pillars of communication is the political economy of the media. I think that the political economy of crisis management is of high importance too, but I think that we could face the same difficulties in researching it. Because as we know, political economy of the media is more difficult to be studied because we don't have the elements, the material from the sources, because especially in Greece and I would say in general in countries where the Mediterranean polarized model dominates the media markets, it's very difficult to study political economy of the media, and I think that the same happens regarding the political economy of crisis management. Regarding the effects, we have to do audience research, but I think that all of these presentations had to do with the message itself, not with the effects. And at the same time, regarding the professionalization, I would claim that, and with the opportunity, because we are in a communication department, the Union of Journalists in Greece is very strong, especially regarding its relations with the government. So many journalists are hired in press offices instead of our graduates, instead of communication graduates. And this is something that I think is somehow a difficulty in the development of a more professionalized field. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I please? Okay. Thank you. As for the relations between journalists and professionals, I think that one thing that we can do without audience research, we can see, we can compare the content with information subsidies. So we can see many times that the press releases, or the sometimes we call it non-paper with a different meaning, all the content that the government, the PR, professional, all people from the communication departments sent to journalists, we can see how similar they are to their columns, to their articles. And many times we see it's obvious even with the naked eye. In Καθημερινή, let's say, that I saw, there is one, a guy who is a maverick, a true liberal columnist, who writes against the government. It's a conservative government newspaper. I didn't see it in EFSIN or the two center-left newspapers. Of course, I didn't see it in liberal. At the same time, in Καθημερινή, there are also two columnists who are more or less fanatics. If you see their articles, is as if they take political communication from the government and they just add up hate speech and enemy construction. So many times, even from the content, you can see patterns and arguments and all that stuff. I think this is I'm doing some research on the effect of information subsidies. I think that this is very useful for our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentations, which were really interesting. I would like to pose a question to Michalis, to the left. Because after the question that you raised during the first panel, I was waiting really for your presentation. So I would like to ask you, you talked about 4 different kinds of crises from 2010 until 2025. Could the crisis of Tembi have also a place in your analysis? Why didn't you choose it? Can you open the micro?
Thank you very much for your question, Dr. Pneumatikos. If a fifth crisis could be included in my corpus of texts, I think that it should be the TEBI case. However, it is, I think, a disaster coming from human beings. Okay. I don't think that in the other crises we have the same concept, although the financial crisis could be considered also as a man-driven crisis. I think that it's more complex and its effect was by far more enormous. So I stayed only in these 4 cases, but it would be of high interest too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for for this discussion after the presentations. We addressed themes and topics in this last panel on media framing, crisis management, political communication, conspiracy theories, and I was wondering what would be the line between framing and propaganda, because it seems to be like a really thin line to cross. So this is perhaps a final remark or a question or a theme to address in the 3rd edition of a conference. I don't know if you would like to have a short
Could I
word.
start? I will be again boring enough saying that Michalis Hadjikostadinu is more suitable for answering this question because he is an expert in frame analysis. However, I would say that we should not forget that propaganda and communication are concentric cycles. Communication is the bigger one, while propaganda is always inside communication. So framing is a process which is not always innocent, if you want. So I would say that framing, it is a weapon in the hands of propagandists. And I'm not afraid of the word propaganda. I think that propaganda could happen for many important and good reasons, such as the battle against of coronavirus, such as the AIDS before 3 decades, such as wearing belts when we drive, and so on. But I think that frame is also weaponized in cinema, in propaganda, in journalism. And of course, regarding the qualitative research, and Professor Kollias would be, I think that it would be interesting to add his thoughts about it. I think that framing is gaining prominence inside the qualitative analysis in social sciences. So we have to watch the developments of framing in other scientific fields, and of course to don't forget that it begins from social theory, from Erving Goffman's work. Thank
you. Okay. The relationship between propaganda and framing is complex and has a long history. The thing is that the term propaganda was a positive term in the 1910, 1920. The term is used mostly in a positive sense. Even, I mean, the Communist Party of Greece is using the term propaganda for its communications. I mean, it's not something negative necessarily. Today, yes, there has been, at least in the West, the term propaganda means something bad, something which is deceitful, but not for all people or for all purposes. Anyhow, framing is a different term. It was used relatively late in the history of communication studies, and it is vague as well. It is not about the content mostly. Propaganda is about the content. Okay, mostly. Framing is not about the content, it's about how you manipulate the content in a way. I'm not sure about this term, personally. Framing. I'm more comfortable with trying to discover behind different individual ways, isolated ways of presenting something, if there is a story behind it. Because a frame per se is not a story, it does not create a story. But as human beings and as societies, we need not just how information is presented at some point in an article, for example, in a speech, but how we connect the different kinds of bits, of different kinds of frames to create a story, to create a vision, to create a myth about things. And I think what we need to try to unearth is what kind of stories are constructed behind the combination and use of different kinds of framings.
Thank you so much. Arriving at the end of this conference, perhaps the French organizers, Jaircio, Stefanos, Christian, would like to conclude this long conference day.
Θα το πω στα ελληνικά. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τη φιλοξενία και χαρήκαμε πάρα πολύ που ήμασταν σήμερα εδώ.
Thank you. Εμείς ευχαριστούμε. C'est nous qui vous remercions. Et donc, si je comprends bien, if I get it right, there will be next steps of our collaboration and research framework, including a publication project. And so all of the conferenciers would receive the information later on. Yes. Is that so? Thank you all for your patience and presence here today.